Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special August meeting of the Historic Preservation Board. We're happy that you all could join us and look forward to a very interesting and productive day. Welcome to all my fellow board members, Nancy, Kirk, Max, Barry, and Rick and Scott. We look forward to working together for the betterment of the city of Miami Beach today and hope that we do it in record time as well. Thank you very much, Debbie.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Nick so he can read the lobbyist registration and swear everyone in this morning, and then we can move on to the agenda. Nick, are you with us? While we're waiting for Nick, I guess we could look at the July 31st, 2020 meeting minutes, and we could take a motion if there are any board members who would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from July 31st.
I'll move it if you can hear me.
Second.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
yes, we can hear you, Nancy.
So we have a motion. Kirk, was that a second?
Yes, affirmative.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the motion passes. Thank you. Before we get started, we have one request for continuance this morning, which is 1225 Lenox Avenue. Before we get started, however, we do need the lobbyist registration to be read into the record. I guess we could do, I believe I'm qualified. I'm not an attorney, but sometimes if they want.
I'm
TV,
here.
so
I'm sorry.
I can. Oh, hi Nick. Great. Thank you for joining us. So we just need the swearing in and the lobbyist registration.
Sure. And I just I have just a brief script that I've been reading on the virtual meetings that Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me a minute.
Certainly.
Okay. So good morning, members of the board, members of staff, members of the public. Today's virtual meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled pursuant to Executive Order 20-69 of the Florida Governor, which suspends any Florida statute that requires a quorum to be present in person or requires a local government body to meet at a specific public place, and permits local government bodies to use communications media technology such as Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public can dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 845-8054-0769 #, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 845-8054-0769. Members of the public wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or press *9 on their phones to raise their hands. Members of the public who do not have access to a computer and wish to provide testimony in support of or opposition to any item scheduled to be heard today can appear in person at the Miami Beach Convention Center at 1901 Convention Center Drive through the Washington Avenue entrance in Art Deco room 229, at which location access to a computer will be provided. On each quasi-judicial application today, I'll swear in each presenter or member of the public wishing to speak. I'll be keeping time at today's meeting. Applicants will have 10 minutes each to present, and members of the public will have 2 minutes. Now for the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And before we get to our agenda, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to swear in Debbie and any other members of staff who will be providing testimony at today's meeting. So I'd like to ask, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to the agenda, we do have one request for continuance this morning. This is HPB file 190365, 1225 and 1235 Lenox Avenue. Staff has been working with the applicant on potentially a significantly reduced scope of work for this particular project. We would like to continue working with the applicant to see if we can come up with a solution that may allow them to actually withdraw this particular application. So we have no objection to the request for continuance to the September 8th meeting, and we're recommending that be approved today. And that's all I have. The applicant is on the line for questions, but they have not prepared a presentation this morning.
I'll make a motion to continue it to the September 8th meeting.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second from Ms. Liebman. Prior to the vote, I just wanted to ask the board if you had any disclosures on this particular application.
Excuse me, Debbie. Which one are you on now? I lost you.
This is 1225 and 1235 Lenox Avenue.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no disclosures. Mr. Chair, I don't believe, though, that we opened the public hearing for this one. It is a continuance, but it still requires us to open the public hearing. At this time, I do not see any members of the public wishing to comment on this. So we could close the public hearing and take the vote if you agree.
Certainly.
Okay, I'm going to do the roll call this morning. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Application is continued to the September 8th meeting.
I didn't vote, but I would have been a yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Max, I'm sorry. Can I have your vote?
That's okay. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That was unanimous. Moving on to the next application, HPB file 190341. This is 1751, 1757, and 1775 Collins Avenue. The applicant has filed for a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition and renovation, including the restoration of 3 contributing buildings on the site, the construction of a detached ground level tower addition at the southeast portion of the site, the construction of a detached ground level addition at the northeast portion of the site, and the construction of 2 attached additions, including 1 or more waivers and a variance to reduce the required subterranean rear setback. This particular application has been presented to the board 2 times prior to today's meeting. The initial presentation was a discussion only that was held at the May meeting. The application was then heard at the July meeting by the board. The board did take extensive public comment at that meeting and did issue several recommendations to the applicant. Since that time, the applicant has revised the plans, and I'm going to briefly summarize the changes from the last hearing. The first most of the changes are reflected in the new 18-story tower addition. So this is the residential tower component of the project. The outdoor terrace located on the 18th level has been reduced and shifted westward by approximately 16 feet 7 inches. The rooftop pool deck has also been reduced and shifted westward approximately 20 feet. And the rooftop mechanical screening, the architectural feature at the roof level, has also been reduced and shifted westwardly about 30 feet. In addition to modifications made to the new tower, the applicant has submitted some documents with regard to the existing buildings as well as the basement level. With regard to the basement level, the applicant has submitted a proposal from their resiliency expert to integrate certain resiliency aspects into that basement, including plans for future conversion of that space. So staff had met with the applicant at length. We had also discussed this with the planning director, and we believe that this is a positive step forward in the city's resiliency initiatives. And we are happy that this is really going to be the first project with this large subterranean area that has actually agreed to, what we believe is a reasonable resiliency component. So we would like to thank the applicant for working with that. Also, with regard to the basement, we have had several meetings with the applicant and their contractors in order to get more comfortable with the portions of the basement that are coming closer to the remaining contributing buildings. And that would be specifically the South Seas and the Richmond. The basement is actually encroaching into a very small portion of the existing building. After reviewing the documents submitted and after the applicant has agreed to take all necessary protection measures, not only for the South Seas and Richmond portions of the site, but also the Raleigh Hotel itself, the historic pool folly structure, as well as the contributing building, which is adjacent to the south, which is the Marseille building. Again, we want to thank the applicant for taking this very seriously and submitting these additional documents that staff is much more comfortable with at this point. We also have some conditions in our draft order that we believe are enforceable and will ensure to the greatest extent possible the protection of all of the contributing structures within the immediate area. Finally, the applicant has submitted a revised plan for the pool pavilion structure. So this is the structure, the new structure that is east of the existing pool folly building. That has actually been shifted further east, separating more from the historic folly structure, and that has also been reduced in size overall. The applicant is now also currently proposing to restore the ceilings in both the South Seas and Richmond original public lobby spaces. Staff is supportive of that. And we wanted to thank the applicant for listening to board members' concerns with regard to that. The variance requested, we had gone over this previously, is for a small portion of the basement level on the north side of the property that will act as the entry for vehicular drop off and pickup. It's not a parking area, but we do believe in order to improve circulation within the immediate area, this drop off will be extremely beneficial. So there is an approved basement located on this portion of the site that actually is partially constructed now. That was approved under a previous certificate of appropriateness. However, in order to get the drop off, they're looking at expanding that portion. Portion of that is projecting into the rear setback, and that is what they are requesting the variance for. Again, staff has no objection to this, as we believe this will improve circulation within the immediate area. They are asking for waivers in order not to provide the required loading spaces. They do not need a variance for this because they do have actually 4 contributing structures on the site. So we have no objection to that waiver. And then the last waiver they're asking for is for the nonconformances, any nonconforming setbacks or nonconforming parking credits for the existing contributing structures. In order to retain those, they do need a waiver. Overall, staff believes that the project has been improved over the past several months. And we are supportive of the project and are recommending approval subject to the conditions outlined in our draft order. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie, for an enlightening presentation.
I believe the applicant has prepared a presentation if they are ready for that.
Good morning. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez, Officer 333 Avenue America. On behalf of the applicant, happy to be here today as we continue to have evolved this iconic project. And I think from everyone's, first I want to thank everyone for all the input because it's helped make this the iconic project that the entire city can be proud of. And we've taken over 100 public meetings and discussions. Oh, Nick, do we need to...
why don't I swear in your team? Yeah, so anyone who's going to be presenting on behalf of your team, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
Kobe?
I do.
Unmute.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
And Nick, do the board members, that's later, when they disclose if they had any meetings?
Later. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We'll do that right before the public hearing.
Thank you. So we really enjoy the opportunity that over 100 public meetings we've had to really bring back these 3 iconic L. Murray Dixon buildings, the South Seas, Richmond, and Raleigh. I want to say that since listening to all the boards and public comments, and having an applicant who champions finding value in restoring historic properties, bringing them back to their original glory, we are excited to present the project. Debbie has raised a lot of the issues that were outstanding, how we've addressed them. I just want to touch on a few of them really quick. There was concern about the beach walk and the beach. I want to let you know that Kobe will go into detail how we've cut 29 feet and pushed back 21 of the eastern side of the new tower, as well as the mechanical roof has been cut by 11 feet, scaled back 30 feet. Our building is only about 73 feet wide, and the length of the tower is 227 feet, which is less than the Marseille and the Shelbourne nearby. Staff has addressed that we have satisfied all their concerns with the reports from G.T. McDonald, Yoasim Hausman, the engineer, on how to protect the 6 important structures, and that's the Raleigh, South Seas, Richmond, Marseille, Raleigh Lighthouse, and the Raleigh Pool during construction, to the point that staff has withdrawn their request to scale back the basement. Should also be noted for the record that 1/3 of the basement in question has already been built or is part of other HPB approvals. Let's talk about resilience sustainability. We are very proud, and the applicant is very proud to have worked with the city to become the first major project to have agreed to the new resilience and sustainability conditions in HPB orders. The original conditions really had about 3 requirements. We worked with the city, and we were able to strengthen the project by adding an additional 4 requirements, bringing a total of 7 to condition C1F, which we support. And in condition C1G, where it talks about what would happen in the event the basement is no longer being able to use for its intended use, we have strengthened and modified that condition from what was originally proposed and supported as well. So it should be noted that the Miami Beach's resilience and sustainability goals for street elevations in this area for the next 25 years is 5.3 feet NGVD off Collins Avenue. Our current historic buildings are between 5.75 to 6.8 NGVD, so they could accommodate even an increase if the city were to up their standards. Then we talk about the base. Everyone talks about the basement. The entrance and exit ramps on 18th Street are at 8 NGVD. So 3 feet higher than the current requirements over the next 25 years. So I think that with this and all the other documents provided to the city, we have embraced resiliency and sustainability and are happy that this project is the first one to accept the conditions and even in a stronger level. There was concerns from staff and board members about the generator in the upper levels of the South Seas. We've agreed to the condition and reprogramming that upper space for residential uses. The board and the public made comments about the sun studies and the concern. We were asked to do all 12 months. We provided to the city 12 months of the existing conditions and 12 months of the proposed new tower so everyone could gauge the impact. I've reviewed all 24 videos and I could sum it up over a few points. Number one, the beach walk has minimal shadows over the entire 12-month period, any given year, and the shadows doesn't start to about 3:30 to 4:30, depending on the month. When it comes to the beach, the hard sand starts getting a bit of a shadow about 4:30 to 5:30. So the impact of the public beach walk and the beach is minimal. It's no different than anywhere else along Miami Beach. Miami Beach's oceanfront. I mean, I personally enjoy a bit of a shade at the end of a sunny day on the beach, and you actually see the public sometimes seek out those small shaded areas to get relief from the sun if they've been out there all day. A secondary issue raised by the sun studies was a potential impact by the Shelbourne, which is also addressed. Let's just be clear. Our studies show that only 3 months out of the 12 months, there's a minimal impact on the Shelbourne property for about 3 hours a day. But it should be noted that the Shelbourne cast a shadow on their own pool 5 months a day, the entire day of each of those 3 months, not 3 hours. And it should be further noted that the Shelbourne additions, not the historic structures, the later additions, were built up against the northern property line, creating a shadow on the Nautilus Hotel pool for 5 months a year, impacting the entire day, not just 3 hours a day. So for the record, I also want to point out that our tower is over 175 feet away from the Shelbourne property line, 70 feet of right of way, and another 155 feet by the Raleigh. So if this wasn't enough to discount the unreasonable concerns by the Shelbourne, I point to Florida case law. A landowner has a legal right to the free flow of light and air across the adjoining land and of his neighbors. I cited in Fontainebleau Corp. versus 4525 Inc. Also, Town of Indiana Atlantic versus Nancy, Messick versus Cohen. Those 3 cases will be submitted for the record for your review. Finally, there were questions of the renderings. The applicant took the extraordinary step of hiring Mozo Studio out of New York, who does professional renderings, who provided bird's eye and street level views that you will see today. And not only are we happy to have the support of Collins Park Neighborhood Association, the Marseille, the only abutting property, the 1800 Condominium Association, the closest residential building, while 12 other surrounding properties. With that, I would reserve time for rebuttal and any comments from public comments, and then a quick over the overall conditions. I will ask Kobe to start his presentation, but I want to leave you with one point. It's a unique opportunity to make sure that this area is preserved forever. That what historic preservation is about is to try to save what we got, not to restrict new buildings or a new 20-story building. Kobe?
Hi, good morning.
Thank you, Alfredo, very much, and we're glad to see you today.
Thank you.
All right, Kobe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you allow me to share the screen with you, I will do so right away. Thank you. So this is the presentation I would like to share with you here this morning. If you would allow me a few minutes of your time, I'll try to be as quick as I can. Number one, I want to thank each and every one of you for your time and your knowledge that you have been speaking to me and to the rest of the team over the past couple of weeks. Obviously, this is what we desire to have, the envision of the Raleigh Hotel with the open air and space. This is what the text amendment approval and direction was inspired upon. This is the image of the restored facade of the Raleigh. And as you can see, we are doing more restoration and preservation than has been previously approved and permitted on this hotel. And that's what we desire to do. Specifically, we are looking to remove the additions that have been built and are blocking the north facade of the Marseille and the south facade of the Raleigh from the public right-of-way along Collins Avenue. So as the pedestrian moves along Collins Avenue to the north or to the south, these facades will now be open with the buildings restored to the original Dixon microfilm and details. We have had the pleasure of working with Arthur Marcus, with your city staff, and also with Jean-Francois, who has written a wonderful book about these Dixon buildings and the value of these buildings, which Michael Chevaux has taken it upon himself to restore and bring these buildings to their original glory. More so specifically, not only on the outside, but also on the inside, and use these buildings by Dixon as his footprint for the overall master plan and restoration and preservation, not only on the outside, not only the pool and amenity spaces, but also the pedestrian and public movement through the site. More so specifically, you can see that these facades with their geometries are very inspirational and very important to the overall context of what we are about. This is a very unique neighborhood. As you can see to the north of us, we have certain amount of buildings that have been built historically, whether it's the Shelbourne or whether it is the SLS or the Delano, have always inspired to be of a certain height in the 150 to 180. And even the Shelbourne immediately adjacent to the Raleigh, built by Igor Polovetsky, was designed originally as 170 plus feet. We did a study for us to review heights of buildings, some of them like the Ritz Plaza at 204, the Delano, the National, the Ritz-Carlton, and all of them have been inspired, if you will, to be a bit taller in this context in this neighborhood. We also are seeking to maximize the open space based on the comments that we have received at the last hearing. We felt that there is a need and an opportunity, if you will, to step back the building. You can see what we have done is we have stepped it back in a ziggurat style and or a wedding cake style to relieve the top of the building and step it away 29 feet here, 20 plus feet here, and another 30 feet here.
Kobe, your 10 minutes are up. How much additional time do you think you need?
I will need exactly 4 minutes if you allow me, Nick.
Mr. Chair, is that okay?
He can have at least 5 minutes. We don't never want to cut off a wonderful applicant from his wishes to inform us on the benefits of the project. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
no problem.
Very much appreciate it. So this is what we've presented to you before. And you can see basically in a 3D what we have done. We have removed it and we have reduced it in size. That's our intent. That's the comments that we have received. We have also studied it, the building, what it looks like from the public deck, public terrace of the Frank Gehry building, looking at the context of the Delano, the National, and the community that we are looking at. We also took the opportunity to see what the building looks like from an area that as the bird flies, right, that nobody would see, but the relationship to the Marseille, to the Dixon collage and collection of buildings and the new building and how it relates to the Shelbourne and or to the existing buildings that surround us. It is also important that we looked at the street level. What is the pedestrian improvements and how does it look with the Dixon buildings being restored and brought back to life. We had an opportunity to look at it also from a straight-on facade. This is the building, obviously, in the background. And when we came in front of you with the text amendment, the building was a bit closer to Collins Avenue. This is what it looks like with the north facade of the Marseille now brought open and exposed to the public right away. This is the building that we are proposing right here in the back. And you can clearly see how we are proposing to restore and remove the additions and modifications that have been built on top of the Raleigh, above and beyond the previous permits and approval, where the finial of the Raleigh is brought back and celebrating its vertical design. We have also taken the time and opportunity, if you will, to look at what the context is from the waterway. This being right here is the Satay. This is our building. This is the Shelbourne. We looked at it also from a closer view, what it looks like in relationship to the Nautilus, the Shelbourne, the Shore Club, and obviously the SLS and the Delano to the south. We've also looked at it as what it looks like as a straight-on image from the water in relationship to other buildings. You can see that we have taken the time not only to step the building back in the imagery, but also we felt that there is an important to relate to the boardwalk and the landscaping, because as you walk along the boardwalk, sometimes you see it and sometimes you do not, and you do have a peekaboo view. But you clearly see where the boardwalk is and the landscaping that buffers this specific site along 18th Street. And this is the Shelbourne and the Shore Club. It's interesting how the building is set back, and you can clearly see the relationship here to the Marseille. We have taken a few images. If you give me, this is from 17th Street boardwalk to see the relationship of the building. So obviously, there's some landscaping that at any given time hides some of the building. Sometimes it hides even more of the building. But again, there is a greater opportunity, as Alfredo has mentioned, that the building is always seen within context of its neighbors. I wanted to also share with you, this is an image we took from the Raleigh Hotel looking back onto 18th Street and the separation from the, if you will, from the Marseille. We took an image, obviously, of the historic pool and the gorgeous lifeguard pavilion with the preservation and restoration. As was mentioned, comments were given to us. We believe that the comments that were given to us were very, very good by you last time. We've implemented them all. This is the landscape of the pavilion and the building floating above, up in the air above the landscaping, giving a green and open space towards the beach walk. And again, this is the pavilion along the water that is open, cross-ventilated, that allows people to enjoy the east facade of the Raleigh and the Marseille. I just want to say thank you very much for your time. And with that, I'll close. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you very much, Kobe, for a brilliant presentation. We appreciate it greatly. Debbie?
I think we need to see if we have any board member disclosures at this point before we open up the public hearing.
I do. Okay, Nancy, you go first.
Yes, I do, but I've raised for this before. I have spoken to them.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I have all the disclosures from the last meetings, plus again, the Raleigh team, Clotilde Luce, Daniel Serraldo, Claire McCord, Jack Johnson, and all the emails I have received, I forwarded to Nick, so he has a record of anything that I've received. Thank you.
I've also had communication with the applicant, emails constantly coming at me, phone calls. I have tried to keep staff abreast of that, and I do not recall any other conversations. And I can be impartial.
I had a meeting with the applicant and project team on July 21st to discuss sustainability and resilience I can remain impartial.
Yes, and since the last time we spoke about this, I've spoken with the applicant and the team on a few occasions, and I can remain impartial.
As I disclosed at the last meeting, I'd met with the project team at the location. And since the last meeting, I had a very brief conversation with the applicant's counsel, and I can remain fair and impartial.
And I need to add, I can be fair and impartial as well. Thank you.
I took a meeting last week with the applicant team, and I will remain fair and impartial.
Thank you, Rick. Anybody else? No? Debbie, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. We do have first public speaker is Daniel Seraldo. Daniel, are you with us?
And Daniel, before you begin, can you state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Seraldo on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League. It's good to see all of you. Hopefully you're all staying safe and healthy. So we submitted our updated position after our advocacy committee met and reviewed the latest plans. So I'll try not to go in depth on it, but I think our main points, as you're all aware by now, is that we do think that preservation-wise, the project has improved significantly as far as the renovation, restoration of the existing lobbies in the two smaller buildings, keeping the ceiling plate and not making those lobbies double height as was originally proposed. We also appreciate the better window mullion designs for the Raleigh. And our main concern has always been and remains the restoration of the three original L. Murray Dixon structures. And we want to really make sure that there is discussion today and something definite as far as what is the timeline on the restoration of those structures and what are specific benchmarks. Can it start before the tower, for example? It's very important to us because of the neglect of other buildings that have just gone on for too long. And we do believe that the new ziggurat step back on the tower is an improvement. We have mentioned our overall concerns with the tower height, but taking everything together, we just wanted to share our positions on the overall project, and we look forward to your discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, and I'd like to swear in our next speaker. So please state for the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony. Oh, I think, Alexander, I think you're on mute.
Alexander, Nick
I'm
is
here.
with us to present for another project. Alexander,
Yes,
are you wishing to issue public comment for this particular application?
Sorry, it was an earlier, I raised my hand earlier. My mistake, sorry.
No problem. Our next public speaker is Ray Breslin. Ray, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
And Ray, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I absolutely do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
We're very lucky to have a developer take the Raleigh Hotel, which is falling in rack and ruin and disrepair, just like the Deauville is in North Beach. We're lucky that this developer wants to bring a fabulous project. He's vetted it out. Everyone is in agreement. Council Park Neighborhood Association is thrilled. Naturally, you're always going to have someone who's not thrilled, which would be the new owner of the Shelbourne. And unfortunately, just like when the W Hotel built, the Roni opposed that because of whatever reason. They were just looking for a cash settlement. And, that's an unfortunate situation. If the new owner of the Shelbourne saw the original plan and how close it was to his building, that has been approved, he would embrace this project and say how wonderful it is, like everybody else. I'm telling you, this project is amazing. It's going to be an iconic masterpiece in the Collins Park neighborhood and all of Miami Beach, and we fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Our next speaker is Jean-Francois Lejeune. Oh, excuse me. I think his hand is Mitch Cohen is our next speaker.
Okay, Mitch, before you begin, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Ms. Tackett. Again, my name is Mitchell Cohen, and I'm the president and CEO of the Shelburne Hotel Partners. Our property is located immediately to the north of the applicant's property at 1801 Collins. I did receive notice from Miami Beach regarding the hearing on the Raleigh's application that's before us this morning. I'm also the chief operating officer of the Westdale Group of Companies. We're the owners and developers of hotels, residential and commercial properties all across North America. We're located in 14 US states and 5 Canadian provinces. Our company has a very deep passion for heritage properties with a roster of over 14 historic properties in Dallas, Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax. Some of our properties of historic nature date back as far as 1867. The Shelburne Hotel was purchased to add to this special asset class where we are the guardian of the past and the protector of the future. I'm also a licensed professional planner and have been so since 1981. The application today will permit a project that without a doubt is totally incompatible with the Heritage District where it sits. The addition of a 200-foot tall, 18-story residential condominium tower will overwhelm the 3 historic hotels on the applicant's property. The height and mass of this project will forever alter this part of Collins Avenue and dramatically impact all properties. The Shelburne Hotel will be negatively impacted in a way that's not shared by those with the general public. The impact of the 200-foot tall, 18-story tower will forever besmirch Olovitsky and Lapidus' legacy for their unique contribution to the world-renowned South Beach historic skyline. Approving this 200-foot tall tower will be a shameful act of dismissing what these 2 architects and many other architects gifted us in South Beach and what we are trying to protect. One final thought. I learned a long time ago from a professor back in planning school that, unlike doctors, planners cannot bury their mistakes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen, for those very, very interesting comments, and we'll take them to heart. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jean-Francois Lejeune.
Okay, and can you say before your testimony whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, members of the board. The restoration of the 3 adjacent structures by Lawrence Murray Dixon on Collins Avenue is a very important project for the city, perhaps one of the most important, if not the most important, in the history of the city and its pioneering role in historic preservation in Florida. It will end the quagmire of the Raleigh structure, now a living ruin for many years. A successful completion of the project would be a landmark event, which I would hope would be accompanied by the complete redesign of Collins Avenue structure by the city. Is the project perfect? Perhaps not. I mentioned last month that the restored facade of the South Seas and Richmond were perhaps too much of a mask. That project has been improved in that regard because the rooms are now occupied in a different way. But I remain convinced perhaps that the built masses behind the restored facade could be more substantial. Looking at the plans from above, one can see how small the building seems to appear. Last month, I expressed a lot of reservation regarding the size, height, and bulk of the new tower. I still believe that is too high and that it could be set back more from the beach walk. Yet, I find that the idea of the ziggurat or pyramidal ends is an excellent one. Perhaps it could be even increase, maybe starting 1 or 2 floors lower to even more, to reinforce the identity, because I believe that the design is now moving toward an aesthetic that would be quite unique in the history of the new additions in Miami Beach. Otherwise, I applaud the use of the high pilotis on the ground floor and would like to praise the design of the glazed sections of the facade, which are very different from the typical glazed towers that we see. I think it is a successful attempt at developing an aesthetic that refers to the history of the city, to the Deco district, and also to the 1950s heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lejeune. Nick?
Our next speaker is Lloyd Mandel.
And Mr. Mandel, before you testify, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Lloyd Mandel. I'm the proprietor of the Marseille Hotel. I've been operating in this neighborhood for over 50 years in the Collins Park district. The project as currently presented is a 1,000% improvement over the already approved plan that was in place. That plan would have completely blocked the historic Marseille Hotel, and it would have blocked the entire north facade of that hotel just 5 feet away. I wholeheartedly appreciate and support the adjustment made by the developer to now locate their tower to their east location rather than the earlier location proposed, which was further to the west. In addition, please note that the developer has cooperated with us to minimize the negative impact during construction on our business. They've made a sincere effort to be a good neighbor. Their tower, now located to the east in their proposal, is the best possible location for its visual impact on our neighborhood. Number one, it's far removed from the hotels and restaurants on the west side of Collins Avenue. Number two, it's away from the pedestrians on Collins Avenue. Number three, it's the least impactful on the Marseille Hotel and our boutique guest rooms. And number four, if it is moved more to the west, it will seriously damage us. Ladies and gentlemen, this coronavirus has taken a major toll on our otherwise thriving tourist economy. This Raleigh project, if done as proposed today, will be a major upgrade to South Beach and to my neighborhood of 50 years. Let the Raleigh raise the bar and reverse the sorrowful state that South Beach has now become. Thank you for listening to my heartfelt comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mandel.
Our next speaker is Robert.
And Robert, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Robert Balsbury. I'm the president of Chisholm Properties South Beach. I'm the owner of the Surfcomer Hotel for approximately 20 years, and I wanted to express that I have met with the applicant many times, and I wanted to echo Lloyd Mandel's recommendations as well. I have full support for this project. I think it's a very rare opportunity to have a developer propose what Michael Chvaux is going to create at this amazing location. So really wanted to express how important it is to get this type of project really moving.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Our next speaker is Mike Ohana.
And Mike, before you begin, can you state whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
I'm a resident of Miami Beach for the past 30 years, and I'm 50 years old today. So that tells you that I've been here for a very, very long time. I've seen many, many changes. One like this is one of the most iconic moves that the city and the developer like Michael Chavot can bring to Miami Beach. I'm also a business owner of the Nautilus Food and Beverage. I've been in the neighborhood for 30 years. I've never seen any project like this, and it would be a shame if we don't approve it. Also, talking about the shading of the pools. So our pool and our cabanas, 5 months out of the year, are blocked by the Shelbourne. So there are some benefits from having shades in our beaches and our pools. I can say this, the Shelbourne has taken their impact on my pool is over 65%. And the entire year round, I have shading from their building. So I don't see what issues about shading. And I think it'd be ridiculous to use that as an excuse to not allow this project to go forward. And we're very grateful to have a developer like Michael Chavot to try to restore the Raleigh, the South Seas, and the Richmond. I think it would be a sin for any one of us to deny him the opportunity to restore those to its original contents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
At this time, I don't see anyone else from the public with their hand up. So I would ask that if there's anyone on the meeting that wishes to speak, to raise your hand if you would like to comment on the Raleigh Hotel. Okay, we do have Tucker Gibbs would be the next member of the public wishing to comment. Tucker, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
And Tucker, before you begin, I'd just like to swear you in. Can you state whether you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Tucker, I also think if you'd like, why don't you address your procedural request first?
Yes, I have several. I would like to request a combined 12 minutes for me and for Mr. Advokov, who is my who's an expert witness. That's 6 minutes per side. We'll keep to that limit, but that's 2 people. It's 6 minutes each.
Mr. Chair?
Normally, people are given 2 minutes each. Nick?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. If they would take 3 minutes each, I don't want to restrict them unduly, but 12 minutes is compared to 4 is a bit of a stretch. But let's start off and see how we do.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to that, please?
Sure.
Okay. My situation is that my client is here to make I'm here to make a presentation on a quasi-judicial matter. I want to be able to establish a record. I can't establish a full record with only 2 minutes or even 3 minutes. I've really cut this down. I've sent the board a letter which outlines in detail our position. If you all are going to accept that,
Nick, what would you please enlighten us on this issue, please?
I mean, it's really your call, Mr. Chair. I think if you'd like to allow Mr. Gibbs a few additional minutes to start, and then see where he is, he can request additional time at the end of that period. That's your call. I also know that Mr. Gibbs is going to be asking the board to waive a 30-day submission deadline for an expert report, and I would ask that he address that at the beginning of his comments so that we can allow the applicant time to respond to that request, and then the board has basically there's a 30-day submission deadline in the code for expert reports submitted by an opponent to a project, and the report in question was submitted yesterday, which would obviously is not even 1 day before the hearing. The Historic Preservation Board has the authority under 118-6 of the code to waive that requirement, it would require a 5/7 vote to do so. I just think that's a threshold issue that I'd like Mr. Gibbs to address before he gets into the rest of his
I have
comments.
a question. Thank you. I have a question. Roger, stop it. I have a question regarding that issue. It's like closing the barn door after the horse is gone. This was delivered to us, and I, for one, read it very carefully in its entirety. So, I mean, I can't erase what I've read from my mind. So how is a 30-day waiver practical if we've received it and read it?
It's the end.
Well, formally, you would have to vote by 5/7 to admit the report. So the presumption is that the report is inadmissible unless you vote to waive the requirement. If the board does not vote as a body to waive the 30-day submission deadline, then you cannot take the report into account in your deliberations and in reaching your decision today.
Jack, I would like to speak about this. Can you hear me?
Yes, Anthony, what would you like to say?
I would like to object to this. I, too, read the entire letter, and I cannot believe that the lawyer is looking. He's a lawyer, and he should know better. Much as I like him, I am shocked that he would come here and try to push us around to allow him, after the fact, he's past the deadline, to come here and ask for this kind of time on the subject. I don't know where he's been the past 6 months since this has been discussed, and I'd like to have the board take a vote on this before he explains himself.
I think in fairness to all the parties, I think we should allow Mr. Gibbs to make his request.
For 2 minutes, like everybody else.
However long the chair or the board as a body would like. But I think that request, we should give Mr. Gibbs the opportunity to make the request, and then Mr. Gonzalez the opportunity to respond. So, Tucker, would you like to go ahead?
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
I know that the lawyer is trying to help the lawyer, but we are people who are on this board. Every citizen that comes to talk gets 2 minutes, and I consider this a request from another person who wants to talk for or against the project.
Well, Nancy, with all due respect, the 2 minutes is not exactly correct. I know I've given people much more time than 2 minutes since January when they've asked for it. So the 2 minutes guideline, it's not a restriction.
Well, Jack, I know that I've been cut off after 2 minutes when I am speaking at the commission meeting. So I don't consider this to be anything different. And I think the board should decide if they want to take the time. Remember, we're always under the gun with the time. Do we want to take the time to listen to 12 minutes of something that is totally after the fact? And it's your choice, Jack.
Thank you, Nancy. I believe that we should listen to them for their 2 minutes each. And if they were requesting additional minute or so, I don't see anything wrong with that.
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
I have a problem with the 12 minutes.
Okay, well, I said I wasn't sure that they should speak for 12 minutes. That's much more time than we would give anyone else. But I do think they have a right to be heard. And I'm not an attorney.
For 2 minutes, like everybody else.
Yeah, 2 minutes plus, yes. Thank you, Nancy. Nick, would you be in agreement with that?
However much time you'd like to allow is fine with me. I'll set the timer at, if you'd like to limit Mr. Gibbs to 2 minutes, I'll set the timer at 2 minutes, and then we'll see how it goes.
Let's start off with 2 minutes and see how far they get. If they have 4 minutes altogether, then 2 and 2.
What about but what about the reports? Are they being?
Well, so the reason why I'd like Tucker to address the report first is because I don't, if the board does not want to entertain the request for the 30-day waiver, then I don't think the report should be discussed. Because the presumption in the code is that the report is inadmissible because it was submitted late. So I think that's the threshold issue that Tucker should address, and then we'll have the board resolve it one way or the other, and then Tucker can continue with however much of his time remains, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Well, since they're two separate issues, I don't see why they should be combined into one. If he wants to say why he has the right to speak on this, to include the report, that's one thing. His response, his right to object to the proposal should be something else.
Okay, so then I'll set the clock at 2 minutes, and Tucker, if you could address the your request for a waiver first, that would be great.
Great.
For 2 minutes.
2 minutes and no more, maybe shorter. I was retained on August 4th to prepare this presentation. Mr. Advikov was hired on August 5th and immediately prepared his technical historic report. I emailed Ms. Taggett, who referred me to Mr. Kalergis. I explained the situation, said I would send a letter report to the board with an explanation that I would seek the waiver. I'm just requesting that Mr. Advikov's report be accepted into the record, or in the alternative, to continue the matter if the applicant has problems with evaluating this document on such short notice. I'm only dealing with the timeline that I was given. I was not hired until the 7th, 4th, and Mr. Advikov was not hired until the 5th. That is our problem with this. That's why we're trying to present it to you this way in writing, because of the time constraints you all are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. So Nick, now he can have 2 minutes, and Mr. Advikov.
Mr. Chair, could I respond on behalf of the applicant to the suggestion to admit
We never want to restrict anyone's responses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the applicant, we would strongly object to inclusion of these documents on the past 11th hour. The code does require, and we're held to that same standard, that we have 30 days. We had to rush to get our submittals in. It should be known for the record that the Shelbourne, the owner, they may have chosen to hire Tucker at a late point, but they have been involved with this project since they met with my client back in December of 2019, and they were exploring acquiring the Shelbourne. So they have had more than the general public in time to address any concerns as we've gone by. We're now in August. And we're not even talking about a week, 2 weeks, it's 30 days, they got it in 2 weeks. We're talking almost 12 hours before the hearing. We're dropped with these over 60 pages of, almost approximately 60 pages of documents that they like to submit. I think, and then to suggest a continuance, it just plays on to these, I could just say, games that the Shelbourne continues to do. They spoke extensively at the last hearing. And for the record, Mitch Cohen, who is the owner and who Tucker represents, already spoke 2 minutes earlier in public comment. But I'm okay with the 4 minutes, but I strongly object to introduction of these documents because of such a late point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Okay, Nick.
So the next step, Mr. Chair, would be for the board to decide whether it wishes to waive the 30-day submission requirement in the code, which again would require a 5/7 vote to waive.
Nick.
Yes.
No. Has this been done before, and to your knowledge?
I can't remember a time when the boards waived the 30-day requirement. Debbie, do you remember?
I do remember a discussion at the board regarding this probably between 5 and 10 years ago. I don't remember the specifics, but I know this is something that has been requested of the board previously. I would have to do some more research to figure out a specific example of when it was approved by the board. But this type of thing does not come up often. I would say probably once every 10 years or so, we have a situation like this.
Mr. Chair, I could answer that question if you like.
Sure. Okay, Alfredo.
Under the Shore Club application, we had a similar situation. And in that case, the waiver was requested because it was shy a few days. It wasn't 30 days, it was 20 some odd days. So the board felt there was ample time for everyone to review and respond if they needed, not 12 hours. So I've been practicing for about 20 years before this board, and outside that example, that's the one I could recall. And it is very much distinguishable with the last minute 12-hour submittal. Thank you.
A last minute what?
Last minute 12-hour submittal.
Okay, thank you. Nick, as far as I'm concerned, we can take a vote or any way you want to handle this, but I find it not, how would one put it? Fair is not the right word, but I find anytime someone wants to restrict knowledge on any subject, I find that a little objectionable, because in order to make an informed opinion, one should have all the information available. And I'm not familiar with this 30-day rule, but to me, that restricts people's ability to add their opinions or their facts or their information into the process. And we should be under sunshine. We should be available to listen to everyone equally and hear what they have to say in order to have an informed opinion. I'm not an attorney, and Nick, you are. So I don't know how you would want to handle this, but I don't see why 30 days or 50 days or 10 days or 3 hours should make a difference. We're at a public hearing. Anybody should be able to come up and say whatever they want about the project. I don't see why there should be a number of days limit. If he wants to present something into the record, that's another issue. If he wants to present something into the so-called record, who's going to see this record after today? It may be there if a lawyer wants to deal with it, but no one ever hears of this person's issues if it's just submitted into the record as a document. I don't think to me, that's not appropriate. I'd like to hear everything that everyone has to say, because that's fair. I don't see why we should have time limits or exclude people. I'm not for excluding, I'm for inclusion. And so, Nick, if you want to have a vote, please do what is ever legal. I'm not a lawyer and I don't know, but I think fair is fair to everyone.
So Mr. Chair, it's purely the board's call.
Okay,
so I would like to make a motion as we are being told that we should take a vote. I'd like to take a motion. I guess it would be nice to listen for the 2 minutes that each one has to say. We all received in the mail today, this morning, a whole description of what they're trying to do and why they're trying to do it. And I thought to myself, this is a bit much. This will take longer than half of the projects that we've had, longer than this project has been on the board's agenda. So I'd like to move that we allow the 2 speakers to speak like any other speakers who come to this area. And then after we hear them, we can take a vote on whether we want to allow more discussion on a matter that is over the deadline.
Nancy, you don't have to vote to allow the speakers to present their testimony. I think the only question now for the board is whether you want to waive the 30-day requirement and allow the written report to be admitted to the record. So, I think the question is there a board member who'd like to move either that you allow the report and waive the 30-day requirement, or that you decline to waive the 30-day requirement and reject the report? That's really, I think, what the board should decide as the threshold matters. Do you want to admit the report?
Not to overcomplicate this, but I actually don't think I received the report that everyone else is talking about, so I am not on the same knowledge base, I guess, to consider this.
Well, look in your emails.
Thank you, Max. I just also want to point out to the board that staff has not had an opportunity to review any of the documents that were submitted yesterday evening, so I would not be able to appropriately respond to any questions you may have for staff regarding those documents.
And I'm in the same boat as Max. I don't know if I received it, and I'm not able to check it now, so I don't know.
Can I make a suggestion? I did get the report. I did breeze through it. I didn't read it, every word of it. Honestly, it didn't really change my position on this. So seeing that some other members didn't get it, I would say, I wouldn't waive that 30-day requirement, but I would give the applicant, I'm sorry, not the applicant, Tucker, more time to speak. Maybe not the 12 minutes, but I would give them quite a bit more time than the 2 minutes, or whatever combined time they need to speak. But I wouldn't waive the 30 days. You have the applicant who has to meet all sorts of deadlines to get on, for his application to be heard. So, anyone in opposition needs to follow those same guidelines too. So I wouldn't be in favor of waiving that time requirement, but I certainly would like to hear them now. And if it takes maybe up to 10 minutes to hear both people talk, okay, fine. If they started now, if they started before, we'd have heard their whole case by now. So I am in favor of them taking a good portion of time to tell us what they want to say.
Thank you, Scott. I am in firm agreement with you. So, Nick, should we have them speak for a combined 10 minutes?
So,
let's take a vote on that.
No, that's the prerogative of the chairman, Nancy.
No, it's not. It's a motion that's on the floor.
So there's two separate issues. If there's no motion to waive the 30-day submission requirement, then the presumption in the code will control, which is that report would be inadmissible, and you cannot consider the written report, in your deliberations or in reaching your decision today. The second question is how much time would the chair or the board as a body like to allow the next speaker to present. And again, I'll set the timer at whatever I'm told to set it at. But I think if there's no motion to waive the 30-day submission deadline, then we can move on.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Hello?
Okay, hearing no motion, I propose that the two people in question be given 8 to 10 minutes for a combined presentation.
Combined. Okay. Okay, I'll set the clock.
Ready?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. My name is Tucker Gibbs, representing the Shelbourne Hotel Partners, owners of the Shelbourne Hotel at 1801 Collins Avenue, across 18th Street from the Raleigh Hotel property. My clients have serious concerns about the application for the Certificate of Appropriateness waivers and variance before you. As a neighbor and owner of a contributing building in the Ocean Drive, Collins Avenue Historic District, my client has an interest and concern with development impacts on this special historic district listed in the National Register of Historic Places. As a property owner, Shelburne has a legally recognized and protected property interest in the preservation of the character of this historic district against actions taken contrary to the clearly stated regulations governing this district. One of the major issues is height. Height is not a given because it's not a right. 200 feet is not a right. The height is subject to the board's determination under the certificate of appropriateness criteria of the appropriate height and massing given the tower's relationship with the buildings on the site within the areas surrounded by the site. Mr. Advikov will address the certificate of appropriateness and Secretary of Interior standards when he speaks next. I just want to talk about a couple of other issues, which is 2 resilience issues, which are concerning. Contrary to the staff report, the applicant has not provided information on both the land elevation of the subject property and of the surrounding properties. My client would like confirmation that the consideration of sea level rise projections includes the study of potential impacts on this project on the surrounding properties, including his. Number 2, according to the Miami-Dade County GIS map, it appears that the project property includes both an X flood zone and an AE flood zone. The AE flood zone allows a property owner to avoid raising the elevation of new construction by installing flood proofing, and the X zone does not. It also appears that the requirements of the AE flood zone are being applied throughout the entire property. My client wants to know how this project satisfies the development criteria for an X zone. He's also concerned if the FEMA community rating score will be impacted by the project, given the large 65,000 square foot new basement structure that would be built in part of an X zone. The applicant has erroneously sought a waiver under the provision that allows a waiver of certain requirements necessary to retain an existing structure's floor area height, setbacks, and existing parking credits. When an applicant replicates or restores a contributing building, replication means an exact replica. Restoration means to bring back or to put back into a former or original state. This is not applicable to the contributing building unless each building is being replicated or is being restored as defined. This is not the case here and warrants a denial of the waiver. The applicant also seeks to construct the 65,000 square foot basement and wants to encroach 13 feet into the rear setback of subterranean driveway. This variance fails to meet 3 interconnected requirements: that the applicant show a hardship, that hardship is not self-created, and a hardship may not be found unless the applicant cannot make any reasonable use of the property. Or put another way, the alleged hardship renders it virtually impossible to use the property for its own purpose. The applicant has failed to present any argument that it cannot use its property for a hotel without the need for the requested variance. Therefore, the project fails to comport with all of the variance criteria and should be denied. The practical difficulties standard does not apply here because there's no definition of the practical difficulties in the related special acts, the zoning code, Florida statutes, or Florida cases. Finally, the staff report is not competent substantial evidence. Such evidence is fact-based and relevant. To be relevant, the applicant must show there's a relationship or a nexus between the alleged evidence and applicable legal criteria, and he did not do so. As presented in my letter, the application should be rejected or at a minimum continue to give the applicant an opportunity to provide clarity to its application and how it meets the city's requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Your next speaker?
Mr. Advikov.
Yes, Stephen Advikov.
Hi, Mr. Advikov. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, for your time to speak with you today. I do request that I have some information I'd like to share on my screen before my time starts.
I have any objections to sharing any screens?
It's just a presentation that I'd like to briefly.
That presentation hasn't been properly brought before the record.
Members of the public are allowed to give verbal presentations for public comment or attend the in-person public comment meeting room at the city's convention center. But we are not allowing at this point, the city as a policy, members of the public wishing to comment to share their screen.
May I ask a question?
Certainly.
If I was, if we were having this meeting in the chambers and I as a citizen came to speak for or against any project before any board, would I then be not allowed to raise up a piece of foam cord with some graphics on it and say, here's my analysis and I believe or I agree or disagree?
I don't think that's not the issue here. That's not the issue here. I think the question is whether the presentation was submitted timely prior to the planning department's administrative deadline to submit visuals, and I don't know. I don't believe it was.
Well, the presentation I'm requesting to share is not directly part of that document. This is a separate item.
No, I know that, but I think separately, as the notices for this hearing provide, any visuals that an applicant or a member of the public would like to present do need to be submitted to staff prior to a certain date. And so I would defer to staff on whether the presentation was submitted timely. But if it was not, then I suggest you present verbally.
Nick, this is. I just wanted to. I just heard one comment. You said it's part of his package.
No, I said it was not part of my package. I said it was distinct from my package.
And just for the record, staff has not, to my knowledge, received a visual format presentation from the speaker.
Alfredo, please.
Can we move on, please?
Okay. Nick, can you direct us forward, please?
Yeah, I mean, if the visuals were not submitted prior to the administrative deadline, then they can't be showed, but the applicant can use. I'm sorry, not the applicant. The individual can use whatever time remains to give a verbal presentation.
Okay, I think that's fine. So Mr. Avakov should be able to give his verbal presentation now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, for your time to speak before you today. I've devoted my entire professional career of over 30 years as a preservation architect to the protection of the historic built environment, much of it in South Florida. I just want to state that I've been a beach resident for the past 25 years, and I've been a South Florida resident for most of the past 34 when I enrolled at the University of Miami to study architecture in 1984. I'm just going to speak here today to provide my expert opinion, or my opinion as a citizen of Miami Beach as well, as why the Raleigh Master Plan does not comply with the terms and criteria of the ordinance and should be rejected in terms of its certificate of appropriateness. First of all, the applicability and the review for the certificate of appropriateness comes down to this, and the board members understand this. You have to consider the Secretary of the Interior standards. These are embedded in your ordinance, and the project must be reviewed in accordance with them. These are technical elements, 10 items specifically that have been in play since and been utilized by the State Historic Preservation Offices, local jurisdictions, the National Park Service for review of federal tax, historic investment tax credit projects. They stood the test of time and been used broadly and are broadly accepted as what the standards are in terms of preservation. So this project needs specifically to be held to these standards because these are contributing buildings in local historic district. So my first point is in compliance with number 2 of the Secretary's standards, the historic character of a property shall be retained and preserved. The removal of historic materials or alterations of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. Well, very clearly, 84% of the removal of building fabric of a contributing building, 2 contributing buildings, is significant. This is not preservation. This is demolition. Demolition of the work by Murray Dixon. His work is being demolished as part of this. And of course, demolition of the work by Melvin Grossman, whose work has been around for 66 years and was listed as a contributing resource at the time of designation. This is non-compliance with the Secretary of Standards for that particular item. Number 3 of the Secretary of Standards items points out, each property shall be recognized as a physical record of its time, place, and use. Changes that create a false sense of historical development, such as adding conjectural features or removing them, or architectural elements from other buildings, shall not be undertaken. Well, this demolition of the Richmond and the South Seas will generate 2 building footprints that have never existed, creating a false sense of history. The result will be neither a Dixon building, which I've heard talking about the glory of Dixon. That's not a Dixon building. And it's not a Grossman building that was added in 1954. This will result in a stump of what was there and is not going to be a contributing resource and brought back to its glory. So that item number 3 is in non-compliance. The next item, number 4 of the Secretary of Standards. Most properties change over time. Those changes that have acquired historic significance in their own right shall be retained and preserved. Now, the Grossman renovations have been identified as contributing. They're within the area of significance. They've existed on a facade for 66 out of the 80 years of that building. And they're mid-century modern. They reflect the evolution of the district. It's not in stasis. It's not frozen in time. 17% of the buildings in the district are classified as modern. And there's a whole genre of buildings that have become prominent. Their districts, MIMO is a recognized significant style in South Florida. And the Richmond and South Seas exhibit features of mid-century modern architecture. You know, this is really facadism, removing historic layers to create a facade on the face of a building that is no longer a Dixon building. This is the creation of Disney Deco. It's in non-compliance with number 4, the Secretary of Standards. The next standard that's not in compliance is Secretary of Standards number 9. New additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. Well, the scale of this building, you know, I've seen diagrams of the scale of the building, but we haven't talked about the scale upon the site of these contributing buildings in the district. That building is over 5 times taller than the Richmond and South Seas, or approximately 5 times. And it's over 2 times taller than the Raleigh's main volume, excluding the tower element. So the adverse impact is also, it's upon the site, upon these contributing resources in the district, but it also affects the surrounding district in terms of its shade it will create for the buildings, and also the scale and the sight lines of the other buildings in the neighborhood. So it's in non-compliance with number 9. And then finally, number 10, which is significant. You need to think about this as a board member in Miami Beach, because we've all been down through this road with progress. You know, I remember in the early 80s when, you know, the lower part of South Beach was considered to be demolished in the name of progress. And now look at it, it's so successful. I'm requesting 1 more minute, a couple minutes.
You know, one more minute and then you stop. Thank you.
Jack, quit.
1 more minute.
I think he's on mute.
Good, he's using his time on mute.
I'm sorry. I was muted here.
1 more minute only.
Great. I just want to talk to number 10 of the Secretary of Standards. Also needs to be under consideration here, that it speaks to the essence of reversibility. New additions and adjacent or related new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if they were removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and environment will be unimpaired. While demolition of these buildings cannot be brought back, demolition is irreversible. You're not in compliance with Secretary of Standards item number 10. And all of these items need to be approved in order to be in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness. Therefore, these demolitions, the removal of historic layering, and scale of new construction are not in compliance with the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Rehabilitations number 2, 3, 4, and 9. Therefore, in accordance with the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Ordinance, the requested COA must be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdikov. Very enlightening. Okay, Nick or Debbie?
So, Mr. Chair, I don't see any other members of the public waiting to be heard. So I think at this time, it would be appropriate for the applicant to have a few minutes to present any rebuttal, and then Following the applicant's rebuttal, the board can deliberate.
What about the vote for the waiver?
Well, you asked for a motion. You asked if there was a motion to waive the 30-day submission requirement, and there was not.
All right. Okay. Alfredo, we're happy to hear your rebuttal. Thank you. Thank you, Nick.
And I'll make it as quick as possible. I will ask some of my experts to respond because there were so many different topics touched upon by the comments we've heard in public. But most importantly, I want to restate that the basement is already 1/3 of that basement is approved and permitted by previous HPB boards, and that I want to introduce to the record the South Seas HPB 7353 order and staff report from May 14, 2013. They're still active approvals, which and the plans that go with it, which actually have the South Seas front facade restored back to the Elmore Dixon. They didn't go as far as removing the 4th floor on the original Elmore Dixon, but the previous boards have already not only approved basements in that area, but also seen the importance of Elmore Dixon. I would also like to, for the record, at this time, just jump into Jean-Francois, if he could be recognized, and Arthur Marcus, who could speak and respond to the Secretary of Interior standards that were raised. They are raising their hands and they could be recognized for a quick rebuttal. I would appreciate it. Okay.
Alfredo, are you stating that Mr. Lejeune and Arthur Marcus are now part of your team?
Yes, they are part of it. Well, Arthur Marcus has been since the beginning, and Professor Lejeune is part of our team. And you see our submitted documents, it does include that.
Was he brought on within the 30 days limit? Or you can bring in anybody until the last second?
The 30-day requirement is for written expert reports. It's intended to give the board, the applicant, members of the public opportunity to study the written reports, and as to the applicant, it's intended to give an applicant the opportunity to rebut. But I don't believe Alfredo's looking to introduce a new written report.
But it seems very strange to me that Professor Lejeune at our last meeting was speaking on apparently giving drawings opposing this project, and now he's on their team supporting it. I don't understand that.
I could respond to that. Number one, what I'm introducing at this point is completely a rebuttal, and under the code, I'm allowed, the moment that Tucker and all the public comment that raised any objections to the project or raised any issues, the applicant is given the right to respond. And I'm not under a 30-day window. Had they not raised anything, I couldn't introduce it. I'm now responding in my rebuttal to what they have verbally introduced. So Jean-Francois is part of the team. Arthur Marcus provided the historic research reports that this entire board has had since back in May, has been part of the submittal. So I just wanted them to say a few quick minutes as part of the rebuttal, because they're my experts.
Mr. Chair, a point of information.
Yes. Hi. Yes.
And because I was wondering about this when I was contacted by the applicant during this week, when they used that word team, that Mr. Lejeune was on their team, and it just made me wonder, and I actually have it written down in front of me, the first thing on my paper. Is Lejeune a paid lobbyist now, and is he registered?
He's been hired as an expert in historic preservation, and he is responding to rebuttal, so he doesn't require to be registered. And Nick could elaborate.
Nick, can you please clarify that? Because I thought at the beginning you said experts were. I'm not a lawyer, so can you elaborate?
Well, it's a separate question. So what I addressed earlier was the 30-day submission deadline for written expert reports. So that's not an issue here. As far as I understand, Alfredo, I don't think you're seeking to introduce a new written report. What you're asking is the expert required to register as a lobbyist? And
he's a member of their team.
As part of a rebuttal. They wouldn't have spoken if it wasn't for the public comments that opened that door.
He spoke earlier. Was he speaking as a member of your team, or was he speaking as a member of the public when he was endorsing your project earlier?
I would point you to the definition of lobbyist in 2-481 in our code, which excludes from the term lobbyist expert witnesses who provide only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in public meetings. So for the same reason that I don't believe Mr. Advokov had to register as a lobbyist, I don't believe Mr. Lejeune does if he's being brought on as an expert witness. But I don't know what he's being brought on for. I'm giving an opinion in a little bit of a vacuum.
I will confirm that his testimony is limited as an expert in historic properties. He's written a book that many have cited throughout this public comments and dealing with L. Murray Dixon. So all I'm asking is for his rebuttal to be allowed to rebut and to comments regarding the Secretary of Interior standards, allegations of demolition of what's being demolished and within the property. So having said that, and Arthur Marcus has been on board for over a year.
That's not a question.
So, but nonetheless, he's limited to rebuttal evidence, and that's what he's doing. And he's an expert on historic. We can all agree. I mean, unless someone's disputing that, is not an expert in historic preservation, who's co-authored books in the subject that impact these particular buildings. I don't see where the objection to
my inquiry was not an objection, but rather just that, an inquiry. And it makes me wonder, on his previous testimony as part of your team earlier, was that as part of your team? Was that, it seemed he was lobbying now as part of your team. And that's why I wrote it down. That's why I'm asking. So I'm not, it's two parts. It's the rebuttal and what he said before. Was he supposed to register as a lobbyist? And that's all. I mean, we're talking about rules and splitting hairs. And so let's be fair.
But yeah, I don't think it really, the issue of whether he's being brought in for the rebuttal or not is what determines whether he's required to register as a lobbyist. It's whether he's an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony. So again, the obligation and the responsibility to register is on the individual lobbyist. So I don't know I can't weigh in on what he's being brought in for, because I haven't, I don't have a crystal ball. So I would defer to Alfredo on.
But you were here for his previous testimony.
Yeah, of course I was, but I don't. How would I know that an individual who spoke during the public hearing at a prior meeting has now been retained by the applicant? I wouldn't know that.
He wasn't part of our original presentation today. He spoke in the public comment as a public, I guess, as he did before. I am asking for him to be, for the limited scope, as an expert in historic preservation, to respond to the statements that were just presented by Mr. Gibbs, expert.
Can we move forward here, Nick? Sorry, Scott.
I want to just jump in because I did see something and I didn't think much of it at the time, but now we're having this conversation and I just went back to it and I'm looking at now, I pulled up an email that Alfredo sent. He sent it to everybody, meaning all the members and the staff. This was received this August 9th at 1:26 p.m. and it includes a low resolution file of, I guess, some of the changes he made. And if you download that and look at it, I'm looking at it now, and if you look at the cover page, the Raleigh Master Plan, where it lists all the owner, the architects, and everything, Francois Lejeune is listed as an architect on the cover page of the packets on the plans. So I'm wondering if does that mean that he is working for the applicant? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I mean, when I did see that when I opened this originally, and I didn't think much of it, but now we're having this conversation, and it's obviously there's some question here about what his responsibilities are as either an expert witness or a member of the team. I don't know legally what this means, but this is the email that Alfredo sent on August 9th. Again, I received it at 1:26 p.m. At least that's what it shows. And it shows I guess it's, anticipation of the HPB hearing on August 11th. I wanted to send you a copy of the presentation for the hearing. That's how it starts. And it's the new, the changes that were made. So again, this is a question for Nick. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'll leave it to you to tell us.
What is the question?
The question, it's answer. Does it help you answer the question that Barry is asking? Is Professor Lejeune, does he need to register as a lobbyist, or is he now speaking as an expert witness?
The only answer I can give is the one I've given, which is based in the code, which is to say that as a general rule, anybody retained, whether paid or not by a principal, is required to encourage the approval or defeat or modification of an application, is required to register as a lobbyist. That said, the term lobbyist specifically excludes expert witnesses who provide only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony. So, it's the burden of the individual speaking. It's the burden on the lobbyist to determine whether or not the code requires them to whether or not the code defines them as a lobbyist and requires them to register. But that's the distinction in the code, is if it's only expert testimony, scientific, technical, or other specialized information, then that testimony would be excluded from the definition of lobbying, and therefore the individual would not need to register. But I don't know what else to say. I mean, I'm reading the code requirement, and I think the board is asking a question of whether this individual has registered and whether they're required to register. My response is, if they're only providing expert testimony, only scientific, technical, or other specialized information in this meeting, then under the code, they would not be. If it's anything beyond that, then they would be.
And just to add, Scott, if you notice that same presentation, which is a presentation we showed today, they're listed as architects. So is Arthur Marcus, because both Arthur Marcus and Professor Lejeune are registered architects, but they are on the team as part of the historians and designers. Regarding the historic character,
that sounds like a finer line, Alfredo. If they're on your team as architects, then I think they would be required to register.
Their title, they're licensed architects, but they're hired specifically for the historic reports. For example, I understand that we have Kobe, who's registered because he's the architect who's designed the building. We have Arthur Marcus and also Professor Lejeune, who have consulted on the historic character, and we brought him on board because of his expertise and written books on L. Murray Dixon to allow a better restoration, once this project is approved, God willing, of the three crown jewels that everyone wants us to take every step.
Alfredo, you're straying from the point. My question is, and I'll ask it again. At the last meeting, Professor Lejeune apparently opposed your project, and now if he's working for you, I would assume that he's in support of the project. I don't understand that.
He pretty much stated support.
I think Jack is very clear. He made some comments as a public last month, and from those comments, we felt that adding him to the team for the historic knowledge that he possesses on these Elmore-Dixon buildings, and we brought him on board. He agreed to consult on the historic character of the buildings. So there is no ambiguity. And in my documents that I've submitted to the record and to the board, by email and even the presentation today, has his name on it. So I'm not hiding any, I'm not trying to, if he was one of the architects at Kobe, just like Kobe, we would have registered him. But he's only providing, and had this public comment not come out in the way it came out, attacking the historic integrity of our project, I would not be required to rebut and introduce the evidence. I mean, that's what's opening the door for me to even rebut. If there was no comment or allegations raised by another individual representing the Shelbourne, I would have nothing to rebut. And this board would say, you have nothing to say. There's no one on your team needs to talk.
Okay, Barry, does that, in the interest of time, does that satisfy your question, Barry?
No. I would have asked the question whether rebuttal or not, and I'm sorry to go on and on and on, but I see Mr. Lejeune as a member of your team and lobbying for the promotion of this project. And that is how I read his earlier testimony. And however the board goes, I'll take that into consideration for my vote.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, I think we should move on. Regardless of, I think it's more of a legal issue. I mean, I'm still interested to hear what he has to say. But, I think this is more of a legal issue that either the city will take up or someone else. So, I mean, I think we should just move on.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Professor Lejeune, would you please speak, if that's okay?
If he's recognized, raise.
And he is still under oath from the public.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It was particularly uncomfortable listening a conversation about me without being able to even intervene. I don't think this should be a practice of the board and of the city of Miami Beach. It's extremely.
Professor Lejeune, this is Alfredo.
I would like to
Professor
make.
Lejeune,
Yes.
It's Alfredo. Do me a favor, let's limit this to a rebuttal at this point to the comments, which is what we're asking you to do as an expert historian.
I still have to say, one, I'm not a licensed architect.
Oh.
I'm not a licensed architect. This is not what I submitted to the office when we discussed. And secondly, the presentation of 2 minutes that I did about half an hour ago was personal. I made it clear that I had some reservation about the project, and I even gave direction to what I would suggest the project evolve towards. So now I'm responding in relationship to the report introduced by Mr. Sakharov and
Professor, let me stop you.
Yeah.
Professor.
Yeah.
Okay. The report was not introduced to the record. I'm only asking you to respond to the public comments that were just done in the public record.
All right, but
I mean, he restated, he might have restated things, but whatever was stated on the record, if you could quickly respond to those statements, and that is a limited point I need. Thank you.
Let's say it's really very difficult to do this, but let's say that pretty much the point or the general argument of the Tucker letter and the report is that the Raleigh Master Plan is proposing to destroy 84% of the historic structure of the South Seas and Richmond. I think this is unsustainable. I mean, there is no question that the only real architectural significant portion of the Richmond and the South Seas are the facades on Collins Avenue, as well as the lobbies and the particular design of those. The transformation that took place later on in the 1950s by Grossman were done without, let's be honest, without much concern for the integrity of his predecessor work. These transformations were driven by the desire to increase square footage. The consultant has argued that these modifications are relevant as they were present at the time of the historic designation. This argument does not hold in light of the lower quality of their design and the fact that the Historic Preservation Board has over the years approved and often recommended that previous design be reinstalled in the process of the restoration. The consultant also misunderstood my comments. I never praised in my deposition a month ago, I never praised the redesign, the facade that Grossman had designed on Collins Avenue in place of Dixon. The only praise that I gave to Grossman was the facade facing the beach, which were definitely in the 1950s style, and about their demolition of which I have expressed concerns already even today. So the report misinterprets me in many, many ways, and this is extremely problematic. The long sections of the Murray-Dixon hotels, the long section about more than 200 feet, are essentially, let's be honest, that Dixon has done a wonderful work on Collins Avenue, but these long sections, these long bar with corridor 200 feet long, with very little light and very little enjoyment, architectural enjoyment, do not stand as historic. They're speculative part of the project. This is not to the quality of what Dixon himself has done in the Flamingo District or on the Collins Ave, on the Ocean Drive in similar situation. He basically designed very simple wall with very simple facade. That's it. I cannot consider those parts historic. They were built historically at the same time, but they cannot be considered historic. They're really banal, and their demolition would not be a major problem.
Perfect.
So this would be essentially what I would say. There are other things that can be said, but that would be regarding the design of the tower. I have already expressed my.
Professor Lejeune.
Yes.
Let me just stop you. That's all the expert testimony that I needed Professor Lejeune for.
Okay.
So on the historic comments, and I have Arthur Marcus who will say a quick minute, and then the only other expert I need is Christy Brush, who is our expert speaking on the allegations about the sustainability that were raised in public comment. And
Mr. Chair, just as a procedural point, the clock has been running for 5 minutes on the rebuttal. Would you like to allow additional time?
Absolutely. We want to hear what they have to say.
Okay.
I will, if Arthur Marcus has his hands raised, can be ready, and we'll make it under 2 minutes, just a quick, and then Christy as well. Christy Brush, thank you.
I don't believe Mr. Marcus has been sworn in. So do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Is he in yet?
I see his hand up.
I see his hand up, but they haven't allowed him in. There you go. He just came in. And if you could bring in Christy Brush, it could go smoother, and they could both be sworn in. Okay, but we have both Christy Brush and Arthur Marcus. So Nick, if you want to go ahead and swear them in.
Yes, so can you both state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Arthur, could you give us your response to the historic the allegations on the historic character of the buildings, and based on your 3 historic research reports that are part of the record?
And do you so swear, Mr. Marcus?
Arthur, hello. Can you unmute yourself? Can't hear you, Arthur. Christy, can you Did you respond, Christy?
Arthur is on, but Arthur does not have audio capabilities, so he would either have to call in through the.
Does Christy have the audio capabilities? I'll skip over to Christy, and if Arthur get it resolved, I don't want to delay this hearing too much. Does Christy have audio capabilities?
Christy is on.
She does.
Christy is on. Christy, are you there?
I am on. Yes.
Yes, she's on.
Okay.
So I can proceed to respond to the concerns noted by Mr. Gibbs regarding resilience. There was a concern noted relative to the grading proposed on site, as well as compliance with the city's regulations, FEMA, city and Florida Building Code regulations relative to the existing and proposed structures in the AE and X flood zones. So there is some regrading proposed on this site. It's consistent with and similar to other redevelopment projects in this stretch of Miami Beach, where there is some minor regrading. It is a relatively small amount in the context of the other grade elevations in the area, and it's consistent with the city's approach from a resiliency perspective and a climate change mitigation perspective to raise roads and to slightly increase grades, reinforce sand dunes, things of that nature to protect the city from flooding events caused by coastal storms and other periodic high tide events, things of that nature, also rain events. There's an extensive resiliency programming in terms of stormwater management, managing the water that falls on this site in a sensitive way to the environment and to surrounding properties. And there have been materials submitted to the record on that already to date. In terms of the AE and X flood zones, it is correct that the project and the existing and proposed structures reside in both AE and X flood zones, as designated in the FEMA flood insurance rate maps. The AE flood zone is the more stringent of those two flood zones. However, the city generally requires in X flood zones that if you're doing something like a basement or any construction below the base flood elevation that's adjacent to an X zone, they do require that you essentially apply the base flood elevation of the adjacent AE flood zone, which in this case is plus 8 feet, NGVD to the X zone. So essentially the whole existing and proposed structure, the envelope of that structure will be dry flood proofed to 1 foot above the base flood elevation or to plus 9 feet NGVD as is required under the city's code and under the Florida Building Code. And the design team also did choose, and the owner, recommended and ownership agreed to additionally provide additional protection at the driveway entrance to the basements so that those flood panels would be even to a higher level of protection. So, in my expert opinion, I do believe that the project has met or exceeded the city's codes and demonstrated that there has been sensitivity to the neighborhood and to the adjacent properties.
Thank you, Christy. I just wanted to add regarding the basements, and Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, but the most eastern portion of the basements in question have already been approved and permitted and built all up behind the Raleigh. So majority of the basement that we're talking about that under this approval really is going has a more westerly position than the lower setback on the Raleigh that was a pre-existing. I think Arthur's on the record. Arthur, are you there? I don't want to delay. Arthur has submitted 3 historic research reports. We stand by the records of his reports. I just wanted to add that on the sustainability components, we've also submitted numerous expert reports, timely submitted them over the period of this application, and I fall back on those on the record, and that we do have competent substantial evidence to provide an approval for this project, and the staff report is also considered competent substantial evidence in reviewing the entire application. With those points, the only thing I have left is to really talk about the staff conditions. That'll be really quick, Mr. Chair. I can tell you that after working diligently with staff, and we had issues with several conditions in the past, we are 100% in support of staff's currently proposed conditions as presented in the staff report, and are requesting no changes or deletions. So we do support unequivocally the proposed order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. Debbie or Nick?
I believe, does that conclude the applicant's rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay.
So Mr. Chair, now it's the board's time to.
We haven't closed public input. I just want to give one last chance. Is there anybody, neighbors, anybody out there who would like to add their comments at this point before we close public comment forever? Last chance.
Oh, come on, Jack.
Excuse me.
The only thing I'd like to say, Mr. Chair, is if you do reopen the public hearing, you run the risk that issues reopen.
I thought we had not closed it. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, moving right along. Shall we call for the question? What's wrong, Nancy? Shall we?
I am waiting for you to call the board to discuss this.
Yeah. Okay, we're calling for the board to discuss this now.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, Nancy.
No, I don't have to be first. I've expressed myself plenty.
Okay. So
bring me back after the others speak.
Okay. Scott?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we all know pretty much quite a bit about this project. I'm going to try to be brief. My concern with this project, my only concern with this project from the beginning, was how close the new tower is proposed to be to the beach. I don't have an issue with any of the renovation work that's being proposed. I don't have any issue with the demolition work that's being proposed. I don't have an issue with the height that's being proposed. My concern is strictly the closeness of the new tower to the beach and the boardwalk. When you're walking on the boardwalk, I've walked on that boardwalk there, and I imagined a 17 or 18-story tower being built there. And I look over at the Shelbourne, and I look at the cabanas there, the 2-story cabanas, and that's roughly how far east the eastern facade of the new tower is going to be. And it's going to look, in my opinion, quite overwhelming. Obviously, when you're walking on the boardwalk, that's going to be a heavily landscaped area, and that's going to block out quite a bit of the building. But looking up, you will see the building. You'll see I know it's only about 73 feet wide, but it does go, continue to the west about I think they said about 200 feet or maybe a little more. I forget the exact number. So you're going to see a kind of a wall there. And if you look at I think all the properties to the north and south of that for at least a few blocks, there's none of those tall towers are as far east as this one's proposed to be. So that's always been my concern. I initially thought from the beach it would be a little overwhelming, but I walked on the beach there and I'm imagining the building, and I don't have that concern anymore. My concern is mainly from from the boardwalk and, possibly walking through the dunes and where the hard pack is. So that's my main concern. I've had, as we all, I've spoken with the applicant a number of times and, I've made some suggestions. I know one of my suggestions is not very popular, which is pushing the building back a little bit. Like I said, I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I could live with the building as it is, but pushed more to the west. I suggested too, taking the upper half of that building or the upper 7-8 floors and stepping them back quite a little bit. Because like I said, the landscaping that's on that portion of the property there will block out the first, 8-10 floors maybe of the building. It's hard to envision exactly what it's going to look like, so I'm sort of just estimating. But with landscaping there, maybe the top, each floor above 9th or 10th to step back a little bit, that may go a long way. Look, I understand as the applicant, they want to keep as much square footage as they can get, and that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. So I suggested also, instead of pushing the entire building back, perhaps leaving the eastern facade, the eastern footprint, if you want to call it that, where it is, and extending the western facade a little bit more to the west. 20 feet, 15 feet, something like that. I'm not talking about moving it back to the middle of the lot, but enough where you can gain some square footage there and subtract that square footage from the upper floors on the east facade. So, I'm not the architect. I can only suggest a few things, but my main concern from the very beginning, and I've had a number of conversations with Alfredo. This is the only thing I've ever spoken about with him. I'm good with everything else with the project. That's my concern. Our duty is to protect not only the historic characteristics of buildings, but neighborhoods and locations. It's not just a building per se. And I think the beach is one of our best assets here. One of our probably the most historic asset here, because it's been here long before any other buildings built on Miami Beach. So I just have that, I'm envisioning a building there and people walking on the boardwalk. And I just think it's I think it's going to be a rather, I don't want to use the word ominous, but when people are walking by on the boardwalk, you want that feeling of openness. You want to be able to be like you're away from everything. There's going to be a rather large wall in front of them when they're walking north and south on there. So that is my concern. That's my only concern. I've tried to, suggest some things. I know the applicant is afraid if they try to move it or do something, they may lose some other board member support. But, I think if we're all in one way or another in favor of this project, I think we need to do some kind of, or come to some sort of agreement or compromise so it can move forward if that's the direction we want to go. And I'm open to that. I'm definitely open to that. So again, that's my main concern. It's the location of the building and how it's going to affect the experience for people walking on that boardwalk. So with that, I'm interested to find out what everyone else has to say.
Thank you very much, Scott. Rick?
Hi, good morning. I think this project, it's a lot about the balance between preservation and development. I'm very excited about having these historic buildings be preserved and be, accessible to the public, the rally in particular. Understand that, in order to achieve that kind of high level restoration, there needs to be funding for it, and that comes from the development of these properties. If it were up to me, I wouldn't, as a planner, I wouldn't allow towers on the beach. But the fact is that Miami Beach does allow them, and they're acting within their rights. And I think that they have been, really outright in their effort to meet the demand hands of everybody on this board and everybody else leading up to this board. I appreciate the modifications that were made since our last meeting. I appreciate Jean-Francois's input, and I think what he mentioned today about, further developing that stepping down towards the ocean would only benefit the identity of the building and also further peel away from the beach, which I think is only good. I was looking forward to seeing some of these shadow studies. We know that, this is a big building and there's going to be shadows. Alfredo mentioned that it would be really, limited to, a part of the day, only during a part of the month on the neighbor's pool, which is great. I'm feeling good about where this project is. I saw the email come in late last night. I glanced at it. I'm not going to read through this thing, for a 9 o'clock meeting. I don't think it's fair to everybody else who submits their information on time. So, I'm not paying any attention to that right now. The concerns that were voiced, from the public today, I think are important and should be taken into consideration. But where it stands now, I think it's come a long way. And, I'm glad to see that they have the team that they have. And I trust that the staff analysis is good and right and just, and that their involvement will continue to improve this project as it moves forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rick. Barry?
Yes. I think the project's come a long way. The tower still, and I've said to the architects and the owner from the very beginning and said here, I find it imposing. And I understand what Rick just said, that to have the opportunity to restore those existing buildings, in essence, we need to pay for it. But something that was said earlier today by one of the public speakers was just mention the Deauville. And that kind of scared me in reference to the Raleigh, especially. And, so it's like, are we in this Deauville syndrome versus heightened mass? And I think that we're close. And I also agree, and I'm really sitting here sketching over their elevation, which is not my job. But what Mr. Lejeune had referred to of stepping the building back, my only concern is that in my discussions, presentations from the applicant, didn't seem to me a willingness to give up a square foot on that tower to make this project work. And I'm not in charge of their dollars. I'm not in charge of much, but I think I have an obligation as a board member to ask certain questions, really for the integrity of the process, nothing personal to anybody. And in the integrity, I'm thinking of things that could come after this project, any decision we make. But I've said, and I'll say it again, I mentioned to the architect in one of the meetings that I can just imagine walking from Collins Avenue to the tower, through that garden, is just going to be magnificent. But I think when you look from 18th Street, when you start coming, opening up at that Collins and 18th Street, it's imposing, and something that's happened before doesn't make it necessarily right to keep making those mistakes. That when the aerials images were shown from the ocean, yeah, this is not as imposing as some others, but it's still pretty imposing. And I did have concerns earlier with the restorations of the smaller hotels, that they were just there as decoration, facades, and I really appreciate them coming into more actual uses and the interiors being restored more authentically. But I would hope that there could be some give and take on the massing and the height, and those are my real concerns. And I do appreciate the information from Mr. Lejeune. I just felt from other boards that I've been on and other situations that those questions need to be asked and answered correctly. And quite frankly, I don't think they were answered. But I appreciate his information, and I think his information was very valid and accurate, and I appreciate it. But that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you, Barry. That's very insightful. Max?
Thank you. I think the project that we saw today is an improvement over what we first saw as a board, and it reflects the input from staff, from the board members, from the community. So I appreciate that consideration. What is there to say now that hasn't already been said? I would echo a lot of Rick's comments. I feel like that was a more articulate way of putting what I had in my mind. I think if the board is going to be making design recommendations, though, for what we would need to see for approval, I think it would help to be specific with what those are. I'm ready to support the project. I'd like to see it go forward. And another thought, though, perhaps to plant something for future board member discussion, it might be helpful if we can spend some time thinking about buildings that have changed over time, what that means for our expectations of it from a historic preservation point of view, sort of which time periods would be controlling, or if this is really a case-by-case thing that we consider, but that's more of an ancillary point. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Kirk?
Hi there. So just a couple of comments. First off, I want to get this part out of the way, and I've sat for over 2 hours and have said nothing. In terms of the public comment and Professor Lejeune, I appreciate all of his testimony at the last meeting. I appreciate everything he had to say today. What really made me uncomfortable after the fact was for a paid vendor to be speaking during public comment and to be put during the same time frame, on an equal level with public input, without my knowledge as a board member, and I felt like that was misleading. I'm not sure if that is acceptable in terms of the process, but I think if a paid vendor is speaking during public testimony, it should at least be disclosed so we know, what we're hearing and who we're hearing from. As opposed to any member of the public who just comes to speak. But that said, I'm interested to know, are paid vendors allowed to come up and speak during public comment, or should they be during the presentation?
You raise a really interesting point because, honestly, I didn't know either. And I think if the board would typically expect a member of the applicant's team to appear at the beginning during the applicant's presentation. Now, is there a code requirement that says that a member of the applicant's team cannot appear during the public hearing? Probably not, but I think as a matter of form, the applicants should put on their entire team during their initial presentation.
Yeah, thanks. It just felt misleading to me. But going into my comments, and again, the history of this presentation has not been ideal, and I think COVID has a lot to do with that, being presented as a discussion item first, then as a very hurried item on the agenda, We're all doing the best we can. I want to say that from the very beginning, going all the way back to the text amendment, I was very uncomfortable with the height. I think, to use Clotilde's words, the ensemble between 17th and 18th Street is intact. Between 18th and 19th, it is not because of the Shore Club. And I think it's a shame. I appreciate that this is a compromise. In the future, as a board member and as a board, I hope we end up not putting ourselves and the city in as many compromising situations, but we are where we are. And I think in a lot of regards, this is a compromise. But going back to the idea of being where we are, I do want to address a couple of suggestions that Mr. Ciraldo and MDPL put forward in order to avoid future compromises. Two of those were the hotel use, which is my understanding through the letter that MDPL sent in, that the applicant was willing to proffer committing to hotel use for the Raleigh unless such time that, I don't know what the technical terminology was, unless such time that the HPP would approve it being used otherwise, say for condo use. Why would we not take advantage of that if these concessions and a lot of the support that this project has been given from the public was predicated on keeping the Raleigh as a hotel? Why would we not include that in the order?
Are you done, Kirk? Or?
No, I'm not done. That's a question I'd like to have answered. Can we answer these questions? Because this is the final run here. I guess that would be to the legal team or to staff. Is there not a reason we would lock in hotel use?
So,
the Raleigh?
I can respond to that, and I did speak with Nick Kalergis on this issue. The Historic Preservation Board does not have jurisdiction over use. Use is allowed per the underlying zoning district, and there are certain conditional uses that the city's planning board has jurisdiction over. Therefore, if there were to be a change of use in the future, a requirement to go back to the board for a change of use would not be a proper application, for example. I don't have any issues, and I'm also very pleased that the applicant has proffered to have this, for the foreseeable future as a hotel, which is the original historic use. So we're obviously very supportive of that. But to put a condition in the order requiring it to be a hotel, in the city's opinion, was not the proper place for such restriction.
Am I incorrect in understanding that the applicant was willing to do that? That's what the letter said. I don't know if that's accurate.
And that is accurate. But and the applicant did approach us requesting that. And at that time is when we spoke with the city attorney's office, and we determined that even though the applicant was willing to put that in, that it wouldn't be proper for the board to put that in, specifically requiring a use and requiring that a change of that use would have to go back to the Historic Preservation Board, because that is not in your jurisdiction.
So are they still willing to include that if we do not include it in the order?
I mean, I would let the applicant speak for themselves.
Mr. Chair, could I respond now, or do you want me to respond at the end after everyone's talking?
Respond now to get it out of the way.
Kurt, we are committed to keeping the Raleigh Historic Building a hotel. It has been the intention from the beginning as two properties. And I think I could maybe find a middle ground with this, in the sense that this project has to go to the planning board, because there is an existing conditional use permit for just the Raleigh site that would have to encompass all three properties. And we could commit, and I've always been a man of my word, that we would request that that condition could be in the CUP, that the Raleigh would be a hotel. So maybe that could be a middle ground. I mean, we are committed to keeping the Raleigh a hotel, the residential, similar to other projects along the beach.
Thank you. Next question, timeline. and this was also brought up in an MDPL's letter, considering that the work that's being done to the existing 3 structures, we're not adding on to those per se. Is there any reason why the restoration of those 3 structures cannot proceed in advance of the tower? Is there any reason why that would be on hold while the tower gets built?
You want me to respond? Happy to respond.
I'm trying to just get all of these questions out of the way.
No problem. I'm happy to respond. I was holding it to the end because that's in the past, that's what's been asked. But yes, the intention is there's an active building permit for the Raleigh site. Clearly, the South Seas and the Richmond, if we are successful today in getting an order approved, we would immediately move to revised permits and getting a full building permit. But we can't start actual demolition of the portions that are being demolished without the approval of the full project. That's a code requirement that I know from many years ago that change occurred. So we would start work, we would continue work. We're more comfortable to work on the Raleigh portion because we know the overall scope of the project.
Okay. Are we able to commit to the Raleigh work starting first or no?
We have been working. We've done a lot of work on the Raleigh, and we do commit to start immediate work on the Raleigh. Now that we would know if there's an order, the entire scope, because obviously the Raleigh permit needs to be modified to address this new approval, even on the Raleigh site.
And Debbie, is there a way of including that in the order that the historic buildings get restored first? Raleigh does?
So there's a couple different options and a few things the board has previously included in some orders. The simplest way would be tied to the issuance of permits. For example, you could require building permits be issued for the restoration of the South Seas and the Richmond. Remember, there's already an active building permit for the Raleigh for significant restoration. The tricky part is with regard to some of the demolition, because the South Seas and the Raleigh, or in the Richmond, are, there's a significant component of demolition involved with that. But in order for it to be enforceable by the planning department, it should be tied to building permits. So for example, if you wanted to hold the building permit for their new tower until there's a certain benchmark completed with the South Seas and the Richmond, you could do that.
And the Raleigh as well, or no? We couldn't tie it to the Raleigh permit.
Well, the Raleigh, we have an active permit, so we're working today and obviously waiting on an approval to see which direction we take. But there is an active building permit today.
But can the building permit for the tower be predicated on completing or at least getting to a benchmark? I think that's fair. With the Raleigh, can they be tied?
Yes, Kirk, to answer your question, you could, and that might require a little more discussion, but we could put a condition in that holds the approval of the 18-story tower to certain benchmarks completed with the 3 historic or the 4 historic structures.
Okay, so for the board, I'm requesting if when we go to make a motion, if we could please just talk about that for a minute as a possibility. Wanted to mention, again, through this COVID situation and all of us not meeting in person, I think staff did a lot of great, amazing work on this project, and so did the applicant. I mean, this is a huge project. It's come a really long way. The one thing, and I just want to say this for the record, I know it can't be fixed, but in terms of the exposing the finial properly, right, on the Raleigh Hotel, the only thing that really strikes me, and we didn't really have a chance to talk about it because we didn't go into too great a detail about the historic preservation of the properties, but in fact, the 7th floor on the north side of the Raleigh covers the base of the finial, and it bothers me. I wish, I think if this had gone through the normal process, that possibly could have been addressed, but the entire 18th Street facade, there's an entire floor added on there. And, during this discussion I am assuming a lot of the parts of the Richmond and the South Seas that were removed were to open up FAR. And yet that one extra floor on the north side of the Raleigh, unfortunately, from that entire corner and north view, actually obscures the building from being what it historically was. And I take some accountability for that, because the way this was presented in pieces and discussions, I felt like that could have been addressed, but it wasn't. And here we are. Next topic, details and finishes. I've discussed all of these before, but I want to make sure they're for sure addressed in the final order between staff and the applicant, because we talked about the details, the finish work, the colors, the vitrolite. I don't want to see, for instance, where you have pink-filled keystone. I don't want it to be beige. I want it to be authentic, and we're not getting into those details. We're relying on the interaction between staff and the applicant on an ongoing basis as paint colors, the color of vitrolite, all of these things are exposed, that they will be restored in an authentic way. Is that something that's agreed and staff, Debbie, are we good on that they're not going to be doing like beiges where we had pinks and that we're going for the authentic finishes as they're exposed?
That is correct. That is my understanding. I am more than happy to include a specific condition just so it's crystal clear. I would like to point out, I don't believe that the cladding material on that vertical feature of the Raleigh was vitrolite. So just for example, we've looked into that very carefully. But yes, I think a specific condition regarding, as close as consistent exterior materials as consistent as possible with historic documentation in terms of physical material, finish, and color, I think is appropriate to include.
And interior public spaces, yeah?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Kurt, I just wanted to respond to that. We actually are, that's our intent. So we would support, if that condition was proposed by Debbie, applicant would support it wholeheartedly.
I just want to include us all in the order since this is last year. So
perfect.
I'm sorry for taking a little bit of time, but I think this is an important project. Same with the lighting features, right, Debbie? The historic lighting features, within the, right?
Correct. And we actually have the condition regarding the exterior lighting fixtures.
Okay.
If you look at, and I know there's a lot of recommendations in our draft order. We do have some conditions regarding the Richmond because we know that was a pink keystone. So that was specifically in here. I think where we're missing some, Kirk, is at the Raleigh because that is governed by a previous building permit. But it is appropriate to now roll in something more specific to this order. So I think we covered the South Seas and the Richmond pretty well in our recommended conditions, but maybe we could add something more specific to the Raleigh building regarding the colors and finishes.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome.
Next thing, which I've mentioned, this is the third time now. If this building, which is opposing, as a couple of the board members have stated, and I don't disagree with that, was the hope that it will be as light feeling. And so I want to touch on the glass. Are we clear that they were with the translucent glass to make sure that it seems light, even though it's not going to disappear?
Kurt, yes. We introduced those glasses into our last submittal in our presentation. Following that silvery glass, that you see the Four Seasons in Surfside.
Okay, so Debbie, we're covered on that, right? From your end in the order?
Kirk, that's a good point. I would add that as a specific condition. So we have a relatively generic condition about the exterior surface materials for the tower be submitted. But I think adding a specific condition saying, or expanding on that condition saying, and the glass shall be consistent with the plans submitted, which have the date on them, and as clear, the glass should be as clear as possible, consistent with the plans they had submitted. I think that's important to put in.
Okay. Alfredo, what was the term of that glass, the translucent glass?
Hold on. It was, 1 second. So many different notes. Toby, someone help me here. Okay.
Yes, sir. We agree. The glass is sea turtle, a silver white glass. We will provide a sample of the same glass that we have built at the Surf Club and equal to it, if you so desire.
E-turtle silver white.
Yes, sir. E-turtle silver white. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Last points, and I appreciate a lot of what Mr. Advokoff added. I think, he did make some really good points, and some points that, I even touched on before, namely a couple of them specifically being that, in the beginning I went back and forth because the Melvin Grossman facades on the Richmond and South Seas, I think, are very nicely done. I think they're historic in their own right. Interestingly, those are authentic as they exist. I'm not sure what you're actually going to find when you remove them, how much of the original historic material will be there, right? Nobody knows that, correct?
Right.
So the last thing I would add, I know we always talk about a recycling plan, and I don't know if there's any point for this, but I do think components of the Melvin Grossman facades, I think they're we're an incredible part of South Beach's history and Renaissance. I don't know if anyone wants, but for instance, like the South Seas sign, which is very iconic, is now going to be removed. I don't know if there's, a historical entity on the beach, the Wolfsonian or the MTPL Museum or somewhere else that could maybe have that. Rather than it going in a landfill, because it's very iconic and they've been very present as part of South Beach's history. So I hate to think they would just go right into a landfill without another thought if there was somewhere else where they could be used to display the history, whether it was on the site or somewhere else. Thank you.
Kurt, I could commit on behalf of the applicant. He would donate them. Obviously, he appreciates preservation. So if there's a MDPL, Wilsonian, the city, and it has the interest, we'll make it happen. So clearly, it would be a better place than a landfill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alfredo. Are you finished, Kirk?
I'm done, Jack. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Has any other board member yet to speak? I don't think so.
I have not spoken.
Nancy, welcome.
Yes, right. I have to tell you, in my 40 years of preservation, this is probably the most tortured project I have ever seen. But I think it's worth every minute of what has gone on here. But I'd like to make a few statements that came to my mind. I support this. I think saving the Raleigh is one of the most wonderful things the city can do. But I have several statements I would like to make based on what I heard today. First of all, I didn't hear anybody complain about the fact that when that text amendment came before us, some of you weren't here, but I didn't hear anybody objecting to it. I was berserk that they were going to make this height berserk. And I expressed myself, but nobody cared. So we had the text amendment. And now the text amendment has been one of the things that has helped the Raleigh come back. I think unless there was this kind of investment going on into it, nobody would have ever restored it. As far as the height, when the W Hotel was built on the beach, I didn't hear anybody complaining about that. When you look at the photos that Alfredo showed earlier, the W Hotel looms over all of the wonderfully restored buildings and those that are going to happen. So I don't think this problem about the height at this moment is something that should stand in the way of supporting it. I agree with the step back. Perhaps the architect can figure out how to step back so it isn't as obvious. As a resident of Collins Avenue and an owner of one of the beachfront apartments, we use the beach and the hotel all the time. We have never, ever had a problem with the shadows. The shadows were something that we enjoyed because after a day up there with that heat, I could never do it, but I don't know how anybody could. The shadows are a blessing and certainly not what the owner of the Shelbourne is trying to express. I have a question about the owner of the Shelbourne. I don't know if he wants to answer it or not, but word has had it that he was trying to buy the Raleigh or all of them. I don't know. I'd like to know if this is true, because it certainly lends a little insight over why the hotel owner is so against this project. There are projects just like this up and down the beach. Everybody gets a shadow. Nobody comes to try to step on anybody else's project. The last thing I'd like to ask, what are the historic features of the Melvin Gross, the rear parts of the hotels? What are the historic elements that are making this hotel seem to be something that we can't lose? We always approve, when asked, additions that go on hotels, take away some of the project to make room for something else. There are always these kind of things. So I don't understand what I'm missing about Melvin Grossman. Matter of fact, I live in one of his apartments that he built. It's a nice apartment. Certainly not something historic, even though it's about 50 years old. So if somebody can explain that, maybe MDPL, because I think they brought up this subject and have been talking about it, but I would really like to know what we're losing by taking down the Melvin Grossman rear end of his hotel, not even his hotel. And that's all I have to say. I have enjoyed this effort. I have never seen such an effort to try to do something so wonderful for this city. And I applaud those who see it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for your insightful and comments. We appreciate it immensely. Okay. Without further ado, I guess everyone else has spoken. It's my turn. I have lots to say. First of all, apparently I've heard from Scott and Barry and myself, and I guess somewhat Kirk. I don't want to speak for them, but I gathered from some of their comments that we still have some concerns regarding this property development. I don't know. So it's been suggested that it be moved further to the west, that more be taken off the top. several things. We cannot approve the project in its entirety without listening to all the board members and seeing if their concerns can be incorporated into the final project. If this is voted on today in a positive manner, obviously our concerns will not be taken into consideration. My basic answer to Nancy, I want to answer her first, is previous wrongs on the beach at that point make a right. There have been many towers, like the Satai and others, that have been built in many years in the past. That does not give justification for this tower. We are supposed to look at every project individually and look at it in its own light and of its own importance, and not use previous, maybe improper development as an example to why this should be passed. Basically, the reason I object to the project is I've read the Secretary of Interior standards now very carefully, perhaps more carefully than I ever read them before since graduate school many years ago. And I am convinced in my mind that the present proposal does not comply with the Secretary of Interior standards number 2, number 3, number 4, number 9, and number 10, which in my mind basically show that it is not in compliance and should not be approved as presented. I have met with the developer many times, and I'm sad to say that he has not been willing to give my suggestions any consideration whatsoever. By taking off a 30-foot chunk of the top of the building does not lessen its impact in any way, shape, or form to the beach or to Miami Beach or to the sand or the ocean or anything. It's just it's like a tick on an elephant. It doesn't help me in any way, shape, or form. I find that sad. I suggested that the building be made smaller, considerably smaller, or if that wouldn't work, that he consider a townhouse development there, which he could recoup his financial interest and have a low-rise, magnificent development on that same site that would not impact the historic buildings. He has not come back in any way, shape, or form with a comment on that other than to ignore these suggestions. In my opinion, this 300-foot long whale will block off the beach permanently and will be one more step in our march to have Miami Beach become another Sunny Isle. And that I am firmly opposed to. That runs counter to the ideas of historic preservation and will destroy the whole character of Miami Beach as it exists today. I can't go along with that. This is a major change to the beach in this particular area, which is basically open, airy, light, and uncluttered. We would be voting for an irreparable change to the historic landscape. And once that's done, it's gone forever. And I think we need to seriously consider that. This is just a totally improper infringement upon the historic character of that stretch of beach. And once it's there, it is never going to go away and will only encourage additional people, developers, to come and ask for similar treatment of their sand. And that will continue to erode the beauty and historicity of Miami Beach. There have been a whole list of people who are opposed to this plan. Many of the neighbors, the Shelburne Hotel people, Professor Lejeune in the past, Clotilde Luce, Tucker Gibbs.
He doesn't live here.
Preservation. Excuse me, Nancy, I'm talking. The Miami Design Preservation League, in part. Beth Dunlop, the esteemed historic architecture critic of the Miami Herald, is opposed to this, as is the Heritage Architectural Association. These people have vast experience in historic preservation and historic architecture, And I think that these people should be listened to. I plead with you to please vote not to accept this proposal as it is presented. This would be a blight on Miami Beach permanently. And with a little give from the developer, if he could make it shorter or do a townhouse development or anything not to have a 200-foot tower on that beach, I would be for it. I'm perfectly for the preservation and restoration of the historic buildings, but this tower is unacceptable, and it has been offered over months that we've asked him to lower the height or make it smaller. He has refused. So therefore, I cannot accept his knocking off a chip from the corner of the building. That's not acceptable. I'm not for this, and I wish he would reconsider because I want to be for it. I think a new building there would be exquisite and be a contributing factor to the historic district if it were done to the specifications of Professor Lejeune, who has commented on a ziggurat or a step back idea. There's nothing wrong with making it smaller. It appears to be money is the important thing here, not historic preservation. And I think we're here to try to make sure that historic preservation is considered. And in this case, other than preserving the facades of 3 or 4 buildings, and that's it, that is not historic preservation, that's facadomy. And I don't think that should be acceptable to this board. Sorry to take so long, but those are my feelings, and I thank you for your attention.
Mr. Chair, now that everyone's spoken, I've been taking notes on the different board members who had questions. Other than a few comments I responded to Rick, I'd like the opportunity to respond to the questions to the applicant.
We would never restrict anybody from voicing an opinion or giving their expert advice to us in any way, shape, or form. I always try to make that perfectly clear. We're open to all suggestions or information. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go in order. I think it's the easiest way. The first comments that came out, Scott referenced the potential to move the tower, step it back. I know that his concern was the views from the beach walk. I walked the beach walk this past weekend, and you get that peekaboo where even at times the Satai building disappears as you're walking the beach walk because of the vegetation. But regardless, we would accept a condition if that would satisfy Scott, maybe some of the other board members, that the tower setback that is currently at 100 feet from the east property line would be scaled back to 105, 107. If that's something that the board is interested in, we'd move the tower setback. So you're getting that pushback that you like. So that's my first comment. Then just let me go down. I know that I think I responded to most of Kurt's comments on his different conditions, and we were supportive on the planning board, hotel use, the lighting fixtures, the additional conditions of the Raleigh, the specific on the light glass, on the recycling plan. The only one that I had a little concern was that if you have to do all the 3 buildings first and then get a permit for the tower, that would create a problem, because part of what, and especially the Marseille, the most abutting neighbor, their concern is that everything is done as quickly as possible. So we could commit to working as fast as we can, but we should be able to get a permit for everything at the same time. I mean, ideally, during COVID, and I know the code doesn't allow you this power, we would have accepted starting the early demolition, getting the site ready, to then as you're getting a full building permit. But I know and you can ask Debbie and Nick, that's not an option. But so I say that. As far as the other comments, and let's see here, Jack, all due respect, I do not agree with your representations, but as chair, I respect you as a board member, and everyone is entitled to their personal opinion. I will clarify that our tower is not over 300 feet wide. It's actually, as been stated various times on the record, 227, less width than the Marseille is today or the Shelbourne. But I didn't want to get into, and I respected your comments. I think I've addressed the questions that have been, the board has been raising throughout your discussion. If I'm missing something, I'm happy to address or further comment on it.
I have a question, yes, or a comment. Why did you not consider a smaller tower and or townhouses, which could be price pointed the same as what you would make from this taller tower in respect to the historic district? No one has ever answered that question, and I think I'm at least owed that much. That's all I've ever asked from the very beginning of this project, and no one has given me any kind of reply. A 30-foot chunk off the top of the building should not be acceptable to this board under the Secretary of Interior standards.
Mr. Chair, I think we have responded, and I'm happy to have Kobe or even the applicant, Michael Schro, if you'd like to hear from him. One of the most overwhelming concern that everyone, not just this board, but the public along the entire journey this project has gone through, is its impact to the Raleigh pool and keeping that sense of openness. The unique characteristic that all three projects developed as one provide is you are, while independently you had approvals by different architects, great projects, you really had a massing of buildings that really created that closure. You have, under permit today at the Raleigh, 2 cabanas on the east of the pool, wrapped by the existing buildings to the south and the Raleigh. So the Raleigh pool, with our proposed project, the Raleigh pool will achieve greater light and air than it has since the 50s additions were added to those buildings at the setback. But I see Kobe. I don't know if Kobe wanted to add anything.
Yeah, and thank you. I just want to take a brief, and I think that the comments that were provided obviously can be, like Kirk and staff, can be implemented. But Jack, to answer you specifically, when I went up for the text amendment, you said certain terminology. I don't remember what it was exactly, but the preservation and restoration of these specific buildings, if what we are proposing to do it is really justifiable for the 200-foot building that we were getting the text amendment for back then. And actually, as you mentioned, the building was basically closer, if you will, to Collins Avenue. We have met with you. We have worked at pushing it back. I think that the notching back of the building, the 30 feet in and stepping it back on the top of the building are strong steps. I think also most important is that we value the ground level and the historic pool area, and we are essentially lifting the building up so that there is no, if you will, townhomes or 2-story lofts at the ground level, blocking the views or the experience to the beach walk. I think that we all agree that the open and the relief space at the ground level of the floating building is an important statement. You've been there with me when we did the Raleigh Gardens and we walked that area. And what we're doing is we're pulling that green carpet, if you will, of the Raleigh Gardens through the backyards. And I think that we all agree that the 85-foot structures that have been built there, some of them by Les Bellinson, some of them by other architects, they really are encumbering the site as was originally designed and envisioned by not only Dixon, but also by Igor Polovetsky. And you can see the image behind my back and how you can see the clouds and the light in the air. Now, in your terminology, when I went for the text amendment, I thought that you were supportive of the 200-foot building. And further to our discussions, we pushed it back. And further to our discussions, I stepped it down since last. And like you said back then to Michael Schvo at a meeting, that he deserves a medal, if you will, for his restoration for the historic buildings, specifically bringing back not only the Dixon public spaces and the Terrazzo's interior and exterior, but also bringing back the original finial and stepping down of the Raleigh, including the comments by Kirk, which I found to be quite correct in this presentation here. So I very much would have loved to have your support. I very much respect your thoughts and ideas, Jack. I've spoken to you multiple times, and I deeply respect your text approval. When you gave the text approval, I listened to the public hearing multiple times, and I deeply respect your opinion as an individual, as a neighbor of mine, as an architect. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Kobe. Thank you for your kind comments.
May I?
What? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nancy.
Nancy?
All right. I think somebody just said, I think it's an interesting thought. Why don't we invite the owner, Michael Chabot, up to discuss some of this? We have heard from the lawyer and we've heard from the architect, and I think it would be fair to hear his position, since he's the one who really has the burden of doing all this.
He paid them to represent him.
What?
He paid them to represent his issues.
Yes, but so you're saying he shouldn't be able to talk?
I think if he wanted to, he would have earlier when he had an opportunity.
I'm only asking. I just thought everything's being talked about, but he's the one who has to be the one in charge. He might be able to have some answers to some of the questions.
I leave it at the discretion of the board. We had the ability to have two applicants. I mean, I did have a question with Mr. Needleman. If my proposed amendment condition was something in the ballpark and acceptable.
Yeah, Alfredo, we did talk about this, and I don't think 5 feet is gonna make a big difference. I mentioned, I think 20 feet that may go, but again, I don't know how the other board members would feel about that. But it could be some measure in between, with more of the upper floors being set back on the eastern side of the building. Like I said, maybe start from halfway up the building. Set a floor back 10 feet or 15 feet. The next one set back a little bit more. Maybe that in conjunction with moving the building back. Again, it's hard to envision that, but that's something I'm more than open to. Also, the length of your building, you said, is 227 feet. And again, I don't know how the rest of the board would feel, but I'm open. If instead of 227, make it 240. And that, I know I said it before, you guys want to keep your square footage, fine. I'm trying to give you a way to keep it and still at least satisfy my concerns. But if you did that, it'd give you an opportunity to set back those upper floors on the eastern side, and still keep that. Perhaps if you go back more, you may even be able to bring the height down, which might help, convince some of the other board members. It's an idea. I'm not the architect, but I think I've clearly expressed my concerns to you. It's my only concern, I should say. And I'm trying to throw out ideas that I'd be open to looking at, but just 5 feet here, or what you did before, cut off the top corner of the building is not. I don't think that makes any kind of substantial difference in what I've been concerned with.
And Scott, I respect that, and well, the most we could really do is go 10 feet and keeping the other cutbacks that we proposed, that's part of our proposal today. So anything greater than that, we start interfering with the integrity of stepping away from the historic buildings and the functionality of the drop-off, underground drop-off, that everybody from the get-go has seen as a substantial benefit, since there were concerns from the original traffic consultants from the city and wanted to how traffic would be addressed on the site. Even though we're reducing the number of rooms, the solution we found of repurposing an approved built basement that was going to be nightclubs and venues to a drop off, I think everyone found it to be a greater solution. So we could, and this is the most we could move it back without creating substantial problems, is agreeing to the tower setback be at 110 feet instead of the 100 we are today. So we're moving it back 10 feet. We did the scale back. And quite frankly, I walked the beach walk and the beach, and the impact will be very minimal. And it is the natural character of the beach as you walk the beach walk. I typically go on the beach walk. My wife was out this morning when I was getting ready for the hearing. And you have that, as to coin a phrase from Kobe, it's that peekaboo. So as you walk, there are times you don't see anything. There are times it pops up at you. And that's the excitement of walking on the beach walk, in my opinion. But
AJ, can I? I'm sorry. My sound was breaking off when you were talking. Would you please be kind enough and restate your comments?
My comments.
Yes, sir. I would like to hear them. I heard part of the 20 feet. And
Kobe, my comments are the same as what I've been saying to you every time we've spoken. I have that concern with what the experience is for people walking on the boardwalk, as they're going north and south and seeing a rather long building as they're walking by. That just seems so imposing on them as they're walking
yes, sir.
on the boardwalk.
Terminology on the 20 feet and something else.
I'm sorry, repeat that. I didn't hear it.
You were mentioning something about the setback that you would like me to comply.
Oh, I said, Alfredo asked if we moved it back 5 feet or 7 feet, would that be okay? I said, that's not, I wouldn't satisfy me, but maybe let's say you move it 20 feet back or something like that. And then we talked, he said he couldn't go that far back, but I mentioned, well, maybe it's a combination of moving it back as much as you can, and also stepping back the upper floors much more than you did now, on the eastern facade, maybe starting from halfway up the building and stepping back the 8th or 9th floor so much, stepping back the 10th floor a little bit more. Because when I walked there on the boardwalk, the landscaping does block out quite a bit, at least the lower portion of the building. But, people look up. They're going to look up and they're going to see a building there, a long building. So stepping those upper floors back, with possibly moving it to the east, that would... I'd like to see it, but, because, we talked about this before, and you came back today with just chopping off a cube on the upper portion of the building. That's not enough for me. If you just did one more floor further down, set it back, that's not going to be enough. I mentioned roughly about 8 feet up. I'm sorry, 8 stories up, starting maybe halfway up the building and stepping it back. It's hard. I'm throwing out ideas that I'd be okay to, I definitely would consider, but it gets to the point where it's hard to envision all of that. But I can't tell you, well, if you set the building back 10 feet and then you set the 9th floor back 10 feet and then the 10th floor is set back another 10 feet, I'd go for it. I think I would want to see that, but that's the kind of thing that I'd be looking for with this.
And Scott, we understand, and I don't see this comment of the building overshadowing any experience on the beach walk, because it's clear that if you're east of the property of the Raleigh or the Richmond, you will not see any tower. The vegetation is so great that as you walk, you'll even lose the setae. Now, our images have shown that when you're a block or so away, then you see it at a distance, and that is accurate. The renderings, we had a professional render do the renderings. Actually, you see more of the setae if you stand on the beach walk just east of the property. Even though it's back, it's all restaurants and pools, so there is no buffer, and you are really seeing a large tower. But even then, it's part of that experience if you walk up and down the beach walk anywhere. The only thing I'd like to ask is, Board Member Klein, if that amendment has any goes to address any of your concerns, if we were stepping back 10 feet with what we've already done?
10 feet's a gesture. I think it also, like Scott had said, would involve additional step backs in the building, in the massing. And those some of those step backs, give and takes, cuts maybe on both sides. I don't think that it'd take a lot for me to agree with what Scott had kind of alluded to. Maybe you step it back and you fatten it up. That didn't sit well with me when he said that. But I think the building needs some more articulation in this stepping, in this removing sections of the building. I said in my comments, is this the Deauville syndrome versus heightened massing? And that's where I'm at. And just because it's been done doesn't mean that it should continue. And just because these big buildings have gone up doesn't mean it needs to continue, or at least get my blessing. So I hope that helps you.
No, and I understand. And we're not the Deauville, so it's, a fair
No, I
comparison.
just mean the Deauville in the sense of the Raleigh sitting there, the original building sitting there vacant is what I mean.
It is something I think the board also needs to take into consideration. If you want this building moved west, which I think then creates, now we're talking that it's going against the Secretary of Interior standards, because by moving west, you're now impacting the Raleigh pool, which from the beginning, everyone wanted more light and air in the Raleigh pool. The more
don't.
Huh?
Then don't move it and just reduce the.
That's not feasible.
It's and I can have the applicant speak if you want him.
Can I make a suggestion, if I may?
Yes, sir.
I heard Scott's comments, and I did study the potential to move the building with the drop-off, and also Michael Schvo has asked me to speak as well. So because I think that the comments are important. But Michael, can you be recognized for a second before I say something that is Michael Schvo available to speak?
It's up to the board.
Yes, he's more than welcome to speak.
Thank you, Chairman.
Michael, are you? I know he's been following the meeting, so if they let him into. If he raises his hand.
Yeah, he's raising his hand.
Oh, there he is. Nick, you want to swear him in?
Hello, can you hear me?
Wait, Michael, hold on.
Yes.
Nick, you want to swear him in?
Yes, do you swear and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Finglass, board members, firstly, thank you for spending the past 3.5 hours talking about this project. I mean, I think that just from the sheer time and the sheer amount of opinions here, clearly we all understand the importance of this project for Miami Beach. And I heard a lot of comments. You know, I feel like I'm standing naked on 18th Street right now, and everybody has something to say, which is fantastic. Let me give you my just kind of my thoughts on this. And I'm not going to, I don't think it's necessary for me to necessarily comment on every one of the items. First and foremost, we want to move forward with this project. You guys mentioned the Duville, Klein mentioned the Duville. We are not the Duville. We have made every effort to move forward. We're here before you today. We've made concessions and changes and had conversation with every board member and every neighbor multiple times, really to get to a middle ground that would satisfy everybody. Sometimes it's difficult to get everybody 100% happy, but we're trying to do our best effort to make as many people satisfied with our design. At the end of the day, you know, Alfredo made a comments at the end of his conversation. He said it's a unique opportunity to make sure that this area is preserved forever. And that's what historic preservation is about. It's to try to save what we've got, right? Not to restrict new buildings or a new 20-story building. And I'm sure, you know, Chair, you would agree with that. And the other members hopefully would agree with that as well. With regards to the restoration of the building, and I just want to touch about one item on that because there's been a lot of conversation about restoration. You guys all know I spoke to you individually. We are currently restoring 11 buildings by probably the most important architects in this country. You guys all know that I own the Transamerica building, the Pyramid in San Francisco by William Pereira. With the full restoration, we're restoring 4 buildings on Fifth Avenue with the architects that designed Rockefeller Center, Macy's, Temple Emmanuel, Grand Central, LAX. So this is not the first time, and hopefully not the last time, that we endeavor really to do something great with preservation. So when I hear some of the board members mention color and integrity, this is what we do. If you guys just go on our website and look at our projects, you will see one historic preservation after the other. You will see projects that have been approved by New York City Landmark Department. We're working with that San Francisco Historic Preservation Board. This is what this company does. We buy properties that are historic properties, bring them up to date, really at the highest possible level of finishes. And that's what we endeavor to do with the 3 Dixon buildings. You were referring to why we hired Professor Lejeune. We hired him because he is the #1 historian that knows these buildings, and we wanted to make sure that we can obviously have the knowledge on making sure the colors are right and the windows are right, and we all spoke about that. So, you know, I really hope, and, you know, I do appreciate, you know, Mr. Finglass's comment on the last hearing. He said, I appreciate Mr. Chabot's interest in historic preservation. He was proposing a terrific thing to the historic building, and he's to be given a medal for that. And Jack, I'm still waiting for my medal, by the way.
I will give it to you soon.
Okay, I'm waiting, Mr. Chair. With regards to the new building, I think you all know when we originally came to the text amendment, the building was further west, and I agree with I agree with Mr. Needleman's comments that yes, we could push the building further west, and we're amenable to do that. We've always been amenable to do that, like we've been amenable to do every single thing that we've been asked by this board. Okay, by individual members, by board members, by MDPL. I mean, we've worked with MDPL probably 15 different meetings, really to satisfy a lot of the historic elements here. With regards to the building itself, okay, we all want this to move forward quickly. We don't want to go back another month, another 2 months, another 6 months, and be in this constant, let the Raleigh sit there like the Duville. That is not my intent. But in order for us to move forward, I know that you know, Mr. Pascal had a you know, is looking for us to even start faster than we can, and we are ready to start tomorrow morning if we can get our approval and if we can get a building permit. We're, as Mr. Needleman, I mentioned to you privately also, we are amenable to pushing the building backwards. I think that part of what is probably not the best idea is to start chopping up the building and parts of it move and not parts of it move, because there's a lot of other, obviously you guys, there's half of you guys are architects, and you know that you have core, you have stairs, you have elevators, and at some point all that doesn't just jive together. And on the other hand, we're also trying to satisfy taking traffic off of Collins Street and having a driveway under 18th Street. So this is a jigsaw puzzle that we've spent the last 14 months putting together. I would ask the board, and I asked, Mr. Needleman, we are amenable to pushing the building away from the beach to satisfy your request. I believe, and maybe I'm presumptuous, but I believe that solution would get this building moving forward and not have the Raleigh sit there boarded up, having the South Seas and the Richmond boarded up. And if it's 5 feet or 10 feet or 12.5 feet, again, there is a point where it should satisfy everybody, where we're not overshadowing the Raleigh pool, while at the same time we're not overbearing the beach walk. But at the end of the day, the big picture here is that we are here to preserve what we've got. And we're looking to do this, and we're looking to do this now. And I'm asking, like I said, Mr. Needleman, I'm asking you, as the one that I think is proposing this pushback of the building away from the beach. Let's find a middle ground and ask the other board members if they are amenable to support that, so we could come to middle ground. And I know it's complicated because we're on Zoom, but we do want to bring this home, and I think. Even Mr. Finglas, who unfortunately does not support our building, would still like to see this project move forward. We might not be able to. Okay, so we might not be able to satisfy Mr. Finglas, but I wish we did, and it's not for the lack of trying, but we could debate that at a different time. I would like to figure out a solution here and a conversation, because right now we have everybody saying something. Let's have an open conversation. What can we do here as far as moving the building further away from the beach so we can move forward and start this project? And maybe Mr. Needleman, I know that I believe that Alfredo proposed 10 feet. I believe that Kobe has a way that he can move it maybe 12 feet without really messing up the driveways and without overshadowing the pool. So I would propose, if we move the building as it is, 12 feet. So the top of the building is actually 50 feet away from where it was originally. Would that satisfy you, so we can all, vote for this and continue and push this building forward?
I think, Mr. Schwo, that we can't do a CAD project on Zoom. I don't think that's possible. But I, for one, as chairman, and I think I do agree with Barry, that if there could be some proposal to lower the height, as he was suggesting, that would go a long way. My problem is with the massing and the bulk of the building in and of itself. But we need to have the building have less of a visual impact. So it's not a peekaboo, as Alfredo said. It's a Halloween scare, as you would round the corner. Massive thing sitting there. If we could lower the mass, that would be acceptable. I don't want to nix the project. You said I was against the project. I'm not against it. I'm against it as it is proposed, even without the 30-foot chunk being taken out of it. That's not acceptable. But if we could do something to lower the building and less the mass, I would not be opposed to that for anyone else. But that's me.
I guess. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Kirk, and then I'll speak.
Kirk.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm a little stumped because I feel like this is exactly where we left off the last time. That Jack and Barry, and I understand, and I don't think they're wrong in terms of their concerns. I actually thought we were coming in today to look at a project that was lower. My concern then, when you talk about shifting the building, when you're looking at like what Till Luce has been presenting in terms of the picture postcard, when you move the mass of the tower to the west, then the tower becomes potentially more oppressive to the historic skyline. I feel like we're going around in circles a little bit. And I mean, as I did last time, I was hoping to get to more of a consensus place with Jack's feelings and Barry's feelings and Scott's as well. And I feel like we're going around in circles again. Wasn't that where we left off the last time? Is that we were going to play with the height a little bit and lower it a little bit?
And we did.
What has been proposed is basically, in my opinion, nothing.
But what we have now is we're articulating where the edge of the building, the way it's designed on the west, but the building is not really lowered at all. Correct. And
yes, it was lowered, and Kobe could show you where it's been cut and lowered on the eastern portion.
Right, but not the height of the tower itself, which I think was. Am I wrong? Wasn't that the concern to begin with, Jack? Yes. Barry? Yes.
The building, yeah, Kirk. Overall, what we lowered in height were the mechanical areas, yet we did not lower the overall height of the roof. What we did is we stepped it back the 30 and the 20 feet. Having said that, I think to go with Scott Needleman's comments, what we can do is we can push it back to accommodate him. And at the same time, we really, I think, to make the Kirk and Scott and Barry combination together, I'm all open to hear a suggestion. But for example, if I was to push the building back 15 feet, right, and I lower the overall height of the building, then that gives me the solution that I would desire from both sides, east and west.
That's my concern, Kobe, is if you shift the building 15 feet to the west, then the height becomes visually more oppressive to the Collins skyline, right? To the Raleigh, the Shore Club, and the Richmond.
Yes, sir, which means that I would do the same stepping back ziggurat, if you will, on the west side as well to get the same sort of effect.
And what about just lowering the height? I don't know where the threshold is for Jack and for Barry, but I mean, if there was a middle ground where the height could be lowered and please everyone, that'd be wonderful. Is that a possibility or no?
I think if you say, Kobe, bring it back 15 feet and lower it down 10 feet, and we'll make a motion to support you today, I think that I'll turn around to Mr. Shvo and I say, please support it, Michael, so we can move it forward. Because I think it's very detrimental at this point for this project to move forward, whether it's the Zoom or the COVIDs or whatever we want to call it. I think we have a very important project here on the table. I think we all acknowledge it. And I'm here really to find a way to make the board members happy. That's really my job.
Thank you. That's true.
Is there an achievable middle?
Could we hear from Scott?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in. Yeah, like I mentioned just a little while ago, I don't think just 10 feet or 15 or 10, whatever it is going to be sufficient just by moving it over. I think if you did that, and if you can get other board members to go along with it, which I think, we need to all sort of compromise here a little bit, because I think even Jack said we all would like to see this project move forward. We each have our own concerns about it. So I think we all need to be a little bit flexible on this. But as far as me, I mean, I'm 10 feet, okay, but I do think that some of the upper floors on the east side need to be cut back a little bit. I don't think just moving it 10 feet back is going to is going to alleviate my concerns. And, Kobe, I know you spent a long time, with the plans. You went through you have your floor plans. You have probably preliminary structural and things like that. But you may, to move forward, you may have to go back to the drawing board. I'm not saying to redesign the entire building, but if you move it a little bit more, a little less, or cut back some building or cut back some upper floors, it's going to take a little bit of work on your part. Barry mentioned. Wait, let me just say one thing. Barry mentioned one thing. It's another suggestion that I come up with. He talked about the building. Make the building fatter than what it is, and he was referring to maybe going from 227 feet a little bit. I'll call it wider. What I took that as, and it put an idea in my head, and again, you tell me, Kobe, if this can be done. Right now, the width of the building is only 72 feet, 73 feet. What if it's a little bit wider? That the north-south axis, which if you did that, and again, I know this throws off all your floor plans and everything, but my concern is the overall mass, not what's inside or how it's going to be structurally, how it's going to be built. But if you did that, it gives you, and I know you guys, again, you want to keep the maximum square footage that you're entitled to build, which is fine. Make it get fatter, maybe move it back your 10 feet that you suggest. By making it fatter, gives you an opportunity to cut back those upper floors. I'm open to that.
I'm open to that as well, Barry and Scott. Sure.
Because I think if you do that, it doesn't, by the only negative that would have is if you're looking at it directly from the east or from the west, mainly from the peak, it's going to look 10 feet wider than what it is now. It's not going to change the perception. Just by making it wider is not going to change your perception going north and south. But doing the other things might, like I said, cutting back the floors.
Yes.
Kobe, let me answer that. Mr. Needleman, we would be amenable if we had, obviously we'd have to, it's a lot of work, but we would be amenable if we can come to a solution today that we increase the width of the building as opposed to the depth of the building. I think that's the terminology to do that if we can get the support of the board. Sorry, Kobe,
when
for
you say
interrupting
increasing the width, and again,
the
maybe
frontage.
Kobe can run some numbers. By doing that, whatever amount you think you can, how much do you think you could set back the upper floors on the east facade?
So I think that just because we did a bunch of these studies as we mentioned to you, I think that if we set back, let's say the top 8th floor, an additional 10 feet, and take that square foot and make the building wider, if that is what it would take, we will figure out a way how to do that, and then that should solve both sides, both the Collins Avenue side and the beach side. Yeah. So now, which was your proposal.
Let me make a suggestion. It may not go far, but let me due to some time constraints, we spent almost 4 hours on this. I think it would be profitable for the board members who are concerned and for Kobe to meet and to get down to brass tacks and finally decide what is doable on your part and what is acceptable on some of the board members' part, because this discussion could go on all day. And I don't think at this point, width and depth, I don't know what your definitions are. And 10 feet to me means absolutely nothing, frankly. I think we could offsite and not taking the public's time and the board members' time, the city's time, come to some agreeable solution to this, but we're not going to do it today. You have 3 people who are questioning it out of 7, and I don't know if anybody else is questioning anything. I think that would be the most logical way to resolve this, and then we could move on next month. But chiseling out some sort of an agreement today without definitions in terms of what the width is or what the length is or what the height is, I think is not going to be fruitful in the end. And having you discuss this with Debbie and the staff is not acceptable to me, because we never see the results of that till it's too late. So that's my suggestion.
Your Honor, we need, please, some kind of a conclusion and a direction, because this project does need to move ahead, please, in these times. I would really like to accept Barry's comments, and I would like to accept Scott's comments. I think that widening the building a bit as it floats up is quite doable, and I think that shortening the length of the building is, at that point, is fine, because then we can slide the building back to 15 or the 18 or 20 feet that Scott has mentioned, and we can accommodate it while keeping the same setback from Collins Avenue, because we're all pretty smart. We can figure it out. If the building grows by 10 feet in width, where right now it's 70 feet, that's a 10 to 15% growth. I can keep my length the same and push the building and keep the setback from Collins Avenue. Nancy, I see your hand being raised, so I will shut up.
Yeah.
Nancy?
I have listened to this to the point where I think we need to come to some decision. And I think if you, the architect, would give us a couple of firm numbers, not maybe 10 feet, maybe not it's going to go 40 feet across. Give us what you can live with today, and I think that you will be able to end this today. Otherwise, we're going to come back here in September. It'll be another 4 hours talking about the same things, because I've heard the same things over 52 times today. So can you, Scott, come with something firm, or let them, Barry, give them something firm, and that's it. We're not going to sit here and play.
Disagree with you. I disagree with you.
That's too bad. I am talking,
the building.
Jack.
It's not our job.
Talking.
Okay, you can finish.
I'm going to finish. I'm asking them if they will do it. If they can give us some kind of suggestion, or what happened to Kobe? Kobe is the one I was talking to, not you, Jack. Kobe, can you give us some firm numbers that we can present? And let's see if the rest of the board can feel comfortable with it. Otherwise, you're going to be here till next year.
To be specific,
Kobe,
yes.
We're waiting. I'm waiting for you to express what you really can do, not what you half-heartedly would like to do and hope it'll fly. How far can you go? Let's hear that, and then I think maybe, except for Jack, you will have solved this.
So, just to be specific, I'm proposing. Barry, is it okay if I talk? Yeah?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Please do.
I'm proposing, based on the comments, I would put the building to the west, 15 feet. I would widen the building as shown by 10 feet, and I would keep the west setback the same as shown. And I would implement Kirk's comments. I would keep the building floating so I have my view corridor that I so desire. And that's what I'm proposing, if that works for, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Needleman, I see your hand raised.
If I understood you correctly, you're widening the building, you're moving the east facade back 15 feet.
Yes, sir, that is a true statement, sir. Plus, I'm keeping the setbacks that we have discussed.
I would still, again, it's hard. I'm trying to envision it, but I still think you should try to, and I know you can't tell me right now if you can, but try to set back some of those upper floors.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We agree to that.
Okay, you didn't mention that.
Yes.
And when I say set, I mean not just I will set them back 5 feet all the way. I mean,
Give him a number.
15. We said 15.
No, he said, no. Okay, let me just clarify. He said the building is going to be wider by about 10 feet.
Cool.
He said the entire eastern facade, eastern elevation facade is going to be moved back 15 feet. Yes, Cope?
Yes.
And what I'm saying is, and you, I think you agreed to it, is the upper floors, maybe from the 8th floor up, maybe set it back the first floor 10 feet, maybe 2 floors up, another 10 feet or 20 feet, whatever, but sort of a maybe step back. As the higher you go, the more it's set back.
Yes, sir. That is a true statement.
Okay. That's something that I would be more than willing to look at. And I think if I'm envisioning it correctly in my head, I think I could probably go along with that. And again, you need to, check with everybody else.
I would just like to say that I think we're on, and as much as I appreciate, and I want to end this personally, and I appreciate everybody's work and frustration, but I think we are in a dangerous position where we start at this level of a discussion telling an architect about, building of this scope and magnitude, hey, man, we are perfectly okay if you move this building X feet. And we're without seeing something.
Right.
And I understand that. And I'm open to this discussion, to this idea of to come together. I hate that it's like designed by committee. I don't want a 3-humped camel, but
Barry, I'm in no way am I saying we're going to vote on this today. In no way I'm saying we need.
I hear that, but I also I'm kind of hearing like direction to the architect. Hey, you move it back 10 feet or 15 feet, and then you come back, and I'm going to be cool. I'm going to be happy with
Been
that.
doing all day.
No, I said I need to see it. I mean,
yes.
But these are, again, like I've been envisioning this building there for quite a while. I'm thinking in my head, what would make it disappear? And when I'm standing out there, what would make it disappear? Well, if it's pushed back a little, if the upper floors were cut back. So in my head, what he's suggesting tells me, okay, the building may disappear and may eliminate my concern. So now I want to see it.
Correct. Okay. I'll be quiet.
From the beginning, I'm sorry. From the beginning, I never wanted to design it. I leave it to the architects. But this is kind of a unique project. I don't think we've seen a project like this that has all the different aspects of everything we vote on: new construction, demolition, renovation of existing historic properties. So this is all not so much new, but I mean it's all at one time. And we pretty much came to a standstill. And like I think most of us, I'd like to see something happen here. So I'm at the point where, okay, let me start making suggestions to try to keep it moving. It may take longer than they want, but I think in the end, we may get a better project.
Thank you, Scott.
Mr. Chair, I really would request, that that there be a consideration to approve something today. This board has done that many times where we approve and we go back and address the comments, and we could address the comments. The detriment of continuing to continue this creates a challenge, and
architects work best when they're challenged.
We do.
Yes, Mr. Fisher. Sorry. We do when we work with clear direction, and you and I had many conversations about this, Mr. Chair. And
clear direction. I think you perceived it. We'd like to see drawings next month that show the building reduced in height and step back, as Barry and Scott suggested, and I've suggested. And what's the minimum height and width and mass you will accept? That's the question. We thought we were going to get, excuse me, Nancy, I'm speaking. We thought we were going to get that this week, and we didn't. We got a 30-foot chunk taken out, and you knew from last time that would not be acceptable. because we told you that.
Not true.
We haven't heard. We haven't gotten back anything. So please.
Sorry. So just Mr. Finglas, on that note, if you recall, when we spoke, you said that you would like to cut the building into half. If we cut into the building into half, the building will be 450 foot long, and it will just be a continuation of the existing historic building. We've all, I think that I appreciate everybody's time, and we've all intimately know this project. Magic cannot be made here, and Kobe is a great architect, but at some point, if he pulls to the right, you might not be happy. If he pulls to the left, somebody else is not happy. I believe that and we agreed with Mr. Needleman. If it's pushing the entire building or part of the building, I think that there might be a framework that would satisfy Mr. Needleman, and I believe that if we could get to that on the parameter of how far the building is from the beach or things of that nature, we can get this vote and move forward with the project. As you guys said, we don't want to end up like the Duville. Right now, you have half a city block that's boarded up, and it will continue boarded up, as Nancy said, for another year. Even if you approve the project today, the construction can't start until we get a building permit, which is next year, which is the middle of next year. So right now, we're going to go through another hurricane season, which we're trying to prevent. We have the job here is to preserve the buildings that we have, not let them deteriorate because we're arguing about 5 feet east or west. And we're willing to accommodate the board, but we do need resolution. And I'm sorry that I'm being so blunt about it. We've gone back and forth, and we'd like to get some type of resolution so we could get the building approved with whatever Mr. Needleman feels would satisfy him, and hopefully Mr. Klein as well. But at least that we could get the 5 votes so we can move forward. Because we don't want to see you guys next Christmas. I mean,
I agree. I agree with that. But someone needs to see a finished set of drawings to the standards you've presented up to this point, so we can approve them. Or if you want to give it to the staff in a month, that's fine. But to say I'm cutting off 10 feet here and lowering it to 20 feet and doing that is a total nebulous situation where we don't know what we're seeing. And to push for an approval, this building will be there for 100 years or more, and the historic buildings need to be restored. That's a given. But just to approve what you've given us today will not do that for me. I want to see the project finished, but I want to see the height reduced. And I will not give up on that point. And Mr. Klein has suggested a good suggestion of stepping the building back. And I think Scott might go along with that. But you have 3 of us who are concerned. And I don't see there's a way to give you a motion to let you do what you want to do today. I don't see it. So let's move on.
I guess our question to Mr. Klein is, I'm not sorry to Mr. Needleman is what would be if we push the building back a certain distance, if he would be amenable to support the building as it is pushed back so we could move forward. And remember that setback is the maximum setback. If it's 10 feet to 5 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, whatever it is, so we don't have to go through this another, months of this.
Michael, Alfredo, there's nothing that we can vote on today. We've given direction, or at least I think we've given direction. He said he's going to widen the building approximately 10 feet. He's going to push back the eastern elevation about 15 feet, or he said 15 feet. And he's going to step back the upper floors. And I took that to mean roughly from about the 8th floor up. Obviously, you need to, do some studies and calculations to find out exactly what it is. But if what you bring us, what I said is what you bring us, next time you're here, that's something that I can't say, yeah, I'm definitely going to vote for it. We need to see it. But that's something that I most likely will go along with. So but to me to say, okay, it sounds good right now, and I'll vote for it. You work with staff on it. No, it's just not going to happen that way. We've been many projects that we've asked for the applicant to come back because we want to see it. This project, if there's any project that we need to see, I think it's this one. We can't give direction to staff because I don't think staff would go along with that. There's no way staff is going to say, leave it to me. I'll figure out what's best, 10 feet, 15 feet, what floors to step back. I know Debbie doesn't want to do that. So it's something we need to see.
Thank you, Scott.
And I don't think, and again, as far as, this is just me. I don't know if it's the other board members. As long as you could bring back something, again, this is going to be, I don't know if all the board members will go along with it, but sort of a study, just a massing study of what that building would look like. I don't need to see a lot of the details on the building or things like that. That we can, if they're substantially different than what you're proposing now, we can talk about that at the meeting. But my concern is mainly the massing. So if you're just bringing something back to me that shows a clouded cube and the dimensions, that would be fine for me to at least to go along with it. But I mean, we would settle on all the specific, the architectural features at that meeting.
Thank you, Scott. I must say I agree with Scott. What about you, Barry?
Yeah, I agree that we need to see a building that conforms to this discussion, that starts reducing some massing and some height. And I'll just reiterate what I said before is what I don't hear from the applicant's side is a willingness to reduce in much square footage of development. And I don't know, is there some magic number that the owner needs to acquire in order to perform the building, the development? And I don't know.
I'm going to answer that, Alfredo, because I'm the owner. And Barry, let me just give you the direct answer. Every month that goes by that we don't get approval, that number unfortunately goes higher. And hence we're trying to get approval so we can go ahead with the restoration. We are removing a full floor or 2 floors off the Raleigh Hotel. We can easily keep those if that's what you guys prefer and take 1 or 2 story off the building. But we've gone out of our way to do everything on the historic building as you all asked. And as somebody said before, there is a need to pay for this. You guys all understand the historic preservation doesn't work by itself. And I want to just mention one more item here. The South Seas and the Richmond, this is the only opportunity for them to ever get restored. If you know why these buildings are dilapidated, and the reason they're dilapidated is because economically, you can't restore those buildings. I know this board might not need to consider economics, but we are all adults, and we understand that to restore something, and most of you are architect, obviously Barry, you're an architect, you know that the cost of this restoration is humongous. The reason that these were never restored is because the previous owners, charging $90 or $100 a night, can never afford to restore it because there's no economic to make this work. So as much as we don't want to admit that there's money that's needed to restore these buildings, I do think that the board needs to take this into consideration, because the reason that we're trying to build this building is to pay for the restoration. We can equally keep the Raleigh the way it is, the South Seas and the Richmond, and do nothing. But that's not our intent here, and that's not what we want to do. So,
okay. In all due respect, you're speaking the obvious, but you didn't answer the question. You said you were going to say what the number was. And,
so we can't.
I didn't hear that.
Reducing square foot from the current building is not the solution here, because it will also mean that we need to reduce some of the restoration. So if you want us to come back and say, we'll reduce the building by 2 floors and we'll reduce the restoration scope by, 30% or 20%, whatever that cost ends up being, We could take that route as well, but I don't believe, again, I'm going back to Alfredo's statement that historic preservation is all about trying to save what we've got, right? And that's what we're trying to do here. So
it's, in other words, it's 100% of the square footage for 100% of the proposed square footage for the restoration.
The square foot on this site was reduced to 2 FAR. I just want to enlighten you guys. We're not building a lot of FAR. We're not building a lot of FAR. We only have a 2 FAR on the site, not like the rest of Miami Beach, which is 3. We're already limited because of the down zoning. So again, I'm more than happy to share with you guys our economics, and you can tell me if you think this project works. But we've really have made a serious commitment to the restoration, and I know that we all take it for granted. But we need to understand that there needs to be some way that this thing needs to get paid for. And I don't want to have this. I think you've said correct, Mr. Klein. I'm stating the obvious, but the obvious is that every month that goes by that we can't restore this building, makes the economics of this deal even more complicated. You don't have to believe me. You can, it's been widely publicized that we paid a record price for these properties in Miami Beach. It's because we believe in Miami Beach. We want to invest in Miami Beach, and we want to build something great. But if we continue sitting here and not being able to do anything, at some point it just doesn't make sense to do it. And trust me, there's nobody more than me that wants to get this project going. We're sitting on 3 boarded sites into hurricane season, and our concern is if we don't get approved today with something that we can all live with, we're going to be into the next hurricane season, which we know each hurricane season where you have buildings that are boarded up, the buildings deteriorate. I mean, you guys can all appreciate this. I mean, you see what's happening with the DuVille, that's almost falling apart. We don't want to get there. So I really, this is why I believe that Kobe and Alfredo and myself are really pushing to get something approved that you guys could live with, that then we can work with staff to make sure that that is great. And again, if you just look at the architects that we've worked with and what we do, you have to give some credence to what we've done previously to see what our commitment to Miami Beach is.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I would ask the board to wrap up this discussion. It seems like at this point you're looking at making a motion for a continuance from my observations. So if there is a board member that would like to make that motion, I would just note to Boardman Needleman's comments, the shifting of the building from the east, if it was going to be shifted slightly west, would be something that would be, a relatively simple endeavor in terms of showing revised plans. However, fattening the building is going to require a full set of new plans. That's not something that we can translate easily into an approval if it was just a massing study. So we will require from the applicant a full set of plans dimensioned, not just a massing study for the next hearing. And that the earliest, in my opinion, that could even potentially be possible, unfortunately, it would be the October meeting. Again, the renderings will change. It's likely that they would have much more limited renderings compared to what you're seeing now, because those are extremely time-consuming images to create. So I would ask that this be continued to October so that we can work with the applicant and have them, have the best opportunity to produce basically a full set of new drawings, which is what will almost be required. Every sheet pretty much, especially with regard to the new tower, will require, a revision.
All due respect, on behalf of the applicant, we would not want to delay this to October. We could provide the drawings that Debbie will need by her timelines, and it will be what we're asking. If you are going to continue, and I understand, I could count the tea leaves as well, that it would be the September meeting, So we have an opportunity in September to achieve approval and move on with this project. I think most people want to see done.
Yes, I agree with you, Alfredo. September is the goal, and this is the most important project that I could see coming before us. So we would want to settle this as quickly as humanly possible with the revisions that Scott and Barry, and I agreeing with Barry, have suggested. If that's
okay. That's up to the board. I would need all revised plans no later than Monday, August 17th. And that is a lot of work to do because you will, most of the plans that you've submitted, the renderings, will require updating. I just, I don't want to continue this any longer either. And we can give the applicant the opportunity to submit plans for the September meeting, but they're due August 17th. They have to be available for public view prior to the hearing. We do have certain requirements for that. So if we have a motion to continue to the September 8th meeting, I would appreciate hearing that now so we can move on to the next application.
I'll move.
I will make the motion.
Okay, Ms. Liebman made the motion, and Kirk, was that a second?
Yeah. If that's the applicant's good with September 8th.
September 8th is the earliest they could possibly come back. And if they're not ready, we could request a continuance and revisit that at the time, but we can give them the opportunity for September 8th. Mr. Needleman.
Yes.
Mr. Lopez, I believe Mr. Lopez is absent. Mr. Litt.
Yes.
Mr. Klein.
Yes.
Mr. Pascal.
Yes.
Ms. Liebman.
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the application has been continued to the September 8th meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Alfred.
you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Schro. Thank you. And Kobe.
If we could move right along to the next application, this is HPV file 190349. This is 910 Marseille Drive and 7116 Bay Drive. An application has been filed requesting the certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new multifamily residential building on the vacant portion of the site. So this particular project was reviewed by the board on July 14th. The board continued the application to today's meeting. A very brief summary. The particular property is comprised of two parcels. The parcel at 7116 Bay Drive does contain a contributing building. That building has already been substantially restored by the property owner. They are currently requesting a new 4-story residential structure on the property, the adjoining property, which will be combined as part of a new residential development. Since the July meeting, the applicant has submitted revised plans. Those plans, in staff's opinion, contain modifications that do address the concerns that were expressed at the July meeting. I'm just going to briefly run through those. The elevator and the elevator vestibule have been set back an additional 4 foot 8 inches at all levels, thus reducing the massing of the building. The 4th and 5th floors have also been set back an additional 4 feet 8 inches. The roof deck has been eliminated. All of these elements, in staff's opinion, substantially reduced the mass. The stepping was very successful in doing so. They have also submitted plans that show the projecting vertical fin at the northwest corner of the building eliminated. That was one of staff's earlier recommendations. So the plans that you are viewing for today's hearing now reflect that change. We're supportive of the project. I only have one remaining concern with regarding that secondary fin feature. With the removal of the larger one, we've evaluated it. We think that feature is becoming a little too prominent at this point. So our recommendations would be either to change the angle to reduce the impact of that, or another option would be to incorporate openings into that architectural feature in order to lighten it up and have it less heavy feeling. That is our recommendation. I believe Carly Grimm is here on behalf of the applicant. to introduce her presentation.
Thank you,
Thank you, Debbie. Before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to swear in any members of the team who will be providing testimony. So please state on the record whether you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Alex, you're muted.
I do. Thank you. Thank you all. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. I know you still have many agenda items ahead of you, so I will not belabor any of the points Debbie already covered. But as you know, we were here before you last month with a project for a multifamily residential building to be built on a vacant lot located in the Normandy Isles Historic District. And actually, I'll just walk you through a couple of the slides just to make sure we understand the changes that were made. So we start the PowerPoint on slide 2. So this is, again, to remind everyone where we're located and have a visual of those two parcels. Again, the proposed building is going to go on the vacant portion of the site. The parking area for the project will be located on the second parcel, which is the lot that has the existing contributing building. Again, there are no alterations or demolition proposed. During last month's meeting, as Debbie mentioned, the board expressed some concerns with the project design, namely the massing of the building. So we can go to the next slide to refresh everyone's memory. The next slide shows the project that was presented last month. That does show both of the large architectural fins. And the next slide, you will see the rooftop that was part of the original design. As Michael Bluch correctly pointed out at the last meeting, there was some discussion of additional setbacks of those two upper floors. Originally, there was a contemplation of that kind of requirement in this overlay district. However, that was not ultimately adopted. So there is no code requirements that there be an additional setback for those upper floors. Regardless of any code requirement, we did listen very carefully to the board's concerns and took those comments seriously. The architects worked very hard within a short time frame to rework the building design, and we're presenting you today with a revised design that we feel addresses the board's concerns. If you move to the next slide, you'll be able to see that we have removed the large architectural fin in the northwest corner. As further recommended by staff, Debbie just mentioned it, they also recommended that we incorporate a cutout or otherwise reduce the look of the massing of the remaining architectural fin. That recommendation was made after the deadlines to submit the revised drawings, so it's not in your set, but we wanted to provide you a visual. So on the right-hand side, you can see the cutout in that remaining fin. If you move to the next slide, we have eliminated the roof deck. So there is no longer any residential access to that rooftop. So we've essentially eliminated an entire accessible floor from the project for all intents and purposes. This allowed us to push the elevator and the vestibule back almost an additional 5 feet. So we've removed that massing from the front of the rooftop. Most significantly, obviously, we have then reconfigured the 4th and 5th floors to incorporate an additional setback. So those two top floors now do step back from the front of the property even more. So again, to refresh, the applicant is not requesting any variances. There are no variances as a part of this design. No alterations or demolitions are being proposed. We do agree with all conditions in the draft order as proposed by staff. With that, I'll turn it over to our architects to briefly walk you through the rest of the details of the revised design. Our team is here to answer any questions you may have, and we'd like to reserve time for rebuttal as necessary. But Alex, you just want to take it away from there.
Thank you, Carly. I just want to start off by saying that staff has been very helpful, and I want to thank them for that. They've been extremely responsive, taking into consideration everything that is happening with COVID, obviously, so thank you. As Carly already mentioned, in the original submittal, we were in our right, but we still decided to make those adjustments, and turns out we're really happy with it, to be honest. It turns out that it did bring a better impact to the project the way it is now. If we can go to the next slide, which is the site plan. This is the way it was originally submitted. If you can go to the next slide, we're doing a kind of a before and after for you guys. As you can see, I want to start off by saying that we have moved our FPL transformer and backflow preventers also within our setback behind our building line. And also the staircase shaft and the elevator shaft and the vestibule have been shifted back on all floors to accommodate for the changes on the 4th and 5th, which will be presented on other slides. We spread the lost square footage within our layout throughout all the floors, and we can notice a significant setback on the whole width of the building, more specifically on the 4th and 5th, and we can feel it on the side-by-side comparison that we'll present to you later on. You can go to the next slide. This is an enlarged site plan, so you can see better. We have reduced setback of about 4'8", the building on the whole front facade. So when you go to the next slide, you're going to see that shift back. There you go. We had typical floors 2, 3, and 4, and now because of this change, floors 2 and 3 are 4 and 5 different because of that. So you can go. We're just going so you can see the shift in the facade. Am I frozen?
Yes, you did freeze. Next slide, please.
Was I?
Yeah. Go on, Alex.
I'm sorry, guys. Okay, we're back on. So yeah, ground floor, second floor.
This is the original.
This is the original. You can go to the next slide. That's the new one. There you go. So whatever we lost, we distributed differently throughout the floor, all the floors for the square footage. Next slide. This was the original typical floor 2, 3, and 4. As you can see, there was a gap between staircase 1 and 2. We eliminated that gap to shift the whole project backwards, 4'8". You can go to the next slide. There you see it right here. And next slide would be the 4th floor. There you go. So as you can tell, there was a significant, due to the size of the building, there's a significant setback that we still implemented we listened to you guys. So we're trying to do that change, and we're pretty happy with that change actually. You can go to the next slide. Fifth floor before and 5th floor after. Next slide. There you go. And the rooftop, next one, you're gonna see we eliminated our terrace to help diminish some unnecessary additional added height. Our second egress and elevator shaft, if you go to the next slide, they no longer protrude our roof level. So there's been a significant reduction in height as well in the perception of the building. Maybe we can go to the next slide. Thank you. This is the before and after contextual view. You can go to the next slide and see how it dropped in height significantly. I'm sorry, am I frozen still or am I good?
No, you're good.
I'm good. Okay. Next slide is the landscaping plan with that we implemented with the site changes. Next slide is a material presentation for the colors and the glass color. Next slide, which is, again, we implemented angled elements or fins to remind the movement and dynamic atmosphere of Miami Beach, but also obviously to create visual interest. That was our original intent. As mentioned in our last HPB presentation, we were told that the overall architecture was very appreciated, with a few minor comments, obviously, that Debbie stated earlier. We feel that we've addressed these. When you see this side-by-side comparison with the same angle, same view, you can see that we've worked very hard to reduce the impact of the massing by setbacking floors 4 and 5, and also removing our taller fin per se. Next slide. Okay, so now we put them side by side for a better understanding of a before and after. I'm going to take you through them. You can see the setback of the 4th and 5th, and also the opening of the side of the fin. We did not want to fill the void because of the setback. We didn't want to fill that void and make a kind of a more opaque or heavy fin. So we did an opening to kind of make you feel that setback better. Next slide.
Your 10 minutes are up.
Well, we're maybe 30 more seconds. I'm wrapping up. Yeah. This is a view from the side. You can go to the next slide. This is kind of my favorite, where we feel the changes here in the before and after more predominantly. And next slide. I just want to, there you go. And that's the front view. I just wanted to say that we kept the glass for airiness, for lightness. We didn't want to do an opaque building. And I just want to thank you for your time, and really hope that the efforts we've put in to improve the building are appreciated here. And we really love this project, and we really hope you make this project move forward today, and really happy with our progress here. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. A very, very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Debbie?
In terms of public comment, Mr. Chair, I see Jamie Strauss is wishing to speak. Jamie?
And Jamie, before you begin, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, board. I'm speaking not only as an architect, but as a resident that lives down the street, 179 North Shore Drive, across Fairway Park. My comments are, I did send an email, but I just also want to publicly state, I do not feel, in my opinion, this design is contextually appropriate still. There's a lot of great modern design elements in this historic area that can be incorporated into this building. Not to say that modern design doesn't fit, as we see a lot of great MIMO elements from this area. My biggest concerns are these large blank walls, especially facing the property to the west, which is one of the oldest buildings on Normandy Isle. This angular stucco pattern doesn't really seem to fit, and also to fit from there. And then my other concerns are you have this large plain base at the base of the building. And when these presentations also show generically, like, okay, glass railing or this alternating window pattern, but when it goes to actual selection and meet, code requirements, a lot of those things can change. And when a building is so heavily dependent on glazing, I think more detail needs to be shown from there, that exactly what you're getting, because any change in, let's say a glass railing, if it just has a railing on top or more metal components or anything, can really change the look and feel of a building like this. But I do think, there's interesting opportunity, but this being the first project on Normandy in this historic district, we should take more ownership on the ownership to show the contextual appropriateness and show where, the reason for the design and the solutions to come into play for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insightful comments. Any other public comment?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other members at this time.
Okay, hearing none, we're closing public comment.
I would like to add I would like to add that in the 3D rendering, obviously the 3D photorealistic context rendering, we tried to show you the true feel of those balconies. I know those 3D sketch renderings are more for a global understanding of the project, but when you look at the material sample sheet, you get a better understanding of those materials, and hopefully the 3D also will show you a better representation of what it is really.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment from you all? That's okay.
We're here to answer questions, Mr. Chair. We've asked the board for approval. We believe we've made significant changes in response to the board's comments. We did make these significant changes. We ask for approval, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Debbie, should we do disclosures now?
Yes, I think that would be good. Any members wishing to disclose communications?
Okay, hearing none, and we move on. Next.
I think Kirk is waiting.
Okay. Okay, we're moving on to board comment, and Kirk wants to go first. Kirk?
You muted yourself.
Sorry. First of all, I want to say for one of the first projects to be happening in the newish North Beach National Register districts, you know, I value the proposal, and I want this project to be successful. I want to see these historic districts be successful. That said, you know, we've got a letter that came in from MDPL about this project. I also really appreciate Jamie Strauss taking the time to write and to speak. I know as an architect and as a resident, he was also very involved and invested, as all of North Beach was, in planning this overlay coordination with staff and Dover Coal. A couple of points I want to make because, you know, it was Tom Mooney and our planning department themselves that spent just an exorbitant amount of time writing this zoning overlay, and presentation after presentation after presentation to the North Beach community and to the North Beach Steering Committee on which I served. And I just have to touch on a couple of things because first of all, both the council and the architect mentioned about within their rights. And again, I think it's really, really key that we look at what the zoning overlay says, which was designed by city staff in coordination with Dover Coal. It says the maximum building height for new construction shall be 32 feet for the first 25 feet of building depth. For that part alone, we're now looking at an additional 8 feet. Let's see, from the minimum required front setback, a maximum of 45 feet for the remainder of the building depth. Down below, it says for properties that contain at least one contributing building, and provided that at least 50% of all existing contributing buildings are substantially retained, a maximum of 55 feet may be permitted by the Historic Preservation Board. It does not say shall be or will be. And so when an applicant comes before us, it says this is our rights. I'm not sure that when I read in the zoning code maybe that I see that as being a right. And to me, it comes down to a question of compatibility. When I think Mr. Strauss also had a really great point when he wrote in his letter about compatibility to the neighborhood, because again, what we're not seeing in this application is that there's an assemblage of 4 contributing waterfront structures that are 1 story across the street in Caddy Corner by about 50 feet from this. So still, even with the changes that have been made on this application, to me, and I'm going to be blunt, because again, I want this application to succeed. I want the project to succeed. But to me, when I looked at this application versus what was presented the last time, I'm sorry, I can't even take it seriously that we removed 2 windows. We added 8 feet where the code for the overlay for new construction in the district said that there should be 25 feet. We're now 8 feet back from the property line. And I don't get it. I don't get it, especially, again, when we're talking about a parking lot in the back. So what we're effectively looking at doing, in my perception, is destroying the historic feel and context of the neighborhood to leave room for a parking lot. I still don't get it.
Mr. Pascal, you said something that I don't think is factually correct.
Okay.
You said 8 feet with a front setback. That's not correct. It's at 25 feet on the lower floors and more
20
on the upper
feet at the
floors.
lower floors, and it's then has an even greater setback for the 4th and 5th floors in response to the board.
Right. So the zoning code says that from the street, you're allowed a 20-foot setback, which is where your building starts. So you're going up the first 3 stories. Then the code says for new construction, you go back another 25 feet in depth until you go up to the full height. But instead of going back 25 feet, you're going back 8 feet. And again, I understand that the Historic Preservation Board has the right to override that. It says that in the code that it may, does not say shall, does not say will. And I'm not understanding why we would do that when to protect a parking lot. I mean, you could easily go back the additional, to bring it from 8 feet to 25 feet on the upper levels and not impact anything when all there is a surface lot in the back. And why not protect the integrity of that historic street front? To me, it seems like it's a useless affront to the historic district to needlessly to overwhelm the historic buildings that are in front of, beside, and across the street from this building, including your own, on the same lot. I don't understand it. It seems like this was done in a hurry between the last meeting and this meeting. And if you wanted to do it in a hurry, you could just set it back another 10, 15 feet and meet the criteria and not impact the street. But we're not doing that. Instead, we're cutting out a couple of windows. And to me, that doesn't even feel like a serious try. And it's hard for me to get up and say this because I want to be nothing but a cheerleader for North Beach projects. But the rationale between adversely impacting a historic streetscape only to protect a couple of street parking spaces, I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And I do believe that is this board's responsibility to protect the contextual appropriateness for a new structure. So that's my feeling, and I appreciate your listening.
If I note that we worked with staff on this design from the beginning, and staff has recommended approval. We're not trying to flaunt anything. We did make changes that we could make without completely moving the elevator. I mean, it's a small footprint. It's a small building. You need 2 stair towers and an elevator core. Moving that top floor back, as you've suggested, would completely destroy the floor plans because your elevator can't step back. The elevator has to be vertical. And
right, Carter, but technically, given that you have a surface parking lot on the last half of the property, you could move the entire structure back without impacting the design of the building at all. And the point, again, I want to make is you all came forward and said that this is your right. And the zoning code clearly says
we did not.
May be permitted, not shall be, and not will be permitted.
So we did not say that it was a matter of right. In fact, what we said was that last time there was a conversation about a code requirement that doesn't apply and that staff correctly said was not adopted. What we said was, even though the code was not adopted as you had discussed it with the mandatory setback, that we had moved to make that setback above the 3rd floor in any case, because we respected the fact that the board asked for those changes. And we were responsive to your concerns, even though the code didn't, as far as we understand from our conversations with the staff and otherwise, require that setback. So we weren't trying to say we were entitled. In fact, we were saying anything but that.
Right. So just to clarify, because you're saying it was not adopted with the mandatory setback, it was discretionary. It's not that it is in there at all. It says may be permitted by the Historic Preservation Board. It's not as if that language was entirely removed from the code. And it's not as if the zoning code is not clear in terms of the intent for appropriate massing within this historic district. That's my point. And Mr. Chair, I think we're moving on to board discussion, right? I don't want to keep going back and forth. Carter, and it's no offense to you. I've said what I had to say here, and I want your project to be successful. I just want it to be compatible with the neighborhood, and I don't see any reason why we need to rush to get it through rather than do it the right way, since it is the first new construction project falling within this overlay. I think it's important for us to get it right as a board. Jack, I think you're muted.
Max, do you have? Thank you, Kirk. Max, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and as a fellow member of the Normandy district, I'm less offended by the design. I suppose I'd like the point that Kirk brought up about the setback. I think I'm no lover of surface parking lots. So if the only constraint, that was pushing the building forward is the parking, I think a good gesture would be to cut into that parking area to maintain a setback that's maybe more in line with the character. I mean, I'm sensitive to the need to differentiate new buildings, not create a false sense of time with them, but also have it be compatible. So I don't have a lot by way of guidance, with respect to the design there. I noted with the change in the roof, the removal of the roof deck, not that you had, what we would think is like a green roof before, but there was a little bit of garden area, which got me thinking there's a possibility there without having the roof deck that you could still get, you can explore an extensive green roof. I think that's something that could be handled as an option administratively, if that's appropriate, with working with Debbie and team on the design, in keeping with the blue-green strategies. And last time too, I realized I had harped on the point about the parking lot with permeability. Probably didn't need to harp on that too much, given that it's a requirement, but it wasn't really clear in the plans. So I just wanted to make sure that that requirement was understood and will be reflected in the final. And I saw, just as part of the presentation, a brief flash of the landscape plan. It looks like that may have changed from what was in the last package. But I think, any differences there, I'd be okay with the condition in the order that says a revised plan is required anyway, subject to approval.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. Barry?
Yes. I'd like to Kirk's point about the zoning, the setback requirements. I'd like a clarification from Debbie or Michael, for one. The massing wise, I think I'm okay with the building. The comment brought up by the person speaking about the complexities that can happen in storefront type design, window glazing, ring true to heart. I would say that at this point, the architect needs to be real clear. What I'm seeing is I'm interpreting that I have these glass rails without a cap. So that's what I would expect to be built. Obviously, these glass rails at the steps, I would assume I would have some surface mounted rails there. And at this point, if they're not specified, which I didn't see them in case I missed them, I would hope that they would be nickel or anodized finish. But my main concern was, because I'm pretty okay with the massing. I appreciated that opening in that fin. The other thing is if it was allowed, if this was something we could throw on to staff to coordinate with the applicant, is some punctuations on that western wall into the stair openings, just to break that up, as opposed to some random angled lines of, some plastic reglets and stucco. And I'm sorry, I do note, I make correction. I do note that there's clear glass aluminum railing. So I think it's really important at this point to, when you're coming to us and saying, oh, we have aluminum railing, but really it's kind of showing up so minuscule. I mean, it's going to make this night and day if we have some big cap on there versus some, inch and a half little rectangle that sits on there. It's we need to be, at this point, we need to be very clear. Sorry. So I think that's my real comments. Sorry, the cat gets in the way.
A new board member.
Yeah, but she doesn't vote.
Thank you, Barry. Rick is gone, right? Is Rick gone?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Okay. He had to depart the meeting.
Okay, Scott?
Yes. I do think this is an improvement from what we saw last time. I guess the only concern, looking at the building now, is that and it was mentioned by the person who spoke, is that four-story high, just a stucco wall with some different the design to it. That I think that's going to be very kind of really stand out. Especially with it facing the property. I believe it's to the west, if I'm correct. So I don't know if anything can be done with that. I don't know. I'd leave it to the architect, but I'd like to see some kind of something a little bit more done on there to break it up a little bit. The question I had, and this goes back to what Kirk mentioned. Whether or not you're following the design guidelines to the T, I'm not going to be concerned about that. But as far as the setbacks, you have a good sized lot. You have a 8-space parking lot behind the building. My question to the applicant is, what was the reasoning behind maybe going up higher or building the building like you did and maybe not putting a portion of the building over the parking? We can kind of set it back a little bit and maybe lower it on the front or bring back or increase those setbacks on the upper floors. Why leave that parking lot out in the open? We always hear from staff that, surface parking lot's usually not the best use for a piece of property. So I'm just wondering why that's kind of remaining as a parking lot. We don't build, and you didn't design, maybe put the parking under the building. I don't know if that changes the requirements or that adds something or if that can be done. But I'm just wondering why didn't you go in that direction?
We've tried overlaying. Am I on? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sure.
We've tried overlaying different options, and quite honestly, the fact that the site is so restrictive, it's so tight. with the structural system that is going to be implemented, it's gonna impact the driveway. It's going to impact the width that is required by zoning for parking spots, the driveway alley, and it was really complex to get that all fitted all together on the backside. We tried to keep a vertical for structural reason. I understand your comment about the parking lot. We did paver all of it. We have a nice, I believe we have a nice yard, nice landscaping. This is kind of the direction we're going with this. It's really a complex site the way it's set up right now. We tried that option and it makes it really complex with the grid lines and the driveway for the parking lot.
If I may comment, in the early stages of the design, it was something that we explored, but there was a real problem with the backing turn ratio of the cars under the building and
the radius, and
it was sort of impossible because of that. The size of the building, the size of the lot, and the width of the lot. We could not make it fit in there.
So that's a hardship.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy, we want to hear your comments.
Right. Am I on?
Yes.
Am I on? Okay.
Yes.
I don't understand quite a lot of this. It looks better. If you take a fast look, it looks better than the first one. But then I think because you've taken all of the glitz off it, it shows up other things. For example, what is the height of the base where the steps are going up? Why is that base so large? I don't know the size, but surely the architects would know. There's all those steps going up. I'm on page, I think, 30.
Nancy, if I could answer your question very quickly. So their grade, this is a low-lying area of the city. Their grade is at about 4, a little over 4. And they're required by code to put their first finished floor at 9 minimum. Our city code allows them to go up to 13. However, the minimum they are required to go up is 9. So they have to go from 4, which is grade, to 9. So that's why that pedestal portion seems so tall. And it is taller than a lot of the historic buildings, which have finished floor levels that are exempt for the most part from that flood requirement. So if they're going from 4 to 9, which is why you have the stairs and why it appears that they're going up higher. But they're actually at the minimum required. They're not going up any more than the code requires.
So you're saying, is this throughout North Beach? This is what we can expect?
This is pretty much throughout the entire city that 9 for residential units is going to be required. There are some areas of the city that are higher, and I think there is a small portion that may be a foot lower. But the problem is when you start at a grade that's low, that differentiation in height is going to be more obvious than if you started a grade that was like 7 or 8 and you only went up to 9. So here we're starting at a low grade, not the lowest, but reasonably low grade around 4, and we have to go up to at least 9.
Correct,
so
which is our big flood.
That's citywide.
The setback next to the area with the big 9 feet of steps, that seems to be on the ground. So that's why I really didn't understand it. It looks like, is that an elevator? What is that to the right?
There is an elevator that comes down to grade. Yes.
That's allowed down to grade.
And that's to provide handicapped accessible access to the residential units above.
Correct. And thank you, Debbie. You are mentioning the 8-foot plus 1 base flood elevation. Yes.
Yep.
All right. My next problem is this wall. I mean, the little triangles certainly don't do it. The wall is facing the next door neighbor. And I think
we would be certainly happy to work with staff to see if we can incorporate some glazing, although it'll have to be 3-hour rated because it's a fire stair. But I believe it may be possible to put some openings in that wall. We'd be happy to work with staff on doing that.
Yes, we will do some side articulation to please everybody. Yes.
It seems to me should be some windows there. This is looking, I mean, it looks like doesn't look right. And then my other problem with it is I don't see any context here. This is being stuffed in between two of the buildings that were there. And it comes in, it just does not look like the rest of the neighborhood. I know this neighborhood well. There's nothing there that's trying to look so glitzy. And it just has no character. It just looks dead. So I have no better way to describe it. And it's because of the wall, because of the staircase. But
hi,
other than that, it's better than it was.
Yes, there is a lot of I want to say, what's the word, opaque contents around it. Yes, and there is an 8-story building right across the street. We tried to minimize as much as we could. We tried to keep the light and airy. We didn't want an opaque building with punch windows. This is a new approach, if you will. We tried to keep it as clean, as simple as we could, but by bringing new characteristics, new character to the entourage. There is big buildings around. Yes, we're not so out of context. I appreciate. Go ahead.
Maybe the problem is I don't remember seeing any of the buildings. You have a lot of big map things here, but I don't remember seeing the photos that would prove the context, that there's some indication that this building should be here. Usually there's something that should be added to give it context, and this just doesn't make it. We had no photos. Did you put any photos?
If you look at the beginning of the plan set, you'll find there are contextual photographs and location sketches. We didn't include them in the presentation today, feeling that we would keep the presentation as short as possible. But those contextual photographs and maps, etc., are there. They do show the other buildings that are taller buildings in the area.
Yeah, I see them, and they just don't. They don't do any justice to what the front of the building looks like. It seems like there's more photos of cars and trucks and the parking lot. That's what I saw, and I think it needs to be better photographed to show what the real front of the building looks like in comparison to what you've designed. I'm finished.
Understood. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's see. I think I'm the only one left. In deference to time, I firmly agree with Nancy and Kirk's comments, so that'll be it for me. Apparently, people have many suggestions for you, so I think, unfortunately, we should strive for a continuance.
Can I ask a question, please?
That's right, Kirk.
Because I didn't want to interrupt any of the board members when they were speaking, but This parking situation, I really want to understand. It's important for me because I know many of the lots in the North Shore particularly are 50 feet wide. And my understanding is that this lot is 62 feet wide. Is that correct? This lot. But I mean, that's not the most perplexing part. The thing is that you have street access to this building on both sides, right? The front and the back. And so when you talk about parking radius problems, I don't understand what that means for the future if we can't devise parking where you could, particularly, I mean, how often do you have like a street frontage on the front and a street frontage on the back where you could actually pass right through? And I'm not sure I'm following why, if it was a 50-foot lot with one street side, I get the radius thing. I've seen people deal with that. But when you could pass right under the building from one street to the other, I'm perplexed at why that is a challenge that can't be overcome when you know, presumably you could have a parking lane going all the way through, right? A access point and an exit point.
You could increase your parking.
The turning radius issue has to do with the size of the parking spaces. It is true that we do have a street in front and an alley in back. We very intentionally did not put a curb cut on the front street to maintain the street frontage, since we have access from the alley. And staff traditionally has asked people who have alley access to not use the frontage for vehicular access, where we would have a drive cut crossing a public sidewalk. Where it becomes difficult is with this lot does accommodate 90-degree parking. And when you begin to put columns into the parking layout, it makes it much more difficult to get a turning radii in and out of the parking space. Is it physically possible? I think the answer is yes. I think there was a desire, since there are two buildings that share this parking lot, to keep the parking spaces as much as we could to reduce pressure on the on-street parking. And so that was part of the design process. If the board's view is that we should have them park on the street and not off the street, it is true we could eliminate 2 parking spaces and push the building back, but we would be putting 2 more cars on the street. That was the judgment we made. Apparently, Kirk, you at least, and I think maybe the board, feels that that's the wrong judgment. If it is, we can look at it. We still have the problem of small footprint and the need for vertical circulation. The elevator, as you see, is at the street front. If we push the building back, we've got to push the elevator back, which then puts the stair tower forward and really complicates the interior circulation and fire exiting on a very small footprint.
Thanks. It just seems like to me you have you have so many options with this lot, right? The way that it's laid out, and with half of it being protected for a parking lot. You know, I know that you get a lot of incentives because you're preserving a building in the overlay, including height, which you're not fully taking advantage of, right? You're going to 50 feet when you could technically go to 55 feet. I'm just, again, not sure, and I've already said it, why we're not protecting the streetscape first and foremost rather than sacrificing for parking lot. That's all I had to say. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. Debbie, are we then suggesting that you meet with the owner to...
It's up to you. If you would like to continue it, I think you need to provide some clear direction, which it seems like, I guess you have to set, I don't know if you want the whole building setback or the 2 upper floors. You basically want it to fully comply with the overlay if there was not a contributing building on the site. So I think that's very clear direction. And if that's the motion you guys want to make, the applicant, could come back to us next month with that plan.
And to provide some punctuations or articulation on the west side.
On the west side, yes.
And the other part of this that just kind of, look, there's a lot of successful buildings, high rise and mid rise, where buildings overhang the parking, and you have 8-inch wide columns in centering a line, a parking line. So it is successful. So to say that, we'll move it back, but you're going to add 2 cars to the street, like it's your fault, not like it's our fault, not yours. Additionally, it's not our fault that you designed a building with 2 stairs and an elevator, your 2 required egresses and vertical circulation, mechanical circulation, all on one side of the building. That wasn't our fault. So it's like, I got this design, I'm going to put it on the site. And it's not to say I don't like the elevation, the street elevation, but because of that, now you're dealing with the issues on the west wall. Now you're dealing with, it's very difficult for me to move this building back. Those are the things that, because I think if you move the building back over the parking, now you may have an issue with those stairs because they're going to be too low at a parking space. So those may give you an issue, but I didn't put them there. So I think it needs to come back. But from my perspective, for the applicant to kind of put that on us is just, it's not right.
No, nobody is putting it on you. It was just a question about the priorities, that's all. And I would ask, because the way Debbie phrased it is that we are to comply with the regulations as if there was no historic building, which has been restored. And I'm asking the board, honestly, if we work to try to meet those requirements but don't meet them completely, is that something that you're willing to consider? Because we're not trying to take advantage, but we have a tight tight.
Can I jump in, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, sure.
So I would make that motion. I mean, my feeling, if the board supports it, would be, to comply with the overlay guidelines as they exist for new construction, whether there's a restored building or not. There's incentives for the fact that they're restoring a building, the height to 55 feet, the waiving of parking requirements. I think they should take advantage of that. But if they're pushing the building forward to a place where it doesn't comply with the guidelines of the overlay for new construction, then you'd expect it would be an extenuating circumstance of some sort, right? I mean, does that sound like a way forward? And
we're listening.
So the motion would be to continue, and I also want to incorporate in that motion to explore the the northern elevation.
It's the western elevation.
Sorry, the western elevation. And also to include contextual drawings of the neighborhood when it comes back, including the contributing structures on both sides of the street, if that's okay with the board, so that we could see this in its context. So I would move that. And what is the date we're continuing to?
I mean, since we've already continued this once before, I would say let's give them a chance to go to the September meeting. The plans would be due, Carter, on Monday. If they don't make the September deadline, then we could roll them over, but let's at least give them a chance to be heard at the September 8th meeting.
So I'm continuing to the September 8th meeting with
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Good for you, Nancy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, so moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Debbie, can we take a 10-minute break?
Yes, we can, but we may not be able to get through the next application if we take a break, just to advise the applicants. And this is we've only gotten through 2 applications today.
Are we having to end at 3 o'clock?
We should end at 3 or shortly thereafter, yes.
Well, can we wait? That's like, what is it? It's after 2 already.
Correct.
So it's up to two.
Jack,
Can
do
we
you
go
want
to
to take a 5 or 10 minute break? It's up to you.
How about a 5-minute break?
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. So we'll see you at 10 after 2.
Okay.
I'll be here.
Back with us. So, Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and start the meeting.
We're ready now. Thank you. Debbie, the next project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application on this afternoon's agenda is HPB file 190364. This is 1234 and 1260 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the renovation and restoration of the building located at 1234 Washington Avenue, the total demolition of the building located at 1260 Washington Avenue, the construction of an addition as part of a new mixed-use development, one or more waivers and variances from the required setbacks to eliminate the residential or commercial use requirement for the parking spaces located at the ground floor facing the street. This application was presented and discussed by the board at the February 11th, 2020 meeting. At that time, the board provided comments to the applicant. They have since submitted revised plans. It's also important to note that this particular project does require review by the planning board, and that review for a development over 50,000 square feet was had by the planning board on June 29th, and that project was approved. So that particular order of the planning board, again, it focuses on the use and includes an analysis of operational conditions, including traffic circulation, garbage, noise, and neighborhood impacts. Currently, staff is supporting the proposed new project. We would note that the existing site does contain 2 buildings. The building at 1234 is classified as a non-contributing building. The building at 1260 is classified as a contributing building. That is the 1-story commercial structure that is proposed for total demolition in order to accommodate their new ground level addition. Staff would note that the applicant has agreed to reclassify the building at 1234 to a contributing building. Staff is very pleased about that. We had spoke at length with the applicant regarding the architectural significance of that particular building. So we are supportive that they are requesting that as part of this application. The existing 1-story building to be demolished, as we had previously gone over and is outlined in your staff report, I will be brief, has had significant modifications over the years, including the upper and lower portions of the building and the storefronts. This was done incrementally over time. There is little exact historic documentation. However, what we found, you do see some illustrations in your staff report, as well as the report that the applicant has submitted. We do not object to that requested demolition. The existing 5-story, the proposed 5-story building, we are supportive of with some minor concerns that we believe our draft staff report does address. The off-street loading waiver, we also have no objection to. This is eligible for buildings that contain at least 1 contributing building. If the board agrees that the structure at 1234 Washington Avenue merits reclassification to contributing, then they would be eligible for this particular waiver, and we are supportive of that. The modifications that were made in response to the concerns expressed at February focus on the corner and the ground level of Drexel Avenue. So the ground level along Drexel Avenue is directly tied to the variance that requires an active use liner for any parking spaces. The height of the corner element, which has been reduced now, is in response to concerns that staff expressed as well as the board. We do believe that collectively the modifications achieve a greater level of compatibility with the surrounding historic district and are recommending approval. I know Michael Belush is on this meeting, and he can further elaborate with regard to the variance. But we are now recommending approval.
Sure.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie. If I could just speak for a quick second to update the variance application. As we noted in our report, the applicant has modified the ground floor plan to further minimize the variance request. We believe with some slight modifications as recommended by staff, including expanding the area of outdoor active uses and elimination of some of the parking spaces, the variance request can be further minimized to the greatest extent possible and limited to the location of the FPL vault. That's noted in our condition of approval, condition C1. And with that modification, we are recommending, as Debbie said, approval of the application, including the variance.
Thank you, Michael. Debbie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the applicant is Jackie Toussaint is here to present.
Yes, and I think Michael Larkin needs to be moved over. He's got his hand up.
This is Kirk. Can I be on my video's blocked as well? Can we fix that?
Is it off, Kirk, or are you?
It was.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Enable it. Thank you.
So I see Michael is still on the other side. Okay. While we wait for Michael, I'd like to swear in any members of the applicant's team. So can you state on the record whether you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony?
Yes, Jackie. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Thank you. You have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Great. Thank you, Nick. Mr. Chairman, can I proceed?
Sure.
Great. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne. We're here on behalf of Urban Miami Beach Partners with Rishi Kapoor as a principal. Jackie Toussaint is our architect. We have our landscape architect, Gage Couch, and my colleague, Emily Balter. And Mr. Chairman, I didn't mind that you took a break. It gave me the opportunity to fix my hair and remove.
You're perfect. You don't need to fix anything.
and I put on a decent shirt. So thank you for that quick change opportunity. So since the February meeting, we've been eager to come back to you all again. But of course, as you know, the pandemic began in mid-March, and you all have had some large agendas, which prevented our reappearance until today. But we're delighted to be here today. Our goal is to quickly reintroduce you all to the project and discuss how we addressed your comments. Debbie did a good job of summarizing our application requests. I'm not going to be repetitive and say them again. But it is a really interesting project in that we are combining together so many different uses of office, hotel, micro units, co-living units, micro retail, and cafe, all within one single project. MDPL was supportive of our application back in February. They've been strangely silent today. I guess Daniel has escaped to the Berkshires, but I wish him well up there, but I have not heard from them today.
We do not take it lightly. We understand it is historic, and we understand that there's demolition, and that is always a high bar, and we want to be respectful and talk about it. But we also want to make sure we have time to touch on the new design. So I am here to answer whatever questions you have after we conclude. I just want you to know that that's something that we studied very carefully, and we hope we can answer all your questions about that. We've also had a lot of meetings with the neighbors that live behind us on Drexel Avenue, in addition to Miami Beach Design Preservation League, in addition to staff, which have all been enormously helpful in crafting what we hope is a thoughtful response to the site. As I mentioned, the historic building of the post office is right across the street. There's a beautiful plaza in front of it, and it steps up to that. And this has always been the neighborhood of neighborhood retail as well as what it's become, which is the entertainment. But before it was ever that, it was also a really busy street of different kind of smaller scaled neighborhood retail, which we really like as well. This is probably the best photos that we have of the single-story 1260 Washington corner building. It was a retail building that became eventually annexed as part of the bank building on 1234. And I think this one shows you best what was once there, which we think it was very interesting. It was designed by E.L. Robertson in 1948, the firm Robertson and Patterson. As you can see, it had the distinguishing features were this sawtooth design. We don't know exactly what the materiality of this material looks to us, like it was a mosaic of some sort. And then it had a strong horizontal eyebrow, and it had what looked like an articulated facade of different, volumetric with signage framed and so on. With at one point also a historic signage for the bank. Unfortunately, none of this remains. This is the original geometry that we sort of traced from an existing survey, and this is really the extent of the documentation that we've been able to find. The owner also hired Arthur Marcus to do a detailed historical study, which I think you guys also have access to. But we did look at it very carefully to see what, first of all, what, if anything, we could understand was there from the original. When we look at what's there now, you can see that the facade has been flattened. It has been basically one monolithic expression of the facade. It's now a chamfered corner at the end. There are two layers of I guess, like an awning underneath an eyebrow. It's no longer continuous. And the back of it that's facing a parking lot is really treated essentially as a service facade back of house, which is what's facing that residential area with a surface parking lot. So that's the condition today of that facade. There's been some conversation. We know things have been taken out of the bulkhead, and we don't know if what they did is add material to match up with the bank at some later date. We do have a record that says that at some point they added granite to the bulkhead, but we don't know the extent of that because it's not really properly documented. On the other side of the street, which coincidentally wasn't designated, but we think it's a terrific building. In fact, actually, we at one point even considered this as a location for our own studio. It's a very cool MIMO building, and it was done. It has all of the features that we really love about MIMO. It has the brise soleils. It has beautiful eyebrows that are contrasting the geometry of the rectangular building with these beautiful sweeping eyebrows. And it has a really cool kidney-shaped pool, which hasn't been treated lovingly over time and has been added to with these sort of inappropriate railings that we definitely want to restore to its proper beauty. But you can see here some images of that facade, and we think it's fantastic. It was designed in 1961 by Morris Weintraub. And even though it's not designated, the owner wants to, and we would very much like to restore it lovingly and put it back to where it should be, which is a wonderful example of MIMO architecture. And one of the beautiful things that it does is it's an early example of climate design, where you create these shading devices to give shade and shadow to the building, which we also love. The deeper eyebrows actually provide protection for people for climate reasons as well. Is another thing that we looked at very carefully, and you'll see in our design. So this definitely had a lot to do with the inspiration of our project, because we were bookending with this project. I'm not going to go through all of this. I can answer questions, but we don't have that much time. But really, it is a very faithful restoration that we're proposing. There's some elements of the skin that are not to code, that are plastic, and would not, that actually are concerning us just from a safety and structural envelope standpoint, that we definitely want to put glazing in that is compatible with the existing historical intention, but that meets the criteria that we need for hurricanes. One of the things I want to point out, and you'll see it reflected in some of the design that we're looking at across the way, is that this is sort of a bracket with a glazed corner at top, a higher volume, and then the eyebrow with the kidney pool. We're going to restore that front with the flagpoles and a landscape moment that the landscape architect will get into, hopefully, if we have time. And then here's the site of what we had to deal with and what we looked at. There's an existing surface parking lot facing the Drexel Avenue residence. And you can see that there's the kidney pool, and there's the beautiful Art Moderne post office just across the way. What we're proposing was we looked at introducing a higher volume. How is that dealt with historically and contextually on this side of Washington Avenue, which is very different than if you look at the east side of Washington Avenue to the west. In the west side of Washington Avenue, what you'll find is that there is a pattern on it starts all the way over here.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, there's a pattern of pushing back the building and creating a plaza, and that's one of the things that we were looking at as we really contemplated removing a building. What do you replace it with? And I think the bar is quite high to replace it with something that adds to the experience of the community. It adds to the resiliency, performance of the building, and we also just look at the creating outdoor areas that are significant, that are what we call a shady plaza that opens up and frames a view of the post office. I'll quickly take you through the comments we got last time because I want to make sure we touch on that. The community of residents, we've met with them several times. They were concerned about, even though they understand that Washington Avenue is an entertainment district and that we were proposing all of our active uses facing onto Washington Avenue, they wanted to have measures of controlled access, and we provided them by putting doors that can close so that people don't perforate to the residential area. All the dark walls that you see are intended to be walls that kind of screen all of the parking. The other reason we cited the building as we did is that all of the queuing for this new project comes into our own site. We retain the service on our own site to minimally impact the neighbors, so that as you're getting dropped off to the hotel, the lobby of the hotel is tucked away, and all of the drop off that is now part of every residential or hotel project is taken care of on our own site instead of stacking here and impacting the neighbors and impacting the street. You'll see that
10 minutes are up.
I request, I'm sorry, this is a kind of a dense project. If I could just have a couple extra minutes.
Sure, please go ahead.
Sorry. So one of the things we're doing is we're taking the design to include rainwater harvesting. We have cisterns under the front porch, and we've retained that sawtooth pattern as an homage to that early building in the way that we did the planning and the greenery. You can see that we were kind of prescient. I can't really talk about this because I don't have time, but when we thought about what use would be compatible with residential and yet give us some green buffering, what we came up with is a series of outdoor rooms that could be used for bicycle parking, outdoor conference areas, a little water, and then a solar canopy that people in the neighborhood could charge their phones if there's an outage. So almost like a mini oasis on this side. Over here, we're restoring the original kidney-shaped pool and doing a palm oasis that's consistent with the original photographs. We restore it and bring it into our lobby. And now we have micro retail that's neighborhood scaled, a little shop, a little bodega, and then an outdoor front porch bar. Quickly, just again, the cistern, we're taking a full advantage of that freeboard. We gave an additional height to that ground floor, which is one of the reasons we wanted to rebuild that single-story building, because this, if we're going to add something new, we want to make sure that it gives back to the street. And in this case, the trees work as a system. They collect water, and this cisterns that we're proposing under the porch, which we can answer more questions about later. We have a landscape architect on standby to show you how the resiliency of this building is working. And then more importantly is, what does that street feel like? In an age of climate where we're getting hotter and hotter, how do we provide livable, walkable streets that people want to spend time in, that people want to sit under? And I think this is actually post-COVID kind of prescient that people would want to feel, like they have a lot of different opportunities to have cafes outside or to have an outdoor porch and a bar. And the way that we treated the volumes, the mosaic on the stair volume had to do with just a homage to the first building that was here, trying to kind of break up the materiality and the colors of the building. This is the plans. I won't go through them because we don't have time. The co-living, the hotel, up and up. And then I just want to spend a little time on this roof. Again, we added walls that were a little higher to try to buffer against the sound. All of the active uses are facing towards Washington Avenue, and everything that's on the Drexel side as it steps down is quiet and passive, so that any noise that's generated from this project hopefully is oriented towards where the sound and activity of the entertainment district is. I'm happy to answer questions about materiality. I know I've run out of time, but it's very much a Miami Beach inspired palette. We love the Brise block, we love the Brise Soleils, and we love the colors that come from actual materials instead of being painted on, which is why we were proposing one of the first things that we did was to look at the copper roof across the way and think to the owner and propose that we could do something with that as a material, because we think the corner has to have a significant material. So we looked at 21st century cladding of pre-patinated copper. This was the original scheme that we did. on the comment that we got back, we love the design. It's too big. Can you drop it? We didn't. It wasn't something that was required. We are within the heights, but we limits. But we understand exactly what you mean. That just because you can doesn't mean you should. And we do want to be a good neighbor. So what we're proposing, we dropped it 10 feet down and we made it shorter. So this is the before and after. This was before and this is after. The after is we drop it down. That edge is now the railing height. The roof of that outdoor bar area is now it's a retractable roof, so it can be just the bar part's covered and then it retracts open. And we lightened up the facade. We made it less heavy. You can see here how it was heavier. It had a blue element. That one of the comments we got back was just keep it to the corner, and that's another thing that we did. And I'm happy to answer questions. We, as you can see, the eyebrow turns a corner. It softens in response to the geometry of the post office and in response to sort of an inverse of what's going on here. The actual facade gesture is very much inspired by the MIMO building that we're bookending, and we wanted to be of our time, but also respond to what's happening on our site. So you can kind of see that here. And what we were looking for is an urban condition that responds to the architecture, the climate, the historical context, but is of its time. And here you can see the restoration. The flags are restored, the greenery is restored with the bench here, and then we have the poolside oasis plus our building. I'm happy to take questions, and we were requested to show the pool, and this is what that looks like, view of the beach and the cabana with a wall in the back. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so very much. Are there any disclosures on this project? Scott?
Yeah, I probably mentioned this before, but this project came in front of the Flamingo Park Neighborhood Association. I believe it was twice they presented, and I can remain fair and impartial.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, moving on. We are going now to have the presentation public comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. We do have members of the public with their hands raised. The first one is Rishi. Rishi, are you with us?
And Rishi, before you begin, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony? Rishi, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear
there
me?
You are. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was, yes, I do swear.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, just wanted to say hello to all of the board members. Thank you again for your time today. We're very excited to be presenting this project as we have taken in a lot of feedback since we started back in February, speaking with you all and as well as working with the neighbors and through the planning board. So, all in all, I just want to remind everybody that, for us, this is about inclusion in the urban core, and that our ultimate purpose here is to help deliver more attainable housing in desirable areas. And by combining the uses that you see here, we were trying to do something that was preservation oriented with the office building, which was something that was dear to our heart.
Excuse me, Rishi, are you part of the presentation?
Yes, he is.
For public comment?
He's a client, he's the owner, sorry. That should have been clear.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry, I use Zoom all the time, but I can't see where they have put the video on here. Can you hear me still?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So ultimately for us, the objective is to preserve the office building, being a fabric member of the community and restoring that to a place that we think will carry it forward for many decades to come. And then with the new construction, obviously we've been very sensitive to feedback from the various boards, as well as, a number, probably close to 10 working sessions with the community, incorporating feedback. So I hope you see that we've made a significant effort to be a compliant and friendly neighbor, while also trying to deliver a diversified product to the city of Miami Beach. And I think especially in today's climate, that's ever more important to have additional locals living in Miami Beach, contributing to the city's economy that are not as predicated on tourism. And ultimately, I feel like we deliver on not only that, but also helping people, what we call lead happier lives, by living in neighborhoods that they are otherwise priced out being a part of. So thank you again so
your
much.
2 minutes are up.
Thank
Just
you.
on time.
Moving, any other? Okay, we're on.
Yes, the next member of the public is David McKinney. David?
And David, before you begin, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm David McKinney, and I'm representing the Miami Design Preservation League this afternoon. Well, I'll be brief. We appreciate the applicants' their continuous dialogue with us, and we think that he's satisfied most of our concerns. We particularly appreciate the designation of the building as contributing. We have been very vocal in how we think this is such an important aspect of updating their designations. We very much like how he's linked the greenery in front of the post office with the outdoor space of the building. And we appreciate that he has listened and been sensitive to our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any other member of the public?
Yes, the next member is Harold. Harold?
And Harold, before you begin, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony? Harold?
Okay, Nick, should we move on?
I see his hand is up.
Unmute
does he need to
yourself.
be? Does he need to be moved over?
Should we ask him to unmute himself?
Doesn't say he's muted. PJ, does he need to be moved over, Harold?
Yeah, we're trying to allow him to speak, but it seems like something is not cooperating. I don't know what's going on with it. Just give me a few seconds. Let me see if I can figure it out.
And Mr. Chair, Harold was the last member of the public with their hand up. So if we get him back, maybe we could go back to him, but you're welcome to close the public hearing other than potentially to reopen it for Harold.
That's fine.
And discuss the application.
So move till we move on to board member discussion and come back to Harold. Is that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Nancy? Nancy? Okay, Kirk?
Okay. So, yeah, I was supportive of this project the last time it came forward, and I appreciate the changes. I struggled a little bit with the contributing buildings, the storefronts, only in that contextually being next to the post office, it's a change, but this building will be a lot higher than what's there right now. But I think it's very, very nicely designed for the Weintraub building. I'm really excited about the changes and renovations that are going to be incorporated within that. I did want to ask a question. I don't know why, but even in the last presentation, that kidney-shaped pool, I think it could create a great moment on Washington Avenue. And so I wanted to ask just a little further articulation in terms of the railing which Ms. Gonzalez mentioned. Is there going to be a fountain feature within that kidney pool, and will it be lit? There's a great photo of it you included in your package that sort of showed the allure of that. So I want to ask those questions to make sure that the fountain remains a focal point, because I think it's a great and unique mid-century feature of that building. That was really...
It absolutely will be lit. It absolutely is like the gem of that space. It's everything about that space is kind of framed around it. And landscape architect is in the wings. I ran out of time, but I actually wanted to give him time because the resiliency in the landscape has become such the landscape is just from like an outdoor room perspective. There's so many little moments that we spent so much time on that inform what we're doing that I unfortunately ran out of time, and I feel bad. But if you guys would like to know more about that, he's here and be happy to take you through it. There's only like 5 or 6 slides, but I think it's worth it because it will explain how we address some of the neighbors' concerns. So if anybody else has any questions, we can take you through it.
And it is going to have a circular fountain inside of it. You function all night long.
We're keeping the kidney, and we're going to have circulating water, and it will be lit. But we're trying to tone it down. The ADA stuff that was done was overkill, and it was done very clumsily. So it needs to be brought back in a sensitive manner. And we have a great partner. This is, as much as I hate to say it, the landscape architecture of this project is super important, and it's been I think it's going to give back to Washington Avenue some really neat. And to Drexel some pretty important things. So,
and you also mentioned the rail on the little bridge.
Mm-hmm. That needs to be much more minimal. That we're looking at either getting rid of it, or if we do it as a cable rail or something that it disappears. It wasn't original, but they didn't have ADA to deal with, and we have code requirements. So I can't answer precisely if I can get rid of it. But if we can, we'd like to get rid of it. But there's an issue with code that we have to dialogue with the building department on.
And if you do, the material would be something that was appropriate for
100%. Yeah, it will be. That's going to be a major focus of design.
Okay, then I'll be short. I'm supportive of the project. The only other thing I want to mention, I know there was a lot of, as I recall, a lot of concern from the community about the activation, right? The rooftop activation, noise. Have those been addressed?
Right. Yeah,
I know we only have so much control over what the use can be. We're limited to design discussion. I just wanted to ask a follow-up to acknowledge, because I remember that being a big discussion the last time.
No, it's true. Basically, there's no entertainment on the rooftop at all. And it has to shut down at 9 p.m. on weekdays entirely. When I say shut down, no one's up there, and 11 p.m. on the weekends. But there's no entertainment whatsoever.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Harold, it seems like your Zoom is frozen on your end. If you can remove yourself from the meeting and join back on the meeting and click the raise your hand icon, and we can definitely get you participated in this meeting. But from right now, you're frozen, so we can't allow you to talk. The buttons are enabled at the moment. So if you could please log out the meeting, log back in, and hit the raise your hand icon. Thank you. You could please proceed.
Thank you. I can tell the team is kind of chomping at the bit to talk about sustainability and resilience. I actually don't have a ton of questions on that front because I feel like the plans are pretty clear and the intent shines through. And I think it's demonstrates a strong commitment in sort of integrating this into the project as a whole. So it's a synthesis of historic preservation and sustainability and resilience. I am drawn to what's happening on the Drexel side. Just want to make sure we're on the same page and understanding requirements and then what's being offered here. I see I guess it's what qualifies as activation. I can see there's on page A25, it's short-term bike parking, but later in the set, it's like a bicycle desk. I'm wondering if that difference is material to what's being asked of the board for the variance, or if that's just something that in terms of activation and use is interchangeable.
Do you have A43, or do you guys have that? Because I didn't get to
do.
it. Yeah, that's what we're proposing.
Okay. And the outdoor conference room concept and solar charging, I think these are good things in concept too. I want to make sure they're usable. So just what type of consideration went into, is it going to be feasible for people to spend time in an outdoor conference room when it's, unbearably hot for a few months in a row? What does that mean for the activation of that space, if it's usable, and how that fits in with the overall sustainability picture? And the last thing I wanted to mention was just, there was a note in the staff analysis about the electric shuttle spot, and whatever changes in configuration happen, I would hope that we don't lose an EV charging station, if that could just be relocated instead of removed altogether.
So the issue was, just for everybody that wasn't part of the conversation last time, what the planning board wanted, which is an activation, and one of the things that drove the variance, the neighbors didn't necessarily want an active use that was going to make what is essentially a quiet street for them noisy or have too many people there. So what we really struggled is, what can we do that is an amenity that is actually not going to create a lot of traffic and a lot of noise for them, and it could really be buffered by the green that we provide. So the question of whether it's going to be usable year round, would I go there in August? Maybe not, but there's many months of the year in Miami that we can, if we shade things properly and provide fans and we provide access, that you could definitely be enjoying that. I also would say that we had a project where we interviewed a lot of neighborhood, like joggers and bikers and people are walking their dogs. And one of the things that we kept hearing about is that's a really surprising, simple amenity to provide is access to cold water. And I think when we think about, and the charging stations is something that, if you think about it, if you're going to have solar, and we are, if the power goes down and you're able to go across the street and charge your phone, I think that's something that is of great value. And in other cities, in New York and other cities, that's something that's getting to be much more commonplace, with the idea of providing a different level of thing that you would think about. But I mean, having access to fresh water and having an ability to charge your phone, I think is something that is valuable. But from a neighborhood perspective, you're walking your dog, you're jogging or walking, or if you want to have a quick meeting with someone, and right now with the COVID, I think outdoor conference rooms are especially, we're looking at that as in office buildings. How do we create spaces that are shady, that are comfortable, and that you can be in? And the big question is the shade. And that's why we spend so much time looking at trees and dealing with landscape and creating architectural covers as well. If we're trying to do a belt and suspenders kind of approach to bring the temperatures down and create as many habitable areas, I won't say every day of the year, but some portion of the year, and we have to try to bring the temperatures down and create that kind of shade. So that's the intention, and that's what we're trying to do. And I think it's exciting, and I think could be a poster child really for some of the things that we need to be doing all over the place, is to provide that. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Barry.
Yeah, I'll try to be really quick here. I wasn't here in February. I think this is a great project. I really don't know how it changed from February to now, other than seeing that on the 13th Street. I think it's great. I love how you've respected the post office. This is one of my favorite spots on Washington Avenue because of the MIMO building, the post office. I bought so many bicycles at Gary's bike shop when he was there. But I love this plaza on the Drexel side, but I'm seeing that you're saying that people can charge their phones there, but it's gated? Can anybody go in?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I don't have much to say other than I really like this project. I like how you paid homage to the sort of zigzag shape on the Washington Avenue with the landscape. You've created this beautiful plaza, and I hope it comes to fruition.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. Scott?
Yeah. This project from the very beginning, when I first heard about it, when it first came to the neighborhood association, the majority of the concerns were about the impact it would have on the residential neighborhood. And that's pretty much where all the focus was when we discussed it there. And I know when we talked about this before, I guess it was the February meeting that was brought up. a lot of concerns we had, and I think you did go a long way toward alleviating the concerns. The walls up on, although we don't really like walls, but the walls, the sound attenuation walls on the roof level really will block out a lot of the noise, because you can't say there won't be noise, but there's going to be noise, so that'll block it out quite a bit. I do have, let me ask, and Michael, maybe you answer this. This went in front of the planning board. Because I remember one of the I don't remember which meetings, but one of the meetings we had asked Rishi what, I guess I don't know how it came out, but he said he anticipated having live entertainment on the property. You said there's no entertainment use. So tell me, can you clarify that a little bit?
Sure. So there's no entertainment on the rooftop. There will be entertainment on the plaza on Washington Avenue until 11 p.m., and that's when it shuts down. 11 p.m. was not picked out of the thin air. That's when the noise regulations become even more severe, and so you can't generate noise that's plainly audible within 100 feet of your property. So that, in conjunction with what Jackie had designed, was that breezeway gate would be even more helpful. And it's not like we're going to have it every night of the week, but we'd like to have some opportunity, some entertainment on the plaza. We think it'd be great for people to gather there. Obviously, once COVID is passed, to gather there. But we will get back to that place where we can enjoy each other's company. So that's what we're thinking of.
And that, I guess that was the planning, that's in the CUP?
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, that alleviates a lot of the concerns. Although there is, I guess, one that does remain, and on the Drexel side, I'm okay with the design, the variance for what you're doing there, but there is that outdoor, rather large balcony, plaza, whatever you want to call it there, and that faces the neighborhood directly. Obviously, that's going to be a gathering place for people. What's your anticipated use of that space? Do you anticipate having any kind of entertainment there, or is it just on the plaza on Washington Avenue?
Yeah, no, that's very much a passive community space. We had discussions with the neighbors, and that's not for entertainment at all. It's like an outdoor living room, because we don't have the FAR for indoor spaces. So we want to provide every floor to have a little bit of community space, but it's intended to be sort of a passive, recreational space for the residents to use, not entertainment.
Right. And it's connected to our residential floor, not the hotel floor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was that discussed at all at the planning board, that space or use or in any way?
I don't think it came up, Scott, because we weren't proposing any entertainment in that area, so we didn't have a cause to talk about it.
But we've had very detailed conversations about seating and speaker locations and anything like that, or anything entertainment. And we've been very, thorough about showing every little thing like that, because that is a concern. We know we live between two worlds, and we want to be a good neighbor. So that's definitely not.
There are no speakers or anything on that outdoor area.
No. I mean, not.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess it does provide some shade for some of those uses there. Yeah, I mean, this project's been through the ringer, so you've really come a long way, and I'm good moving forward. I just, I don't want to say it's going to be a test case, but considering the uses in the building, you talk about shared spaces, micro units, and things like that. In addition to office and the other uses, there is always going to be that little concern that, that it could spill over into Drexel, and or at least that little portion of the building have an adverse impact. But I'm willing to move forward. I mean, we could always, there is the CUP approval, so I think we can always go back that way if generally it becomes an issue. Mm-hmm. So I'm okay moving forward.
Thank you, Scott. Nancy? Nancy. Okay, well, let's postpone Nancy and I'll take her place. Okay, I have just a few comments. I revert back to my comments at the last meeting. I think the whole concept for this project should be revised. I think that your building is magnificent. My only concern is I do not like historical designations, and that's what we're playing with here. I'm greatly for certifying 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a very important building, but I'm very hesitant to go along with removing designations just because they may have gone through changes throughout their life. If you look at the 600, 900 blocks of Washington Avenue, what was done there could be easily replicated here. You have a mass of a building that could be pushed back from the sidewalk and preserve the historic fronts along Washington Avenue, which are historic. They are a streetscape. They have been there for a long time, and they can easily be restored back to the zigzag fronts, and you could use that as the entrance to your beautiful building, and you would conform to the streetscape. And you would preserve their contributing status. I'm not for removing contributing statuses just because the building has gone through changes. That really annoys me. And I think, in addition, this project does not comply at all with the Secretary of Interior standards. In fact, it voids most of them because you're taking a certified building and obliterating it for a new building that could easily exist with the historic building in partnership. And I think we've jumped through hoops to get this thing done, and concerned about the neighbors and noise, which are very important. But the basic problem here is historic preservation. And this project, except for the bank building, basically throws historic preservation out the window. And I'm very much opposed to giving up the certification and the existence of the streetscape buildings as they exist, when there are other alternatives proven by 600 and 900 Washington Avenue, which has done exactly what I am suggesting. This is, I don't know if it's arrogance on the part of the owner or the architect or both, but there's no reason why you can't have there's no reason why you can't have your cake and eat it too, and keep preservation in the forefront of this discussion, which it just isn't at all. That's all I have to say. Nancy? Nancy, please come back.
I'm here. I am here. Now,
good.
Okay. First of all, I have to compliment the Truzes on the wonderful restoration of the south buildings. But then I get very confused when I look at the north buildings. I don't understand what, and I can reference where I'm looking. It's all I have. It's A37.2 and A35. Those are the two visuals that I have. I don't understand what this big green thing is, that when you look at it on one side, I can't figure out what it is, what's inside of it, and why it's here facing the everybody complimenting the beautiful post office. Doesn't quite pick up anything from there. The other photo I have, the A35, it's a little clearer, but I'm still confused why that, it's for the sign? Is it for the urban sign? Can somebody explain such a thing?
Are you talking about the frame, Nancy, the copper frame? Yeah. So that was, if you look at the next image at A36, you can kind of see what we were trying to do is, if you look at the way that the massing of the 1234 building has the two solids on either side. And if you look at it on the A35, you can see how it's sort of a geometric reference to that. And there's a framing, and then there's like a pop of a window. And that's what that was referring to. It was sort of an homage to doing an important corner with a material that's a beautiful material. It's a pre-patinated copper, so it's not painted. It's actual material, and the roof of the post office is that same material. So we thought it was kind of a nice, for us, a nice homage to both buildings. I understand what you're saying, and then no, it wasn't intended.
Could have been, excuse me, it could have been an homage to the building across the street. There is absolutely nothing. It is so packed with concrete that you can barely see anything else in that neighborhood. What are these little shelves in the urban sign? I'm now on 37. That's the one I have. What are these little shelves? Are they people with tables? I have no idea. Inside the urban frame. What is that?
Are you talking about the balcony? The balconies between?
Oh, those are balconies for who?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The residents?
For the hotel? Yeah, for the residents. Okay.
And then the top, I couldn't understand what this structure is sitting on top.
There's a AXO on A50. And if you look at, I think maybe A37, after A50, if you keep going, there's I think a very good AXO that shows a project, maybe explains it a little bit better.
Okay.
And you can see.
I'm looking at a pool.
Right. So you see how you see the blue frame, and then there's so one of the comments we got, Nancy, was that the height of the building, we wanted to drop it. So what we did is we disengaged the roof of that bar structure. So just the blue only goes up to the height of the balcony so that the volume is lower. That's one of the things we did from last time to this time. So we reduced the height of that corner element by making that parapet height. And what you see is just the volume of where the elevators come up. And then we have two levels of deck. The higher one.
You are now.
A37.2. Right before the sheet that says landscape.
Here. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that maybe shows the project a little clearer. So the idea, okay, and the idea was that we step back the volume of the tower. Our corner is stepping back, so that the post office is what you see. It's a quiet geometry. If we did a curve or something that's too loud, we thought the geometry itself is rather simple.
Well,
so that the curve is really only happening at the eyebrow of the 1234, and then there's a volume of the post office that gets framed. If you could see the image on.
I don't see any post office in any of this.
If you look at okay.
All right, I'm not going to belabor because I know we're in a rush here. I just think that this is too heavy, too out of scale, too everything. I think it would have been better off without that kind of a corner look to it. It's only my opinion. I see what everybody else thinks. The rest of the project is beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wait, one thing. Where? I keep hearing about a kidney-shaped pool, and I keep looking for my papers. Where is that?
It's in front of the office.
A25.1, you can see it? You can see it? Or A25? Mm-hmm. On the ground floor plan.
It's labeled Oasis on A25.
Wait, I'm getting to it. 25. Okay, I'm on 25. Where is it?
On the left?
I see it, but I don't see it.
You see on the corner where the 1234 building is? There's, in blue, you can kind of see it. There's a little kidney-shaped pool.
No, I'll keep looking. I'm not worried about it.
It's on Washington Avenue to the left.
I'm just concerned with the bulk that you have on the corner.
I understand that. We actually have been trying to reduce the massing to what, as much as possible. And we did that voluntarily because we did want to fit in as much as we can. I know it's a high building, but the massing is aligned back to the setback. It's so to give way to the view of the post office. And we did not want to mass towards Drexel because the scale of those buildings is shorter. We could have pushed closer to Drexel, but but then we're not being sensitive to the neighbors. So the idea was to put the massing at the setback of Washington Avenue, frame the view of the post office, and let the little L shape kind of step down as we go down towards Drexel. We thought urbanistically that was the most sensitive approach to. We're not maxing out the height. We are trying to be as sensitive. I understand your concern. It's never, as an architect, easy to align next to something as gorgeous as that post office, and it's one of our favorite buildings. Oh. I'm sad to hear that you don't like what we're proposing.
No, I like everything you've done except that.
Yeah.
And I'll save the rest of my comments till you have it built and I come over there and look at it.
But we do. I want you to know we take it very seriously. It's a huge honor for any architect to build next to that building, and I can promise you this: it will be as well crafted and as well designed as we can make it.
Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. Are you done?
Done.
Done. Okay. I just have one last question because it's never been answered, and I just will not walk away from here until I have an answer. Why, if it's good enough for hotels 600 and 900 Washington Avenue, why did you take this approach which negates the street? I just, the life of me as an architect, cannot understand the justification for your move when you could build your building as it is on top and slightly behind the historic building that they wanted to de-designate. I frankly don't understand it, and I have not heard an answer.
I'd like to answer that, and with all due respect, and I really honestly believe it's definitely not from an arrogant standpoint. I understand where you're coming from. This is the reason we don't have, and I know you. In our opinion, what would be instead of a restoration, it would be a reconstruction. We don't have documentation of what was there. What's left is largely not original. It's in poor shape. It's a single-story on-slab building. If we were to restore it, pour the resources necessary into fixing it, what we're essentially doing is the word you used earlier, which is a facade-omy of dubious parentage, our best guess of what that was, and for what purpose. And I think it's an important conversation to have, and I'm not shrinking from it. And I want to take your opinion very seriously because it's something that matters a lot to us. We turn down a lot of work in Miami Beach if there's a contributing building, because if we feel that it can be saved or there's enough there that we can do a good restoration. We spent 3 years restoring a Pancoast building. So I want you to know that it's not something we do lightly. It's not.
Okay, thank you.
It was our opinion, and it was opinion shared by Arthur Marcus, and it was also an opinion that we talked to staff about. So it was not entered lightly. We take a great deal of pride in Miami Beach architecture. We would never want to be the agents of something to destroy it. So I just want you to know personally that it means a lot to me that you know that we care.
Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me too. Thank you. Okay. Debbie, seeing there's no other board comment.
No, we would need, just for your information, 2 motions on this because there is a variance and the certificate of appropriateness. So we would need separate motions for each of those requests if there are any board members who would like to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, Jack, if it's okay, I'd like to move the COA, but Jack, I want to respond also to your comments because I agree. We have done this with storefronts on Washington, and yet we've also been in a position where we're dealing with a contributing structure and a non-contributing structure and scrambling to figure out what we're going to do to try to respond to a non-contributing structure that technically probably by common consensus should have been contributing. And I just want to respond to that because I feel like this project should move forward, but I agree with what you're saying. In my mind, there's a trade-off because we're not having to fight for this wine trap structure, which is amazing and contributes a lot. So I hope you understand that and don't take it as a slight for me to move this forward. So I'd like to make a motion to move the COA forward with staff's recommendations. If there's any amendments that any of the other board members want to consider, I'm happy to leave the motion open for that just for a second. Otherwise, to move it with staff's recommendations.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was a second by Max. We're going to do the roll call. Mr. Needleman.
Ms. Barry.
Barry.
Sorry?
Oh,
I
Mr.
was
Klein
reaching in,
made
but
the
I think
second.
that Max did. It's 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
We'll record that.
There, you
as
can
Mr.
have it if you
Klein
feel strongly.
making a second. Mr. Needleman,
Yes.
Mr. Lopez is absent. Mr. Litt,
Yes.
Ms. Liebman,
Yes.
Mr. Klein,
Yes.
Mr. Pascal,
Yes.
Mr. Finglass.
Yes.
Okay, the certificate of appropriateness is approved. Do we have a motion for the variance?
And I'll move the variance as well.
Okay, do we have a second?
Excuse me, Debbie. Excuse me, can I
Yes.
just clarify? Is
Yes,
that
please.
as recommended by staff or as presented to the board today?
What's the difference?
Can you
Well,
clarify?
the difference is staff had recommended removal of parking spaces 1 and 2 to expand the outdoor conference area and relocation of the electric shuttle station at the corner in order to provide expanded active uses there. So it's either going to be with those conditions or we can strike that recommendation and it will be as presented to the board today.
Any board consent here?
I'm all in favor of increased public plaza and giving back to the public.
So that would be with staff's recommendations.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move that.
I'll second that.
Well, in that
Mr.
case,
Needleman.
I had one thing about the EV station being retained. But
We'll make sure.
I think, yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I think,
Aye.
yes.
Any opposed?
Okay.
I think she needs to do a roll call. Jack.
I heard all of your voices, so we can record that. Nick, if you're okay with that.
I guess there were no dissenters to the motion,
No dissenters.
so that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if we could do one, we have a very, very brief application for an extension of time. And I know we're running a little past 3, but I think we can do that in less than 5 minutes.
Thank you,
if we could just
everybody.
get that one. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
This is HPV file 20-0398, 835 Alton Road. The applicant is requesting a 1-year extension of time. This is a relatively modest adaptive reuse project on Alton Road that was approved by the board in 2018. The applicant is just requesting additional time to obtain the building permit. Again, the original approval was for a very modest, small 1-story addition as part of an adaptive reuse of the existing residential building. So staff is supportive and recommending approval.
I'll move it.
Let's see if we have any members of the public that wish to speak on that first, Nancy, but I appreciate your, no, we have no members of the public, so we can turn it back over to the board.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I just moved it.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
moved by Ms. Liebman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Pascal. Mr. Klein?
Yes.
Mr. Litt?
Yes.
Mr. Needleman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman?
Yes.
Mr. Finglass?
Yes.
And Mr. Lopez is absent. Motion passes. That extension of time is approved. I believe that is all we have time for today. So the balance of the agenda, I think we need a motion to continue the balance of the agenda to the September 8th meeting. Could I have a motion for that?
I'll move it.
Moved by Nancy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Pascal, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, there are no dissents. Thank you very much.
Right. Debbie,
We will see you. Yes.
Thank you.
can we review what we still have left? I want to
Correct. Okay, so you want to keep the staff reports and the plans for 550 Washington Avenue. You want to keep them for 4360 and 4370 Collins Avenue and that companion application for 4441 Collins Avenue. And then the last package you would want to keep is 700 Lincoln Road.
So that's how many? How many?
That would be 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like I have a kite like that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you all, and thank you to city staff for hanging in there with us.
Thank
Much
you, Deb.
appreciated.